아, 됐다.
그 라이브 됐어요?
된 거지? Your live, 됐어. 됐어. 오케이.
우선 활성화되고 있어요?
지금 돼 있어.
아, 네.
아, 지금, 그러면 이제 집어 들어오라 그래도
예, 다 입장시키세요. 예,
입장시키세요. 예.
예, 됐습니다. 됐습니다, 선생님. 네. 예, 보이고 있어요, 유튜브에서.
이제 교수님 확실하게 아셨겠네요.
아니, 아직도 몰라. 지금 아직 한번 기억을 못 하겠어.
아.
지금 내가 요새 이 단기
Evening,
기억이 사라져.
everybody.
Hello.
Matt, how are
Can you hear
you?
me?
Hi, Charles.
Hello.
I can't hear you. Why is that?
Are you muted now? Well, check which
예, 보이고 있어요, 유튜브에서.
your
이제
outfit
교수님
is.
확실하게 아셨겠네요.
Zoom.
아직도 몰라, 지금.
No, the Zoom just came up over there too.
Oh dear.
Do you know what? I'm going to leave the meeting and come in again. I'm not hearing anybody. So I'm going to give this a go, okay?
Hello.
Good morning, young man.
I've been setting all the video or things like this because I'm using my computer. It's very difficult for me to arrange everything at the same time.
Of course.
Um,
No worries.
I'm learning a lot, but still I'm confusing. Hello, Joseph. Long time no see. Hello. Hello, Dana.
How are you? Very nice day
Hello,
yesterday. Very nice
Mhm.
talk.
Nice talk. Hello, Ron. How are you? Nice to meet you again.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah. Charles, who is first? The couple is first.
It's
She'll
May
be. Oh yeah, she's first. Yeah.
and then we're Gould and then
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Great. Yeah.
Now I can hear.
Can you hear us, May?
I can, but now I'm getting both of my screens. One of my screens has all of you on it, and the other one has just Charlie's beautiful face. So I think maybe
Go for the first one. I think. Go for the first.
maybe if I find some Zoom, let's see, view, gallery. Huh, why is it giving me the gallery and the no, I just if I move that over there, if I close that window, it tells me I might want to leave the meeting. Settings. Use dual monitors. Here we go. All right. So I'm not using the dual monitors. We'll see if I can share my screen now.
Yes, it's
Okay. All right, I think I'm in. Now the only trick is, will I be able to share the screen? We'll see. Morning, Akiko. Morning, Dana.
Morning.
Good morning, Soo Young. How are you?
So now you can see us. Meg.
Hello, Sean. Hi, Yoko.
GTR. G-Tech View. Good to see you too.
Hello, Elena.
Good to see you all.
Hey, Elena.
Good to see you all. Good morning, Jus Young. Good morning, young men.
Morning.
I've been emailing a bit with Warwick Gould.
Mhm.
You know all about this. Warwick, because of illness, his voice isn't working, basically. So I'll be reading his text. Now it is a good bit longer than what I'm used to reading in 20 minutes, which is going to, shall we say, add to the excitement here, because I'm going to have to go pretty quickly through it. But just so you understand, he won't be taking questions. They can be emailed to him. So in that sense, I guess we'll be able to make a slight allowance that if the paper is a bit longer, which I expect it will be, than 20 minutes when I read it, that the questions go to young Min and Meg. All right. Is that all right, Meg?
Yep, that's fine with me.
People are
Good
still
morning,
coming.
everyone.
Good morning, Vince.
Hi. I didn't know. I didn't know about that. About Warwick not participating because he's in my session, isn't he?
He's in
this session. Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was. I'm sorry. Confusion. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay. Well, so who goes first here? Or shall we start?
You're first, Meg. Shall we start?
I'm
Yeah.
first. Okay, great. All right. Well,
Yeah.
here we go. Can I share the screen?
I can make the introductions. Welcome everyone to the first plenary session on day 2, where we have 3 fantastic speakers. Looking forward to this. And first up is someone we all know, Meg or Margaret Mills Harper from the University of Limerick in Ireland, who we all know as the founder of the International Yeats Society and an outstanding Yeats scholar. Meg is the Glucksmann Professor of Contemporary Writing in English at the University of Limerick. You know about her book Wisdom of Two, the Spiritual and Literary Collaboration of George and W.B. Yeats from 2006. She's of course also co-edited 2 versions of Yeats' A Vision for the collected works together with Catherine Paul. She's also co-editor of 2 of 4 volumes of Yeats' Vision papers, and there are other publications here too. But I won't go through it all because Meg has a long list of wonderful work, and we want to have time to hear her lecture this morning, which has the very interesting title, Talking Box, Notes on Vision Papers as Method. Go ahead, Meg.
All right, here we go. All right, can you see that?
Yep, it's up.
Great, that's fantastic. All right, here we go. Well, Charlie, thank you very much. And thank you, young men, and all the organizers of the conference, and all my friends. And I just want to mention, I'm not the organizer of this organization. We did it together. I'm one of them, though, for sure. I would also like to mention that today is the birthday of George Yeats. So she was born 130 years ago today, and I would like to dedicate my remarks to her memory. The voluminous documents that are sometimes called Yeats's vision papers form a massive and often confusing archive. In my brief, and I'm going to push on to try to keep it to time, my brief remarks today, I want to suggest that viewing them as they're most often viewed, that is, as rough genetic material, way stations on a track towards a vision and the late work of Yeats that they made possible. If we do that, we foreclose other ways of looking at them. Looking at them in other ways causes a lot of problems, and I want to pay attention to the problems today. To use a metaphor from other communications technologies that we heard yesterday in Jerry's wonderful paper, the signal to noise ratio is strikingly low in these papers. But I want to suggest that the noise itself has value to us as readers and to Yeats himself, well beyond the system that they outline. I'll end my remarks by pointing to a metaphor from the papers, which is itself redolent of overtones from modern communications technology. I'm going to suggest that a talking box has some purchase on how to imagine these papers. Collectively, what I'm calling the vision papers comprise the material residue from nearly 500 sessions of automatic writing that WB and George Yeats undertook beginning in late 1917. As most of you know, the Yeatses conducted these sittings together almost daily, urgently for several years, and then sporadically for years after that. As I think they envisioned it, the two partners sat together in a kind of seance circle with a number of spirit partners, all of whom were intent on articulating a system of philosophic, psychological, historical, and mythic truth. WB remained in his ordinary consciousness. George channeled spirits in some kind of altered consciousness to receive and write down answers to his questions. To some degree, precise methods, such as how automatic her writing actually was, or who wrote down the questions, varied over time. Beyond the script itself, messages were also received in dreams and recorded after waking, and there are 2 notebooks of upwards of 200 accounts of these so-called sleeps. All these manuscripts are in the National Library of Ireland, along with hundreds of other typed and handwritten pages connected with the genesis of a vision. For example, there is a box of 600 index cards with quotations and diagrams and ideas that are filed in rough alphabetical order. And here's one of the cards. 2 workbooks have also been archived containing summaries of ideas in discursive forms, but also in tables and lists and diagrams. Beyond these early items, the vision papers, so-called, include more straightforwardly genetic documents. They're holographs and typescripts from the creative process of writing the book, as it morphed from a dialogue to expository prose. And this is just a couple of pictures of the book in our editions. Yeats had a full draft and managed to send the first version of a vision to the publisher in 1925. It was published in 1926, early in January. And he immediately began to read widely and prepare to recast the book, a second version of which was published in 1937. Very different version, as you know. And there are other documents that relate to the revision of the book. But today I want to think about the earlier papers, the automatic ones, which I've been editing and annotating in print editions for long enough to turn my hair gray, even if my head isn't bald, as Yeats writes of desiccated scholars in his poem by that title. Many of those papers are now available in print editions. Given the relative inaccessibility of the original documents, these editions play a large role in how scholarship has been able to imagine them. And these are the first 2 volumes of the vision papers. So the papers can be considered very early versions, not only of the vision, but of a number of poems and plays, as we know, and studies of these aspects of them have been very usefully undertaken. More rarely, the vision papers have been examined for themselves. That is, for meanings that are intrinsic rather than genetic. The papers seem to ask us to do this. They're relentlessly self-referential. Even the most common topics in the automatic script and the script notebooks, the sleep notebooks, are asking what was happening, what was going on. Among the paths cleared in these very dark woods are Catherine Paul's consideration of the activity of belief, Janice Haswell's study of gendered daimonology, Adrian Paterson's recent work on the sleeps, and Dana Garvin, who's here, Dana Garvin's focus on the visual aspects of the script. The papers, although as texts, they're of course material objects, are less stable and static than my culture imagines objects to be. As texts, which are by definition woven into discursive networks, the vision papers can be regarded not as objects per se, but as energetic fields. Reading them, at any rate, is a distinctly destabilizing experience. as if one is entering a conversation with a number of voices, only some of which are leaving traces on the paper. Of course, my tendency to imagine words on pages as voices is a highly overdetermined act. My own textual and indeed epistemological biases are always at play. So the common notion of associating vocality with identity is always raised in these papers, as is the inadequacy of this notion. A proliferating sense of polyvocality saturates them. At the very least, prominent roles belong to presences who, in effect, stand behind and speak through the communicators, identified as the immediate authors of the words. Adrian Paterson raises the question of sound in his work, and the question of heard or unheard sound is a useful one. When George Yeats wrote an answer to one of her husband's questions, was she transcribing the sound of a voice, the sound of several voices speaking in unison, or any imagined orality at all? Of course, the words that are written down are usually written by George Yeats, so they always represent mediation. Different kinds of handwriting, including occasional mirrored, backwards, or upside down writing, are clearly designed to bypass her as identifiable author. And here I need to thank Dana. Dana, thank you very much for the scan of this beautiful example of mirror writing. Dana has scanned all of the script, which is just fantastic. So when you write like this, it means that you are giving a signal that you are not the author of the words you're writing in the same sense that we often think of authors. I mean, there are other ways of writing automatically, but this clearly belongs to those. It's worth asking how faithfully Mrs. Yeats took dictation from her instructors, or what part or parts of herself were engaged in the writing. Variations in agency and levels of consciousness multiply when the questioner is added into the mix. So to what degree is the writing the product of both the Yeatses? How much control does she have? How much is she the medium, as she was called, or the interpreter, as she was called later? And again, the script is explicitly and continually concerned with such questions as these. Once you add in the spirit communicators, the situation is also complicated. On many occasions, a single communicator will use the first person plural, we, to refer to themselves. On the other hand, sometimes two named communicators will use the first person singular, I, in answering questions. Discussions abound of different kinds of communicators, different levels of reality, varying relationships, and in varying relation to time and space. Like their human partners, according to the script, these instructors have daimonic others and express porous selves over multiple lives. Flexibly gendered sexual desires exert a constant pressure on communication. So inherent to the script is a certain degree of toying with the affixing of binary limits to the textual. Trans and queer theory would offer useful conceptual tools for approaching these documents, and a little bit of that has been done. Contrarily, the vision papers may enrich larger inquiries into networks of identities embedded in other communicative acts. All this nuance, of course, was simplified in any creative or intellectual use Yeats made of these papers. And by the way, we can certainly decide that this simplification was a very good idea. As the scholarship of George Harper, my dad, Warwick Gould, and Saddlemeyer and others have shown, while the Yeatses approached their automatic script with assumptions about human identity and agency, their automatic sessions clearly outstripped their understandings. Indeed, whatever the papers are doing, they outstrip any cognitive value assigned to them. The experiments disturbed other conceptions Yeats brought to his work. They obviously complicated his already complex sense of personality and dialogic truth. In their wake, his use of symbol arguably changed. For example, in the direction of greater attention to questions of flux, change over time. So in the brief time I've got left, I want to suggest very briefly two areas in which the vision papers had an impact we can think about. First, the body. Though the vision papers may seem disembodied, especially in the edited vision I'm most used to consulting, they can also be thought of as very physical, much to do with physicality. They're a body of material, of course, sheets of paper, marks made by ink, and so forth. Few residual traces of the multisensory experience they record remain on the pages themselves, but they were created in an atmosphere redolent of visual, oral, and olfactory qualities, from candles to mysterious sounds and smells. They also accompanied the Yeatses in their physical and emotional lives. Discussions of food, sleep, sex, pregnancy, parenting, illness, depression, and joy are interwoven with highly abstract topics. Like a body, the papers also change over time, both in the sense that Yeats's practices changed, but also that they themselves have been filed and refiled, transcribed, moved, and reproduced in several different ways, changing with each different context. To some degree, we could also think of them as a corpse, that is, material remains of a once living being. So a second area of change, besides the body, concerns my topic and the dynamism of language and symbol. I want to suggest a metaphor from the script that might be helpful for decoding. It comes from one of the late notebook entries in one of the sleeps. And the entry is here. And the crucial phrase is, this is Yeats asking what the communication was, and the answer is, she finds the words, we send the wave, and she, as it were, catches it in a box. You'll note that you're probably able, I hope, to read the handwriting on the slide. Its legibility results from the fact that George Yeats wrote this. The levels of mediation are suggestive here. The passage represents W.B. Yeats dictating to George from his notes of something she said in sleep, or whatever altered state we mean by that word. She was in her turn reporting the words of Dianertes, the primary control during this method. The three elements of communication in this little sketch, discovery of words, a wave sent from elsewhere, and capture in a box, are similar to other descriptions of the automatic method. Such a three-part process, a force from outside, detection from within, and seizure in a structure, could also be used to describe the act of writing or the making of lyric poetry. When Dianertes first made his appearance in the automatic sessions on 13th of December 1919, he used the word force to describe the action with which these agents push their inspiration into the humans with their waiting minds and hands. Their work was to create the humans, was to create a container that can hold meanings larger than itself. So Dianertes tells the Yeats here, if they used hypnotism with permission, then we give the force and you merely the symbol. Anytime you hear the words merely the symbol with regard to Yeats, I want to get very suspicious. But the same tripartite action is implied here. Force, reception in that mention of hypnotism, and structure. So on at least one occasion, years later, W.B. used the metaphor of a box to describe his sense of when a poem was finished. The correction of prose, because it has no fixed laws, is endless, he told his friend Dorothy Wellesley in a letter in 1935. But a poem comes right with a click, like a closing box. These words sound a little facile. As is well known, Yeats was an inveterate reviser of his own work, poems no less than prose. If his poems are like boxes, then they often don't remain closed after they've clicked into place. He once famously described remaking a poem as remaking himself, a description that ascribes a kind of life to an item that only seems to stay enclosed in the walls of a linguistic container. Like a human life in a body in a current moment of time, Yeats's poetry seeps out of itself. It also draws others into it. The dynamism is why we keep reading it, of course. It's also a quality that can be applied to any linguistic artifact. Nothing made from language stays put or keeps to itself. More than most texts, though, the vision papers offer a kind of sleight of hand. They resemble overheard gossip, whispered scandal, indistinct noise rather than organized language aiming at a teleological published product. The vision papers are, I'm suggesting, a kind of talking box, a poem or a book that first tempts a reader to open it, and then whatever's inside escapes her grasp. They partake of an animated, maybe even magical quality And I'm reminded here of David Haldeman's paper yesterday, brilliant paper. Maybe Yeats, who gave up his early efforts to create a magical grimoire from his books of poetry, found something like a living book after all. Maybe he and George were creating boxes that are still laughing at those of us who thinks that texts are inanimate. If the papers, like their creators and transcribers, had a self, it would be continually remade. Thanks very much, and I do hope I didn't speak too quickly for people. Oh, I see that I've gone under time. It's amazing. How did that
It is amazing. Thanks so much, Meg. That was wonderful. Gives us lots of food for thought, and I hope we'll have some time for discussion. So thanks so much, Meg. Always a great pleasure and learning experience every time you.
And thanks, young men. Young men asked me to talk about the papers, so thank you very much for doing that, young men.
Brilliant. Okay, we move on. As I said just before the panel started, unfortunately, Warwick Gould is prevented from speaking by illness, so I volunteered to read his piece. It is longer than I'm used to reading in 20 minutes, so that means I'm going to have to read faster than my normal speed. So I forgive in advance for what might be a bit of a breathless presentation. But anyway, I'll say a few words. Warwick Gould, of course, one of the greats of modern Yeats criticism. He is currently Professor Emeritus at the Institute of English Studies in the University of London's School of Advanced Study. He is a Fellow of the Royal Society of Literature and was awarded the 2012 President's Medal by the British Academy. A long list of honors and accomplishments. I guess most of us know him as the driving force behind the Yeats Annual from over many years. Also one of the editors of Yeats's letters, as well as a wonderful scholar in his own right. So I'll jump in quickly into his piece, which is called Adding in Commentary, one word hoard, 2 periods, 3 clusters, 4 dimensions, a Yeats knowledge site. So the idea of a digital site is going to be central here. Okay. Among his many audiences, Yeats, above all, encouraged a coterie. Those who had, quote, read all that I have written were urged to read new works in the light of that whole. This word hoard should, in its entirety, gradually become the object and subject of textual and editorial commentary in an online knowledge site. I have chosen some clusters of poems, mostly from The Wanderings of Oisin and other poems, Michael Robartes and The Dancer, The Winding Stair and other poems, and A Full Moon in March and other poems, to offer some sense of what such commentary might work with and to what ends. The Bishitra Tagore Online Variorum was created at the School of Cultural Texts and Records, Jadavpur University, to celebrate the 150th anniversary of Yeats's fellow poet and Nobel Prize winner, Rabindranath Tagore. Bishitra describes itself as a fully integrated knowledge site comprising all Tagore's literary works in Bengali and English. It is massive, 47,520 scanned pages of manuscripts with transcriptions, 91,637 pages of scanned periodicals, books, and other printed materials, a search engine, an online collator, and of course, the descriptive bibliography from which all manuscripts and printed states are clickable. A Yeats knowledge site would also be massive, and it would require a collator and user-oriented concordance software. All the letters, speeches, lectures, interviews, and newspaper reports would of course be available, as well as collaborative works and translations made by Yeats, whether alone or in collaboration. The number of witnesses, and so the use of screen area in a knowledge site, lies beyond my technical competence, but does not impinge upon my basic concept, nor does the issue of sustainability. Though research foundations support the building of knowledge sites, they are less interested in the subsequent costs of maintaining them and translating them to new systems as they face technological change. According to Professor Catherine Sutherland, certain aspects of the Jane Austen project, such as images of the manuscripts central to the website's functionality, are no longer alive. The website's image viewer was, quote, originally developed using Zoomify, a Flash-based image viewer, end quote, now in its end-life phase, because Adobe Flash is no longer supported in any major browser and is blocked by most popular browsers. Another image viewer will require about £5,000 for installation. Sustaining the overall site and updating its security costs about £5,000 for 5 years security. The UK Arts and Humanities Research Council paid for the original digitization and development of the Jane Austen site, but has no interest in sustaining it. Yet this successful website is used worldwide by quote, a range of people who have no idea that all this stuff is not cost-free, end quote. Finding funds to sustain sites in the long term is a constant task. By contrast, in respect of the Ellis and Yeats Blake site in Florence, Arianna Antonelli informs me that the Università degli Studi di Firenze paid for the online publication of the volume and its long-term preservation when the contract was signed. I take my original inspiration from a brilliant doctorate which Jerome McGann and I examined in 2000. Philip Errington's John Masefield, 1878 to 1967, a comprehensive bibliography, was the first thesis accepted by the University of London in digital form. Following the Soho bibliography format familiar from Alan Wade's A Bibliography of the Writings of W.B. Yeats, Dr. Errington offered every title and the contents of some sites in hyperlinked form so that it was possible to move from title to edition, from edition to contents, from contents to individual titles, to full text and to variant texts, including scans of manuscripts and sound recordings of performances. Every text of, say, Sea Fever was fully presented down to its extant manuscripts and all known recordings of Masefield reading it. This descriptive bibliography is not just the spine and index of a Masefield knowledge site, but has the potential to contain Masefield's entire collected works in every state. It crosses the Alps between manuscripts and published texts in printed, oral, and musical forms. For numerous reasons, such a knowledge site for Yeats will remain a pipe dream for some time yet, though clickable hyperlinks to other bespoke digital tools, the collected letters of W.B. Yeats, the electronic edition in the Intellects Past Masters series, the forthcoming Intellects edition of the Joachim W.B. Yeats, A Classified Bibliography of Criticism, and the disappointing The W.B. Yeats Collection from ProQuest, the Clemson University W.B. and George Yeats Library, a short title catalogue. All of these will steer those entitled to access towards those products or their inevitable improvements or updates. The Cornell editors aimed to show textual development towards the published versions of Yeats's poems and plays. They made no inroads whatsoever on the prose, despite an initial ambition from the late George Mill Harpers to do so. Nor did the structural ambitions of the Cornell project allow for any easy crossing from manuscript and TypeScript draft materials to the Variorum published editions. It abjured commentary and annotation on the matrices out of which the editors dug their successive drafts and versions. Yeats's notebooks provide an apposite example. They were well and truly mined by the Cornell editors, but only for their narrowly defined purposes. In spite of the materials they assembled and presented, the editors did not really help ordinary readers to understand that Yeats, or Jane Austen, is not just a paperback selection or a novel, or that writing is not a product, but a process. The notebooks, therefore, have become a new threshold for research, representation, and criticism. Their challenges are the steeper because Yeats, quote, liked the two-page spread each opening provided, and worked backwards and forwards in quest of a poem or a paragraph of prose. Facsimile reproduction and annotated transcription of openings as distinct from pages propose huge challenges for print publication, the more so if on-the-page commentary in the form of footnotes is necessary. So great are the challenges of what I would call exploded view editing that perhaps they could only be met on digital platforms, such as an online knowledge site which requires substantial funding even just to be sustained. Excuse me. Nevertheless, a start might be made on a knowledge site for the poems of Yeats and provide here some conceptual suggestion for a framework for such a site. To work out from the poems into the rest of Yeats's word hoard, I would hope that it might use part 1, Books by Yeats, of the new revised and vastly expanded Smith bibliography as its spine. In this new edition, the order of entries will be strictly chronological. Bibliobiography is at the heart of the project, making it the unium necessarium for what I have in mind. Other sections of Smith Wade's overall classification could be added later. The structural foundation would have been laid down for commentary. Integrated into the knowledge site would be a final reading text of the poems, as called for in Jerome McGann's 1991 TLS piece, Which Yeats Edition, as well as scanned images of all previously published versions, as well as their digitally held text in collatable form. I think of variorum collations as Yeats's sudden palaces, as if an animated edition of the variorum could be made and unmade at a click. The preferable volume unit arrangement, and therefore poem order, would follow that of the Jeffreys edition of Yeats's poems, the 3rd edition from 1996, with some minor emendations indicated by subsequent scholarship. This is to say that it would include the poems in the 1949 version of the poems, and so the variorum's volume arrangement and poem order up until the section entitled From a Full Moon in March, to be followed by new poems and the last poems in the order of the 1940 last poems and 2 plays. In essence, then, it would provide a necessary corrective to the Collective Works Volume 1 and its deeply flawed arrangement, as well as a liberation from that volume's oppressive annotation policies, thus allowing extended commentary. My first 3 dimensions for commentary in this talk correspond to 1, the lateral growth of poems, in 2, the wider amplitude of the writings associated with them, and 3, the vertical growth of poems over time as they are rewritten. The 4th dimension situates the plenum of Yeats's word hoard in the context of the wider textual continuum beyond Yeats, the world of his reading and the impact of his work on other writing. This realm is ever freshly charted in the quest after his sources, influences, and analogues. It is the world where echoes and allusions are assessed for plausibility, using the evidences of his reading and listening, and such tools as his available libraries and his marginalia. Above all, however, my 4-dimensional conceptual sample for such a digital commentary aims to serve the editorial imperative of a textual and editorial tool to direct the reader to a wide range of other texts by Yeats himself. Consider the following passages. This is from Wild Swans at Cool. Unwearied still, lover by lover, they paddle in the cold, companionable streams or climb the air. And then from Explorations. When I was a young man, I hated the solitary book, abstraction, because its adepts sat in corners to pull out their solitary plums. I wanted a theatre where the greatest passions and all the permanent interests of men might be displayed, that we might find them not alone over a book, but, as I said again and again, lover by lover, friend by friend. All I wanted was impossible, and I wore out my youth in its pursuit, but now I know it is the mystery to come. Lover by lover, friend by friend, almost certainly took its origin in the last line of Lionel Johnson's poem, Trentals, written in 1889, and perhaps read at the Rhymers' Club. Its inversion by Yeats thereafter was always a matter of rhyme or prose rhythm. And then the poem by Lionel Johnson is quoted, for they love the things of God, now where solemn feet have trod, sleep they well, and wake the end, lover by lover, friend by friend. I list in a footnote, which you can see later if you want to see the manuscript, a possibly incomplete number of cross references where the phrases lover by lover, sometimes lover by beloved, often accompanied by friend, a pair. The pivotal one being, of course, line 19 of The Wild Swans at Cool, just quoted, unwearied still, lover by lover. The source in Johnson is only part of my point. There is a strategic purpose in Yeats's repetition of such keywords and catchphrases, some of which had the force of kennings. Self-allusions, signpost, pathways, which readers might follow. As with other catchphrases, terrible beauty comes to mind, there is always some satisfaction in finding a source outside Yeats. The phrase's repetition allows readers to navigate the word hoard according to the geography of Yeats's inner life, and to relate it to the wider context of his life and reading, and to the textual continuum beyond Yeats altogether. Considered within the context of his own work, self-allusions confound the separation between the past and the present. New writing progressively demanded the penumbral presence of the old, even as the new sometimes suppressed the old. We look before and after, wrote Shelley, and pine for what is not, an apt description of the Janus-like aspect of new writing in a revisionary author. One can legitimately ask if texts thus linked were ever dissociated in Yeats's mind. Those readers whom Yeats commended for having read all that I have written, read the new in the simultaneous presence of the whole. I find it more productive of a richer understanding of Yeats's texts to entertain the necessary fiction that all Yeats's previous texts, including the suppressed and the abandoned, perhaps had a simultaneous presence to him in the act of fresh composition. As a matter of editorial policy, one observes that when some key detail is indeed mislaid, he makes a note of it, as in the following quote, "I have remembered today that the Brahmin Mohini said to me, quote, when I was young, I was happy. I thought truth was something that could be conveyed from one man's mind to another. I now know that it is a state of mind." Excuse me. When we move to commentary and poems, we should think of self-allusions as Yeats's own hyperlinks. The subject takes us at once to the relation between poems and notes. From the 1895 poems onwards, Yeats had annotated his poems with brief explanatory on Irish place names, legends, and mythological characters. In 1899, The Wind Among the Reeds introduced a new scale of annotation, both in number and complexity, supplying a dialogue between its 62 pages of short, if recondite, symbolical lyrics, 4,220 words, and no fewer than 46 pages, over 7,000 words, of extended notes, some between 7 and 9 pages in extent, on groups of poems, symbolical subjects such as the rose, heteronyms or personages from the Secret Rose, such as Robartes and Hanrahan, local folklore and mythological characters. By invoking Yeats's previous writings, these commentaries upon poems locate them within the matrix out of which they had been written. This might be called stage one of Yeats's developing recourse to strategic self-allusion, and it was not always understood, even among his cognoscenti. It would be a further 23 years before T.S. Eliot would follow Yeats's example in the addition of endnotes to The Wasteland. Stage two comes as Yeats invents Yeats as his chief character. Cante fable, the standard form of Irish poetry, as in the Toyn, as well as that of Arabian Nights, is lauded in the essay Literature and the Living Voice in 1906 for its personalized voice of interplay of lyric and narrative. And here's a quotation from that text. "The minstrel never dramatized anybody but himself. He will go no nearer to drama than we do in daily speech, and he will not allow you for any long time to forget himself. Our own Raftery will stop the tale to cry, 'This is what I, Raftery, wrote down in the book of the people,' or 'I myself, Raftery, went to bed without supper that night.' He knows how to keep himself interesting, that his words may have weight. So many lines of narrative, and then a phrase about himself and his emotions. He must be a messenger, and he should be as interesting, as exciting as are all that carry great news. The reciter must be made exciting and wonderful in himself, and that is more difficult than it was in the Middle Ages. We are not mysterious to one another. We are no longer like the Egyptian birds that flew out of Arabia, their claws full of spices. nor can we, like an ancient or medieval poet, throw into our verses the emotions and events of our lives, or even dramatize, as they could, the life of the minstrel into whose mouth we are to put our words. Yeats, as Yeats's chief character, could step into the wider world of fictions with his personalized interplay of lyric and narrative. The implicit narrative of his chief character, Yeats, could be arranged or split, as in such dialogic poems as Ego Dominus Tuus, or A Dialogue of Self and Soul. The fictions of the Robartes set allowed him to take up again in The Wild Swans at Cool that old self-division of Ahern and Robartes in the three fantastic romances intended for the Secret Rose, to create John Ahern as, quote, either the original of Owen Ahern or some near relation of the man that was, so that all three could, quote, take their place in a phantasmagoria in which I endeavor to explain my philosophy of life and death. To write self-propagating fictions using the supreme fiction of disavowal of previous fictions. The doctrines found in the 10 pages of notes to 2 key poems in Michael Robartes and the Dancer are seemingly derived from Robartes' readings and travels in Arabia, and are claimed to derive from the followers of Custa ben Lucky. The Arabian Nights provided the ultimate scaffolding for these and other poems until a vision was ready in 1926, when they became Yeats's own mythology. Thereafter, he was free to turn himself inside out, invent or reinvent fictions about himself, bringing in his audience into his own mental theatre of learned comedy, insisting that they take him on his own terms. By allowing expositor heteronyms such as Michael Robartes to take the credit, he found self-dramatization without egotism. Prose commentaries speak back to the poems in a variety of new dialogues. Of the phases of the moon, the double vision of Michael Robartes, and Michael Robartes and the Dancer, Yeats writes, to some extent, I wrote them as a text for exposition. That exposition took a variety of expositor heteronyms. Much of what Michael Sidnall called the Robartes set is the form of notes in which Yeats tries to distance himself from the system, even as he uses it to expound the poems it has given rise to. The fiction he invents for the purpose, Michael Robartes' journey to Krakow, to Arabia, his adventures with the Udvalis, Custa ben Luca, emerge more fully in their own in the Menippean Satura of a Vision in 1925, all wrapped within the 1,000 Nights and One Night. I envisage the recovery of penumbral readings, whereby poems subsequently gathered into individual and collected volumes can be re-envisaged in the context from which they have grown, whilst looking forward to the more familiar volume unit-based readings available in their final context. Regularly, those original or emergent contexts are cantifabulous structures of prose and verse, commentary and poem. The 1925 edition has Owen Ahern introducing What the Caliph Partly Learned, its text for exposition. The Wheel and the Phases of the Moon follows on Owen Ahern's explanation in The Dance of the Four Royal Persons, and so on. The fictions propagate further in the stories of Michael Robartes and his friends from 1928 in preparation for the 1937 edition. Such built-in commentary is the métier of the second part of Parnell's Funeral, entitled 40 Years Later in its first publication in The Spectator in 1934. And then the second part of Parnell's Funeral is quoted. The rest I pass, one sentence I unsay, had De Valera eaten Parnell's heart, no loose-lipped demagogue had won the day, no civil rancor torn the land apart. Had Cosgrave eaten Parnell's heart, the land's imagination had been satisfied, or lacking that, government in such hands, O'Higgins, its sole statesman, had not died. Had even O'Duffy, but I name no more, their school a crowd, his master's solitude. Through Jonathan Swift's dark grove he passed, and there plucked bitter wisdom that enriched his blood. But commentary cannot all be contained within the poem. As its title implies, the King of the Great Clock Tower, Commentaries and Poems, largely privileges commentary over the poems to which it gives rise. Yeats's preface to that volume even opens a cantifabulous structure where commentary precedes poetry. The preface ends with the poem, God guard me from the thoughts men think in the mind alone. Later, a prayer for old age. It is followed by the play, then commentary on the great clock tower, which concludes with, he had famished in the wilderness. A Parnellite at Parnell's funeral ensues, followed by commentary on a Parnellite at Parnell's funeral, which concludes with the untitled The Rest I Pass, One Sentence I Unsay, later taken into the renamed Parnell's funeral. The cantifabla structure of these volumes is thereafter reversed, with the trivial, to use Yeats's word, 3 songs of the same tune, succeeded by a commentary concluding with a postscript boasting that Yeats, finding that the blue shirts with which he had once had some loose associations, as he writes, neither would nor could use the songs, had increased their fantasy, their extravagance, their obscurity, so that no party might sing them. What became church and state is drawn in to that postscript. Thereafter come the supernatural songs and their commentary, closing with the remark that as the book was passing through the press, he had written the Reeve poems, but would not explain them. Out of commentary, these poems grew, and into commentary they return, even when the latter tells the reader only that it is not going to provide instant enlightenment. And then follows a quotation here. A year ago, I found that I had written no verse for 2 years. I had never been so long barren. I had nothing in my head, and there used to be more than I could write. Perhaps Cool Park, where I had escaped from politics, from all that Dublin talked of when it was shut me out from my theme. Or did the subconscious drama that was my imaginative life end with its owner? But it was more likely that I had grown too old for poetry. I decided to force myself to write, then take advice. In At Parnell's Funeral, I rhymed passages from a lecture I had given in America. A poem upon Mount Meru came spontaneously, but philosophy is a dangerous theme. Then I was barren again. I wrote the prose dialogue of the king of the great clock tower, that I might be forced to make lyrics for its imaginary people. Almost unbelievably, this preface is not to be found in the collected works, nor in the problematical Chadwick-Healy W.B. Yeats collection. It must therefore be consulted, as is the case with all such prefaces, in its original context. The 1934 Kula volume was reissued in photolithographical facsimile by the University Press in 1970, or in the Variorum editions. Nor is the lecture to which it refers us, and in which Parnell's funeral took its origins, collected. Curtis Bradford edited it in 1965 as Modern Ireland, but there's compelling evidence that this itself might only be an early version of the New Ireland, the lecture as delivered, e.g. at Bryn Mawr, Colby College, Maine, Dartmouth, Montreal, Ann Arbor, Columbia, and on his return at the Royal Dublin Society between late 1932 and February 1933 as the New Ireland. Modern Ireland begins with 3 formative moments in Irish history: the beginnings of Berkeley and We Irish Do Not Think So identity, the end of the 18th century when the peasantry began to assert their will, and the death of Parnell in Brighton on 7th of October 1891. It is clear that Yeats is still quite some way from the 4 bells of the New Ireland lecture as reported in the American newspaper accounts. At the very outset of Yeats at Work, Curtis Bradford explains why he has omitted from that formative study, quote, poems which gave Yeats particular trouble, such as Parnell's Funeral, written at a time when he had not written a poem for over a year, using as its theme a passage from a lecture, Modern Ireland, prepared for his last American lecture tour. When Yeats forced the creative process for whatever reason, the work of composition is too long drawn out and complicated to be easily described. There could be no better example of why a commentary-based digital platform is necessary. It is not merely a matter of the knowledge site's digital superiority in every sense over the selective deployment of information in the restrictive codex. It may be that it will be said of the era of endnotes, always justified by publishers on the grounds of the escalating expense of setting footnotes in an era of changing technologies, that the codex, which must be read with 2 fingers in the back of the book, one in the author's notes, one in the editor's, and a 3rd finger in the main text, encouraged shifty editing. It was never thus in the small Kula books, where the commentary from which the poems grew and to which they returned was instantly to hand. When Poems, a new edition, was published in 1983 to 84, its editor, Richard Finran, believed it would kill off the Jeffreys commentary and was dismayed when the new commentary appeared in 1984. Commentary, far from being redundified by textual editing, is essential to it, and Finran's attempt to stifle it by confining annotation to the specific allusion was always, we may now think, doomed to stoke the curiosities it sought to bank down. Jeffreys' cross-references and quotation from Yeats's word hoard were his pioneering methodological gift to future generations of readers, and provide the basic hyperlinks, the operative tools in all 4 dimensions of editing outlined below. And then come the 4 dimensions. There are a few pages left. Young-min, do I have your permission to continue, or
I think you can spend some more time.
Okay.
Maybe
good.
2 or 3. Yeah.
Sorry.
Maybe you can spend 2 or 3 minutes or 5 minutes.
Well, this is more than 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 minutes. They're basically 4 dimensions. Maybe I should just give the titles then, if we're running out of time. Okay. The first dimension is he calls the horizontal planes, and he goes and looks at Canva himself, the poem, discussing it in different editions. The second dimension he calls the vertical axes, and there the Mohini Chatterjee poem is the primary example. Then there are rather concentrated account of the third and fourth dimensions at the end. I'll just read maybe I'll read the beginning and the end of that final paragraph, just to give you a sense of what's going on there. The distinct published versions of every document in each cluster, all available in scanned form, provide the stacked horizontal planes along the vertical axis of periodical versions and Yeats's successively revised editions. But to move to the plane of Mohini Chatterjee and to forage among its relevant materials is to realize that to move along this plane is no simple matter of exploring the linear development of the relevant manuscripts in David R. Clarke's edited volume of transcriptions. To assemble even a first pass at a textual and bibliographical narrative of how that poem came into being, one needs to draw upon my third and fourth dimensions of editing. And in the third one, he places all the other relevant writings by Yeats himself of relevance to the drafting of the poem in question, confining to the fourth dimension those written or iconic sources beyond his own writing and certain analogues of his thought and expression, as well as very occasionally subsequent texts upon which his work had a significant influence. Yeah, we've already had a mention of that. If we've run out of time, I think this is the place maybe to stop. We've got a sense of Professor Gould's immense project, immense ideas, and he has said that he's very happy to make his text available to everyone who wants to read it in whole. All right, and we can circulate his email address too here at the end of this session. All right, young man, is that all right?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
We'll move then to our final speaker, who is you, nonetheless. And thanks for Warwick Gould's paper, which is fascinating and which I'm sure several of us will be studying in detail. But let me introduce our final speaker of the panel, who is none other than Professor Young-Min Kim, the Distinguished Research Professor Emeritus and founding director of Transmedia World Literature Institute and the director of Digital Humanities Lab at DONGGUK University in Seoul. He's also the Jack Ma Chair Professor at Hangzhou Normal University, China. He has had a number of roles, being editor-in-chief of the Yeats Journal of Korea. He's also been, of course, the president of the Yeats Society of Korea. He's currently the editor-in-chief of the Journal of East-West Comparative Literature in Korea. And he's also our fantastic host for this conference, who's put in so much work. So please, young men, your title, as it in the program, is The Poetics of Database in Yeats as a Vision and Yeats as a Digital Humanist. Please.
Okay, thank you. I will share my screen. Okay, so can you see the PowerPoint?
Yeah, we can see it. Thanks.
Okay, I will start my talk. The title is The Poetics of Database in Yeats Vision and Yeats Digital Humanist. So maybe including the database and then the logic of database, and then I refer it to the concept of the vision in a variety way. What is data? And the structural data then is the field of the forms of integration, waiting for us to glean insights. We can observe and measure anything and make it into data. The term data has its origin in Greek datum, which means given. One has to capture the given data to create or construct meaningful information. The skepta refers to the created or constructed quantitative information out of the given data. By means of the observation and the measure, anything can transform itself into data as far as you can give a metric or parameterize. And the database is a system which stores and retrieves information of the given data. Johanna Drucker's distinction between structured data and unstructured data is very interesting. And the structured data is given explicit formal properties by means of secondary levels of organization or encoding, referred to the above. These use extra elements, data structures such as tables, spreadsheets, and database, or other means to add an extra level of interpretation of value to the data. The term unstructured data generally used to refer to text, images, sound files, and other digitally encoded information that has not had the secondary structure imposed upon it. As you remember, all the Yeatsian kind of regional materials, you can reflect all these things. So since 1960s, the computer processing of textual data in textual and literary field has expanded enormously in intersection with the digital technology in the forms of electronic text. First, the computer text file, and second, the standard generalized markup language, SGML, or the text encoding initiative, TEI, and hypertext. As you know nowadays, you're familiar with this hypertext. Digital humanities incorporates both digitized or remediated or born digital materials from traditional humanities discipline, including history, philosophy, linguistics, literature, art, archaeology, music, and cultural studies, and social sciences. And now literature includes all these aspects as well. Or other fields also, they are becoming interdisciplinary. So the digital humanities, also known as humanities computing, is a field of study, research, teaching, and invention concerned with the intersection of computing and the disciplines of humanities. It is methodological by nature and interdisciplinary in scope. So in digital humanities involves investigation, analysis, synthesis, and presentation of information in electronic form. It studies how these media affect the disciplines in which they are used and what these disciplines have to contribute to our knowledge of computing. So Stephen Ramsey has a very succinct the concept of the database. The use of database technology among humanists has been invigorated by the realization common perhaps to many other similar conversions that a number of fascinating problems and intellectual opportunities lurk beneath these apparently practical matters. The inclusion of certain data and the attendant exclusion of others, the mapping of interrelationships among entities, the often collaborative nature of data set creation, and the eventual visualization of information patterns all imply a hermeneutics and a set of possible methodologies that are themselves worth the object for study and reflection, according to Stephen Ramsey. So in order to translate the vast corpus of the traditional text, as we study literature, there are so many poems and texts, like the dramas and fictions, huge database. Vast corpus of the traditional text into digital forms. We are translating. Humans create digital markup schemes of electronic encoding systems, mapping the markup of the paper-based text, which are already marked text, which control not the documentary status of the text, but its linguistic status. Mekan is brilliantly talking about the library of poems in this sense. The library processes the traditional text by treating them strictly as record. It saves things and makes them accessible. A poem, by contrast, processes textual records as a field of dynamic simulations. The one is a machine of memory and information. The other a machine of creation and reflection. Each may be taken as an index of polarity that characterizes all semiotic systems. So I have more things about this talking about the data and mark tests. To save some time, maybe I can describe the current status of the digital humanities and all in the transdisciplinary aspect of the literature. And now we are on the wave of the fourth industrial revolution. The field of digital humanities transformed itself into complex system of hyperconnectivity of what Lauren Klein and Matthew Gold called digital humanities, the expanded field, what they call the Big Tent, including digital archives, quantitative analysis, and tool building project, as well as a wide range of methods and practices. Visualization of large image sets, 3D modeling of the historical artifacts, born digital dissertations, hashtag activism, and the analysis thereof, alternate reality games, mobile makerspace, and more. I think to reflect all these ideas, maybe I just, the CH side of Korea invented some kind of created the homepage, which includes all the digital humanity aspect of literature about particularly Yeats only the Yeats, but all the homepage, if you look at closely about all digitized materials of our homepage, this represents the Yeats studies in terms of the digital humanities. So I just want to read the final passage of the Johanna Drucker's idea of the logic of a database. Databases will eventually replace narratives in the study of historical, literary, artistic, and philosophical representations. And then a database is the most impactful, statistical, near objective way of dealing with getting access to, making use of, and raising questions and information, storing the metadata, describing files and materials in a repository. The structural data beyond the natural language processing data is a crucial aspect of digital humanities work, providing the standards of data formats for the purpose of making possible for digital humanities to extract, search, analyze, find, and style the data in files. Non-linear databases were situated in the opposite comparative relation with linear narrative, so that the process of selection in fixed narrative modes in relation to that of combination construct poetics of representation in the field of digital humanities. Johanna Drucker named this assertion as the database logic. So now I'm turning to Yeats. Actually, it's in between. There are a lot of the kind of interlinking passages about how we regard Yeatsian ideas of the vision and all the texts, huge database of text into kind of digital materials. I think the MacArthur has already talked about the aspect of talking machine and writing machine as well. So I think the automatic writing, automatic speech is kind of the machining aspect of the digital humanity in a sense. So based upon that kind of the preoccupation or logic of database, there is some kind of potential future electronic text for book machine. I think this kind of the impersonal theory of the character is very related to machinic thinking about nowadays. We have like the machine translation and everything. AI is also part of the machine. So first edition, maybe a vision is based upon the double text. Like the first vision was written in 1927. It was composed of the following 5 parts: the preface, advance of the 4 royal persons, about the mythical story of mystic Michael Robarts and ascetic Owen O'Hearn. And book 1 is composed of what the Caliph partly learned, about 28 lunar phases of great will and 28 personality archetypes. It begins with the poem, The Phase of the Moon. And book 2 is what the Caliph refused to learn, about theories of cycles, warring opposite, antinomies, and the eternal return. It begins with the poem, The Gift of Harun al-Rashid. And book 3 is Dove and Swan, about the symbols of recurrent cycles, antinomies, interpenetrating fires. It begins with the poem, Leda. And then book 4 is the Gates of the Pluto, about the 8 cities of the purification process between death and reincarnation. It begins with the poem, The Fool by the Roadside, and ends with All Souls Night. At first, when Yeats had written down in accordance with the old automatic speech and all writing out of sleep, and also out of the automatic speech, he didn't understand exactly what it is. It's written automatically. So it's part of the database for the future, the reflection or critical understanding. So for 12 years, he has been suffering after a long period of meditation, investigation, rumination, supplementation, revision. It's kind of the data processing. Yeats was focused on for 12 years without tools of the contemporary computer. He was doing some kind of data processing. Yeats published a vision finally 1937, a second edition. The revised edition is composed of 6 parts. If you compare first version and second version, it's great different. Maybe understanding is different, and then maybe supplementation is a lot, revision a lot. So preface is the packet for Edward Pound. Edward Pound was writing something, and then maybe he was collaborating with Edward Pound between the 1913, 1916, and Stone Cottage. So during that period, a lot of things happened. The birth of the modernism and story of Michael Robarts and her friends. Book 1 is Great Will, based upon the book 1, what the Caliph partly learned of the first edition. Book 2 is completed symbol. He completed symbol based upon book 2, what the Caliph refused to learn of the first edition. Book 3 is Soul in Judgment, based upon book 4 of the Gates of Pluto, the first edition. Book 4 is the Great Year of the Ancient, extended version of the chapter 10. The great year in the classical antiquity of the book 3. What the Caliph refused to learn of the first edition. Book 5, finally the Double Swan, based upon book 3, Double Swan of the first edition, and adding the end of cycle, it ends with the epilogue poem, All Souls Night. If you compare 2 different versions, actually my dissertation was about this a long time ago in 1990. After that, I realized that there's something in it. I think since then, I didn't know what it is, but after 10 years later, I discovered something, what it is. Maybe 20 years later, when I visited the University of Virginia, and there are a lot of things happening. I learned a lot from the Jerome McCann and other people from the University of Virginia. And if you look at all this, the database of the poems, that actually, if you analyze all the poems based upon the forms of 28 phases of moon, you can have a list of these poems, 14 stage poems about gold bulls, or many people are related on pages, 14 pages, 17 pages, and 24 pages, 28 stages. So I just categorize all these poems into this. I only have 5 minutes. I have a photo here. So all these things are about the database, how to apply the vision, the concept of the vision to the Yeatsian, the vision poems. So after publication of first version of the vision of 1925, Yeats made every effort to understand the enigmatic abstract thought of dead spirits and give it concrete expression in writing, as his letter to Olivia Shakespeare revealed. He wants to feel that he saw more than he told of the automated writing and oral speech, had in some sense seen into the mystery. This is all mystery. However, philosophical knowledge, which implies the rational forge of poetic writing, dominates Yeats' intellectual discipline until the publication of 1937 edition. Philosophy actually is kind of the theory enables Yeats to exist or stand out from himself, distancing himself, to see his vision from the outside as an observer, objective material, and then thereby providing him with the hermeneutic tool for his writing. George's mediumistic automated writing was controlled by the controlling hands of Yeats, the revisionist writer. Yeats, as a prose writer, has a philosophical mind, theoretical mind, which works on the surface of the existential, experiential situation. Even in a vision, Yeats' mind is controlled by the logic of discursive discourse. He doesn't know how he was controlled by something else, but some kind of logic. That is database logic. In contrast, Yeats, as a poet and playwright, is a writing subject who seeks the depths of the human psyche and destiny, rather than a man who questions the routine of the daily life. The poet naturally turns to non-logical discourse, since he deals with the primal feelings, emotions of poetic imagination, when its progress is not through logic, but through leaps and bounds of the mind. It is also database logic. What is aesthetic is this conflicting desire to express, is the agency of the invisible dead spirits, which are the instructors of George Hadley's automated writing, but which Yeats understood as daimonic self, or anti-self in relation to the mask. There's a huge theory of the mask and daimonic. In a vision, Yeats and his wife, George Hadley, tried to enact their lives in their writing, only to find that something says the handwriting. The hand is no more their own hands. I think this is your typing hands. Here, the authentic concept of correspondence was described and interpreted in terms of performative language in the evidence of recording, making, and remaking a vision. The process of description, interpretation, or hermeneutics is imagined through the othering gaze, which provides rhetoric. Yeats termed the writing process as a stylistic arrangement of experience. Quote, "If sometimes overwhelmed by miracle, as all men must be when in the midst of it, I have taken such periods of actual history literary, my reason has soon recovered, and now that system stands out clearly in my imagination, I regard them as stylistic arrangement of experience." So, in fact, maybe I'll read this passage. I only have 2 minutes, so and then I'll stop here. In fact, the stylistic arrangement of the experience has been reached by means of the doubling stance of inside and outside, as well as othering gaze, provoking a contestation, belief, and doubt. What is more important in the vision is that records of the dialogue between Yeats and the instructors are written words through the mediumship of George's automated script, even the automated speech as well. In Yeats' later automatic speech in sleep, the voiced words of the communicator through the mouth of the medium George, who is a speaking subject in the seance, supplement the written dimension by means of existence of standing. So it's oral and written all together. In this context, a vision is both a written representation of the verbal representation, or what they call the ekphrastic representation of disembodied beings, and the rhetorical interpretation of the other's desire, which was represented by the message from the impersonality of disembodied beings. In this context, a vision is doubly the manifestation of Yeatsian linguistic tone in the form of both descriptive and analytical interpreted discourse. However, the linguistic tone strengthens the prophetic quality by means of Yeats' own effort to supplement the hermeneutic dimension of the vision. We can see in the letter of September 13, 1929 to Oliver Shakespeare that Yeats makes every effort to interpret enigmatic passages in the automatic script, thereby revealing his hermeneutic concern for clarity and simplicity by resorting to metaphysics. 4 or 5 years reading has given me some knowledge of the metaphysics and time to clear up endless effort in my understanding of the automatic script. Now, the 4 or 5 years of reading has been replaced by the artificial intelligence. The machine can do this for us. So I think if we control the artificial intelligence in this way, maybe their new world is coming. But I mean, there's some deficit as well. So I think this is the end of my talk. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Youngmin. That was really interesting. Let's see, we change. I guess we've got about 10 minutes to the next session begins. So if we could use those for questions, is that all right, Youngmin? Because it'd be a shame not to. And I mean, we can refer to Warwick's paper, but it was quite long, and so I asked people to mainly, you know, we can bring all 3 papers together because there were connections here, but mainly direct questions or just direct questions to Meg and Youngmin. There were really interesting relationships between the 3 talks. I guess one relationship between the 2 of yours was, in some ways, Meg was looking at a vision, kind of the process, the automatic writing as a kind of rich box of information. Let's not misuse that word, of meaning. Let's use that, of meaning. While Youngmin, you were looking at Yeats's own acts of trying to make sense of that later and interpret it, and kind of looking at the gap, if you like, between the interpreter and the interpreted. Is that right? Would you agree with that, Youngmin?
Yeah, actually, what I'm concerned is kind of there are 2 different kind of the matter of the writing in terms of the ontology or epistemology. So I was talking about the epistemology part basically, but I mean there's also part of ontology as well. If we focus on digital humanities part, but I didn't elaborate that part this time. Okay.
Yeah, great. Meg, I was struck by your talking box metaphor. It made me think of the radio, of course, which is a machine in its own right. But I wonder if you could unfurl that metaphor a little bit for us, how you see it operating and how it is productive as an image of the automatic writing texts.
Well, sure. It's a it's a little phrase I have thought about for a long time. Actually, I really like it a lot. And you know, as I intimated with my last little illustration of the Greek vase, it strikes me as very Pandora-like. It's a box with a hole, you know, bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. It reminds me, you know, of something like Schrodinger's cat too, you know, something that it cannot be unfurled in a way, you know, can't. It both tempts and resists, and that seems to be what the automatic writing does all the time. There's this push and pull. There's this urgency to explain that you see on all the pages, but there's also a great resistance to clarity. But the spiritualist movements in the late 19th century and the early 20th century were, of course, very interested, and Yeats was very interested in technologies. They, you know, this has been discussed again and again. They both come out of, in some ways, the vast cultural changes that were happening with the invention of the radio and other technologies. There was lots of interest in in whether or not the dead could speak through mechanical means, and whether or not the technologies of wrapping tables and papers and pens were the only technologies they could use. We've heard wonderful papers at these conventions on things like the relationship between spiritualism and the budding atomic age, questions of radiation and things like this. So I do think that the metaphors come out of that, especially for Yeats, but also for George. It's always important to remember that George was 25 years younger than he was. So her relationship to culture was different from his in all kinds of ways. I don't know if that explains the actual box itself. I thought it was an interesting possibility of a way to describe this very strange kind of communication that was going on.
Absolutely, it's very suggestive. Any questions from the audience? I see some faces here. Matt, Sean, anyone? Donna? It did remind me of, yeah, go ahead, Donna, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, so I kind of want to ask just kind of a general question for Meg and for Youngmin. Where do you guys see this going, like realistically, as far as a digital database? Like, what's your kind of vision for that in the future, in like specifically the very near future, not just with maybe vision papers, but with everything? Like, what do you guys see that becoming soon?
That's a really great question, and I think my paper in particular, you know, but Youngmin's too, both of our papers beg that question, don't they? I was thinking during Jerry's talk yesterday, and also listening to Warwick's talk. Warwick usefully points out that we want to do all these things, and they're very expensive. And they're very expensive, and they also have such risks. You know, the Chadwick-Healy database was obsolete before it was even available. And his illustration of the Jane Austen one I thought was very revealing. Youngmin?
Yeah.
In other words, I don't know that there is any. I wish there were. I wish we could get some kind of multi-million-dollar grant to do these things.
I think nowadays I understand that digital humanities includes the big world, becoming a very big world, and also in relation to the artificial intelligence. I think the artificial intelligence is actually very closely related to automated writing and automated speech as well. Because AI is becoming wiser and bigger, and big data and artificial intelligence has been closely related nowadays. Everything is, but I mean, there's danger in it. I'm thinking about the danger first of all. I mean, a lot of people are talking about the future of what will it be like, you know. But I'm concerned about the literary side of this. If we use it very nicely, and then we are enjoying our lives. But if you use this kind of the terrorist attack, that will be dangerous. It's apocalyptic. But I'm actually, if you use it in a wise way and then humanistic way, that's a great kind of reservoir for the future generation. I realize that we're using AI in the study, using AI and also the spiritual side, and also the mental development. That'll be great for the future. But Yeats was recognizing that aspect, but still he was not certain about this. Very kind of the reluctant to see. So he was receiving all the messages from George through the medium of George Hadley's. The medium is the message. I think there's great danger at the same time, but the great benefit for the future of humankind. So I'm still looking for the good side of this. I'm very optimistic about this, but there's danger in too much optimistic. Is too much danger in it. So we can. I have other papers about this, but I'm looking forward to further development. But at this moment, Yeats was a great initiator of this kind of way of thinking. I quite agree with his own attitude. I just analyze all the vision for a long period of time, and then I feel like, oh, this is just something, but I still have to figure out. I didn't understand when I finished my dissertation in 1990 about the vision, but now I have a better understanding. And then not only Yeats, but also other people in the whole world, and they are grappling with this issue of the artificial intelligence, humanistic way of understanding the intelligence in a different way.
Thanks very much, Young Min. Sorry,
Can I say
okay.
one-
Yeah.
One thing briefly, I just read a statistic last week in the newspaper about the percentage of the Irish electrical grid that is predicted to be devoted to data centers. We're a big place for data centers. And another aspect of this that ought to be in our conversations always is that there's an environmental cost to digitizing that we need to really think about. It doesn't come free, but it also doesn't come free in the sense of the grid.
That's a good point, Meg. And also, whatever time we're using now is going to eat into the next panel, apropos resources and everything. So thanks so much to Meg and to Warwick Gold for all their excellent papers in a panel where I do feel that the different talks spoke to one another. Thanks so much, Meg, Young Min, and also Warwick in absentia. So then I pass on the baton, as it were, to Vit, who's the chair of the next panel. Please, Vit.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll swiftly move on to special session 2, which features 3 speakers, and I see everybody's present. So again, we'll listen to all the 3 papers and leave the questions until the end. And our first speaker today is Sean Golden. Now, Sean is a retired full professor and former dean and former director of the East Asia Studies and Research Center of the Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona. He has published extensively on Yeats and Fenollosa. Obviously, he also hosted the terrific Barcelona conference on Yeats. And today, Sean will talk about atrocity and the individual talent. So over to you, Sean.
Thank you, Vit. I'm just planning to upload my PowerPoint. If I can find it. Okay. My title, Atrocity and Individual Talent, is a response to current events. There's a serious war underway. So war is still with us. And I'd like to begin with a general definition of atrocity, and in particular with reference to reprisals. So the first example of a crime against humanity under the Geneva Convention of International Wars is intentionally directing attacks against the civilian population. And the first offense against humanity in non-international conflicts is also intentionally directing attacks against the civilian population. And that's what I'm going to talk about. Here we have a photo of Robert Gregory's gravestone in a military cemetery in Italy. Curiously enough, it refers to his father, but there's no mention of his mother. And next to it, we have a plaque in honor of Eileen Quinn, who was a tenant of the Gregory estate, who was murdered by Crown forces during the War of Independence. Now, I wanted to talk about how Yeats responded to war, but in particular to how he responded to the problem of reprisals during the War of Independence, and sort of talk about before, during, and after. Before the Irish War, he wrote, "I'm being asked for a war poem. I think it better that in times like these a poet's mouth be silent, for in truth we have no gift to set a statesman right." At the end of his life, in The Man in the Echo, he wrote, I lie awake at night after night and never get the answers right. Did that play of mine send out certain men the English shot? So what happened in between? You know? Yeats is notorious in his Oxford Book of Modern Verse of excluding the war poems. I have a distaste for certain poems written in the midst of war. Passive suffering is not a theme for poetry. After the next war, Theodor Adorno wrote, perpetual suffering has as much right to expression as the martyred has to roar. So there are two contrasting views on war and poetry. Now, the conference is about memory in part, and Yeats in his poetry about the wars, the Great War and the Irish War, is dealing with memory. He's also dealing with elegy as a genre, war poetry, literary tradition, and poetics. Between 1916 and 1920, Yeats in his work confronted remote wars abroad and brutal atrocities close to home, producing elegies for the executions of the leaders of the Easter Rising, for Robert Gregory's death, and less directly, for Eileen Quinn's murder. During the Great War, he wrestled with genres and literary traditions to craft elegies for the 1916 leaders and for Robert Gregory. Then, the atrocities of the War of Independence struck Lady Gregory's home ground, and a reprisal created for Yeats an inescapable moral and poetic dilemma. Respect for literary conventions, personal friendships, and his role as a public man intersected with incompatible versions of imperialist and nationalist history and ideology. He crafted his memory of these events out of a tension between symbolic value and crude reality, as will be shown by reference to Easter 1916, Shepherd and Goatherd, in memory of Robert Gregory, and by analysis and interpretation of details from an Irishman, Airman Foresees' death, reprisals, and 1919, and some poems written before and after, with particular attention to the contrast between his treatment of Robert Gregory and his treatment of Eileen Quinn, and what they represented to each other and to him. Now, in the same period of time, 1919, T.S. Eliot wrote that the difference between art and the event is always absolute. In 1936, Yeats wrote that passive suffering is not a theme for poetry. In 1938, Laura Riding, major figure in modernist poetry, neglected by posterior literary history, stressed the conflict between craft and creed, the danger that attention to craft falsifies the reality of what it portrays, betraying the creed it is meant to portray, the truth it is meant to portray. And she stopped writing poetry as a result. And in 1955, Adorno would assert that to write a poem after Auschwitz is barbaric. It's the conflict between craft and creed that may be at work in this presentation. The title obviously alludes to a tradition in the individual talent. You know, tradition is for Eliot, being conscious of the entire history of the literary tradition. But Yeats also, Eliot also insisted that the poetry should be impersonal. Now, Yeats was certainly aware of tradition, but I doubt very much that we could say that Yeats became impersonal. The creed of poetry, according to Laura Riding, offering a hope, what compatibility can there be between the creed of poetry, offering hope of a way of speaking beyond the ordinary, touching perfection, a complex perfection associated with nothing less complex than truth? So, what compatibility can there be between creed and the craft, tying the hope to verbal rituals that court sensuosity as if it were the judge of truth? If poets strain hard enough, they must reach the crisis point at which division between creed and craft reveals itself to be absolute. Now, my hypothesis is that Yeats reached this point. Right. He wrote, passive suffering is not a theme for poetry, and he even said that it's like some blunderer has driven his car on the wrong side of the road. That is all. He said it's best to forget his suffering as we do the discomfort of fever. Now, this is writing in 1936. Certain poets combine the modern vocabulary, the accurate record of the relevant events learned from Eliot, with the sense of suffering of the war poets. That sense of suffering no longer passive. Philosophy had made it part of all the mind. Now, I'm going to sketch out a narrative arc which goes from before the Irish War, during the Irish War, and after, with reference to several of these poems. there's two parallel wars going on in this arc. One is the Great War, and the other is the war in Ireland. In 1918, Robert Gregory dies in action. In 1915, Yeats had said there's no role for poetry in moral politics, but in 1918, friendship calls for poetic response. Now, should it be public? Should it be private? Should it be political? In 1918, also, the Troubles brought war close to home. In 1920, Eileen Quinn was murdered, and poetry for Yeats becomes implicated in politics. Then the Civil War breaks out and comes even closer to home for Yeats, and then he becomes a public figure who has to go everywhere with bodyguards. But after the Civil War, his interest in war begins to diminish. I think there are a series of filters or prisms that affect how the events he wants to deal with produce the poetry he wrote. One is memory, but that's also collective or personal. Another is history, but then there's imperialist British history or Irish nationalist history. The same with ideology. There's his role as a public man or his role as a private friend. Then there's philosophy, canonical philosophy, or his own personal philosophy that he was developing, especially the sense of tragic hero or tragic joy. And then there's the question of poetics, literary traditions, genre, and literary conventions. I tried to put this into a graphic which becomes as confusing and as incomprehensible as some of the Yeats diagrams in the vision. But I wanted to show that each of these concepts, like memory and history, which is broken up into two competing or contradictory elements, work upon each other, that they all act as filters or prisms through which the event is strained before it becomes the poem. I'll try and show that with some examples. Right. Easter 1916, warfare in Dublin. Friends and acquaintances summarily executed or imprisoned. He takes on a public role. He innovates in the genre of elegy and in the creation of a narrative of memory and history. In trying to deal with Robert Gregory's death, he experiments, tests the waters, first with shepherd and goatherd, which James Pethica has called an Arcadian dialogue model on Spenser, in which, in fact, Robert Gregory comes out rather poorly. So then he tried again with the memory of Major Robert Gregory. It was an early example of the influence of Ezra Pound's ideogrammic method and a precursor to All Souls' Night, the Musical Gallery Risen, and other similar poems, in the sense that there's a series of specimens or examples that are exposed. And finally, he wrote An Irish Airman Foresees His Death, which seems to be taken as the masterpiece in terms of his elegy for Robert Gregory. And it is original. It has anti-war elements, it has anti-imperialism elements, it's existential because it's filtered through philosophy, as he would say in 1936. I just make a slight reference to the fact that we might have to look at Per Amica Silentia Lunae as wartime literature, but that's for another time. So I know that I shall meet my fate somewhere among the clouds above. Those that I fight I do not hate, those that I guard I do not love. My country is Kiltartan Cross. My countrymen, Kiltartan is poor. No likely end could bring them loss or leave them happier than before. Nor law, nor duty bade me fight, nor public men, nor cheering crowds. A lonely impulse of delight drove to this tumult in the clouds. I balanced all, brought all to mind. The years to come seemed waste of breath, a waste of breath the years behind, in balance with this life, this death. I just quickly like to contrast that with something written after the Second World War by Randall Jarrell. From my mother's sleep, I fell into the state, and I hunched in its belly till my wet fur froze. 6 miles from earth, loosed from a stream of life, I woke to black flak and the nightmare fighters. When I died, they washed me out of the turret with a hose. Now, there's a huge contrast between what Yeats does, turning Robert Gregory's death into a symbolic phenomenon, and what Randall Jarrell tried to do with a realistic description of death. We'll come back to this. In 1920, November 1920, the war struck close to home. Lady Gregory wrote in her journal, "The milk girl says a young one was shot yesterday at Kiltartan by a lorry of passing military. Seems dreadful. They are very careless with guns." Then Ellen told me it was Malachi Quinn's young wife who had been shot dead with their child in her arms. The doctor says it is dangerous now to be on the road, and it was dangerous to stay in the house at night. the end of the month, Yeats writes a letter. I send you with this a new poem to Robert. I am sending it at once to the Times, and if they will not have it, I will send it to the nation. I have not asked your leave, as I think one must make what appeal one can now and at once. I think the poem is good and good for its purpose. Reprisals. This was written in 1920, but it was not published, as we'll see, because Lady Gregory did not want it to be published. It was not published until 1948. This is a reworking of an airman. Some 19 German planes, they say, you had brought down before you died. We called it a good death. Today, can ghost or man be satisfied? Although your last exciting year outweighed all other years, you said, though battle joy may be so dear, a memory even to the dead, it chases other thought away. Yet rise from your Italian tomb, flit to Kiltartan Cross, and stay till certain second thoughts have come upon the cause you served, that we imagined such a fine affair. Half drunk or whole mad soldiery are murdering your tenants there. Men that you revere your father yet are shot at on the open plain. Where may new married women sit and suckle children now? Armed men may murder them in passing by, nor law nor parliament take heed. Then close your eyes with dust and lie among the other cheated dead. Very different tone to an airman foresees his death. When she received it, Lady Gregory wrote in her journal, Yeats writes in closing lines he has written in house without telling me sent to the Times. I dislike them. I cannot bear the dragging of Robert from his grave to make what I think is a not very insincere poem. For Yeats only knows by hearsay, while our troubles go on. Yeats replies, I wired it once to the nation. He withdrew the poem. I think the poem good and wrote it because I thought it might touch some one individual mind of a man in power. In any case, there were 1,000 chances to 1 against any poem having any effect. So there's a contradiction in his own thinking that he might touch a man in power, but there's not much chance of it having any effect. And then later in the month, he wrote about reprisals. I think there is more feeling in England about reprisals than you think. I have looked through 4 Sunday papers and all are more or less uneasy on the subject. Everywhere, governments and military power are let do much what they like. People speak of Europe sinking back into barbarism. They cling to any authority. I have written about 14,000 words, my own memoirs. They are mainly history of my kind of national ideal and how it formed my head. I think it will influence young Irishmen in the future. So again, in this case, he's thinking it might help. But he goes on to say, I hope you'll go on with your Nation essays. Now, Lady Gregory was publishing anonymously in the Nation serious criticism of the reprisals. As a result, she was protected by the IRA from being assassinated by the IRA because of her involvement. But Yeats writes, it is even more important to England and to Ireland that the English policy of these last months should be recorded for judgment. If not judged and cast out, it will become a precedent of government, and if it does, exit Britannia, not to say Brexit. I wonder if I ever wrote to you so political a letter. So we can see that in December of 1920, Yeats is sufficiently exercised by the subject of reprisals to want to take part, like George Shaw was doing, like Lady Gregory was doing, in denouncing the policy of reprisals, contradicting his earlier feeling that poets cannot influence public men. Reprisals was not published in 1920, but it was reworked in part into 1919. A drunken soldiery can leave the mother murdered at her door to crawl in her own blood and go scot-free. Now look at some contrasts and contradictions between his earlier poems and reprisals. In Easter 1916, he wrote, for England may keep faith. In reprisals, he writes, till certain second thoughts have come upon the cause you serve that we imagined such a fine affair. Nor law nor parliament take heed. Lady Gregory was very much involved in trying to have the guilty parties prosecuted, and the Crown forces did not prosecute them. Again, now and in time to be, wherever green is worn are changed utterly. Terrible beauty is born. But by the time of reprisals, Robert Gregory himself had become one of the cheated dead. In an airman foresees his death, my country will Kiltartan's cross, my countrymen Kiltartan's poor, nor law nor duty bade me fight. And in reprisals, Yeats calls upon him to flit to Kiltartan cross and stay, and points out that nor law nor parliament take heed to the reprisals. Then the war came even closer to home. Yeats writes to Lady Gregory at the end of December, "Your news about Ballylee alarmed us. The Black and Tans must have got the key from their father. I would be greatly obliged if you would inquire if the Black and Tans have taken possession." He's talking about Tor Ballylee. The Black and Tans have broken into Tor Ballylee. And in Meditations at the Time of Civil War, he describes an affable irregular, a brown lieutenant and his men, half dressed in national uniform, a man killed, a house burned, and last night they trundled down the road that dead young soldier in his blood. It was no longer a remote and abstract concept, this war. Another example of contrasts and contradictions. Nor law nor duty made me fight, nor public men, nor cheering crowds. A lonely impulse of delight drove to this tumult in the clouds. I balanced all, brought all to mind. The years to come seemed wasted breath the years behind, in balance with this life, this death. By 1923, we have nor self-delighting reverie, nor hate of what's to come, nor pity for what's gone, nor nothing but grip of claw and the eye's complacency. Immediately after the founding of the state, Yeats became a senator, and because his life was threatened as a public man, he was accompanied everywhere by bodyguards, although he treated this rather lightheartedly, offering detective novels to his bodyguards to help them learn their trade. So he could not avoid the reality of the war going on around him. You know, in the Municipal Gallery Revisited, we begin with images of the war in Ireland: an ambush, Casement upon trial, Kevin O'Higgins, who was assassinated, a revolutionary soldier, the tricolour. And in Beautiful Lofty Things, he remembers Lady Gregory responding to a threat of assassination. Yesterday, he threatened my life. I told him that nightly from 6 to 7, I sat at this table, the blinds drawn up. Right? So even at the end of the life, despite his saying that passive suffering was not a theme for poetry, the war close to home still haunted Yeats. After the founding of the state, the case of Yeats versus Sean O'Casey is interesting, in the sense that the Dublin trilogy that was put on at the Abbey Theatre revived the Abbey Theatre, but Yeats would not allow what O'Casey wanted, was that it be treated as a quadrilogy, and he refused to put on the Silver Tassie, saying that Yeats said O'Casey had not experienced the war in the trenches, therefore he was not qualified to write about it. This makes me wonder if we can call this a precursor of cancel culture. It shows, I think, that Yeats was turning away from giving literary treatment to the subject of war. And yet, at the end, he writes, I lie awake night after night and never get the answers right. Did that play of mine send out certain men the English shot? So, 1915. I think it better that in times like these, a poet's mouth be silent, for in truth we have no gift to set a statement right. And 1939, did that play of mine send out certain men the British shot? In 1920, it is even more important to England and to Ireland that the English policy of these last months should be recorded for judgment. If not judged and cast out, it will become a precedent of government. It was right, it has become ever since a precedent of government. And yet, in 1936, passive suffering is not a theme for poetry. So I close with some open questions. Eliot had pointed out that the difference between art and the event is always absolute. And Laura Riding had pointed out that if poets strain hard enough, they must reach the crisis point at which division between creed and craft reveals itself to be absolute. And so my open question is, did Yeats's craft betray the creed? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sean, for this brilliant paper. So timely also. We will now move on to the second speaker, Akiko Manabe. Akiko, you with us?
Okay. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, okay, all right, sorry, just confused for a moment. So yeah, Akiko is Professor of English at Shiga University in Japan. She specializes in American and Irish modernist poetry and drama. has published extensively on, obviously on Yeats, but also on other modernist writers and poets. She's running the office of Japan Ireland Society as secretary since 2017, and will also again recall the terrific Kyoto conference. Today, Akiko will talk to us about friendship and sacredness in Yeats's drama. Over to you, Akiko.
Thank you, Vit. And I'm very happy to be in a session with wonderful two scholars whom I like, Ciaran and Matt. And what I'm going to talk is a bit different from what I said in the abstract, because when I wrote the abstract, I was not, my thesis was still falling apart. And can you see my screen or?
Yes, it's
my
fine.
PowerPoint? Okay. So I've been researching Yeats plays in the light of Japanese DONGGUK, especially Kyogen, a traditional style of comedy or farce performed in between no plays as a respite from the more serious theatrical content of no play. Today, I'll examine the simple vocabulary of friends used in Yeats's plays to explore his view on sacredness, prayers, and heroism. Studying how Yeats develops his heroes and heroines like Catherine Hunihan and Cuchulainn and Congo, as well as sacred people like Christ and Saint Colman, becomes crucial with respect to these aforementioned theatrical attributes. Characters living on the margins of society, such as the fools, the blind men, and beggars, play an equally significant part. Through his encounter with Japanese DONGGUK, Yeats created a new kind of drama in which both the dramaturgy of No and Kyogen were integrated into his plays. In the past, there have been numerous studies on No influence on Yeats's particular plays. Yeats's particular play is influenced by No only. And similarly, I myself have examined the influence of Kyogen on his one independent work. Yeats's one work is influenced by Kyogen. But in this paper, I would like to discuss how elements of both No and Kyogen are integrated into individual plays. A new kind of tragic comedy reveals Yeats's tragic joy. I'd also like to explore the importance of Kyogen, where Kyogen actors perform in a No play using their comical mannerism or alternatively reverting to a more serious acting style. Kyogen gives objective points of view to the drama. Let me first examine two of Yeats's earlier plays he wrote before his encounter with No, namely Catherine Hunihan and The Green Helmet. Yeats wrote two Irish mythological heroine and hero, Catherine Hunihan and Cuchulainn, respectively, as symbolic leaders who inspired his countrymen to work for independence, restoring Ireland back to being a strongly independent state and political state as it was prior to English colonization. The drama Catherine Hunihan can be categorized in the uniquely Irish literary tradition of ushering, with Green Helmet's allusion to Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, tied to Cuchulainn in the European tradition of Arthurian legend. In Green Helmet, the Red Man is associated with the Green Knight of Sir Gawain, who contested Gawain's college loyalty and courtly love, which in turn tests Cuchulainn's resolve to save Ireland. Yeats employs these famous Irish historical figures, whom everyone in Ireland knows, as a way to uphold these classic literary traditions, ushering in Ireland and Arthurian legend in Europe. Similarly, many No plays are based on ancient Japanese mythology involving famous figures from Japanese history. In this sense, Yeats, the dramatist, was well prepared to integrate No into his plays, resulting in a more global perspective combining Eastern theatrical traditions of DONGGUK with the above-mentioned Irish and European literary traditions. Intriguingly, both Yeats's Cuchulainn and Catherine Hunihan depend on their friends. In Catherine Hunihan, Catherine, who is the embodiment of Ireland, appeals to her friends to help expel strangers who have invaded her homeland. Let me quote how how this simple word friend is employed in contrast with strangers who are described as taking over her 4 beautiful green fields of Munster, Leinster, Connaught, and Ulster. I will not go into details, but I highlighted and underlined the important words. And through these friends are, in fact, the Irish people who would fight for Ireland independence. Yeats often admires the potential power of even the wisdom of people or common folk, which has been handed down from the past. This is what Yeats sees as ideal people whose existence he praised when he and Lady Gregory collected folklore stories, songs, and poems which were on the verge of extinction, since they were mostly orally transmitted. To create plays where common folk act energetically and freely, Yeats found the perfect model in the Japanese traditional comedy of Kyogen, which expresses this energy and wisdom of everyday people. As a result, he wrote The Cat and the Moon, based on the folklore about the mystery of St. Colman's Well in Galway near his house. In another drama, before his encounter with DONGGUK on Barriers Strand, Cuchulainn offers a young man who comes to fight with him friendship rather than killing each other, because he immediately comes to adore this young man who later is revealed to be his own son after Cuchulainn kills him. Catherine Hoonihan's friends do not necessarily have to be exclusively noble, since people following her, like Peter, are just common folk. In contrast, Cuchulainn's friends are nobles. We can see how many times the word noble and the words related to nobility, ancient seed and hawk, in contrast with common seed and sparrow, sparrow, are repeated in the exchange below here, sorry, between the young man, Cuchulainn, and the Connaught. Cuchulainn represents Yeats' attachment to aristocracy. Here and in some other comments Yeats made, biological aristocracy is respected, which can be traced even in characters' mannerism. Cuchulainn could feel this young man's nobility from the way he spoke. Commoners are excluded, which obviously contradicts Yeats' attachment to the ideal folk we referred to earlier. However, his belief in, or his wishes for, the existence of ideal folk is the driving force to create a series of plays, especially ones based on the Cuchulainn saga, to be staged at the Abbey Theatre. Yeats respects the wisdom found in common people, which doesn't exist in the vulgar mob or bourgeoisies, which he abhors, both nurtured by contemporary journalism and urban life. Yeats' attachment to both ideal folk and aristocratic ideal remained with him for most of his life, and his dramaturgy based on the ideal folk inspired dramas that were influenced by Kyogen, while the latter led to a series of plays created out of his encounter with No, dealing with well-known historical figures from Japanese mythology, history, and classical literature. Let's turn our attention to 2 characters in his later plays who also crave for friends. One is a saint in The Cat and the Moon, a play, as I mentioned, Yeats wrote as a Kyogen. When the blind beggar and the lame beggar arrive at the St. Colman's Well, wishing to be cured physically, the saint says in this way: Yeats' saint is lonely and wants to make friends with whomever he can, so they can be together always. In the conversation between the lame beggar and the saint, after the lame beggar is blessed, but still not sure if he really has been blessed, the words blessed and friend are directly connected. Being blessed means becoming friends with a saint. Human beings always pray for something. The blind man, who is deeply rooted in this secular world, prays for physical well-being and gets his eyesight back. while the pseudo-spiritual, or more appropriately, flighty, using the vocabulary from this play, lame man, originally prayed for his healthy legs with which he could walk, but after talking with the saint, chooses a spiritual blessing with a deep consideration of what it means. Still, the reason for his choice, being blessed looks grand, may be too simple or too even blasphemous to be called an authentic Christian faith, but this reflects the way actual folk beliefs work. Tenderly touching and heartwarming legend about Saint Coleman describing his interactions with small animals existing at the time of early Christianity are reminiscent of the Celtic or Druidic religion. The characterization of Yeats' lonely Saint Coleman, who is craving for his friend, matches the popular image of Saint Coleman. The ash tree under which his sacred well exists symbolically associates Saint Coleman's well with Druidism and popular folk beliefs. In the traditional Japanese Kyogen reproduction of the Ciaran, director Kaoru Matsumoto characterized Saint Coleman as a bodhisattva, Kushitigawa or Jizo in Japanese, adored and worshipped in Japan as a godlike figure, empowered to protect children according to tradition. Jizo is like a saint who guard common folk. Matsumoto's interpretation reveals a universal quality of sacred figures who are intimately adored and respected as guardians of the average commoner, reflected in Yeats' Saint Coleman, seen from the perspective of a traditional folk worldview. I wanted to talk about Quanon too, but this time I don't have time, so I just skip. The notion of friends and prayer in Calvary reveals an extremely harsh reality in a tragicomedical setting in which both no and Kyogen elements are integrated. Here, the innocent folk notion of prayer or blessing is contradicted. Just like Saint Coleman, Christ has practiced miracles in response to people's prayers. Giving miracles in Christ's way, giving miracles is Christ's way to love or bless people. However, there are people who do not need his love and want to be left alone. Lazarus, whom Christ raises up from his death, complains this way. Death-stricken and death-hungry Lazarus wants to escape Christ's love and to be left alone. Unlike Saint Coleman, who suffers from loneliness, Lazarus needs solitude, and his wish to give death to Christ in return to an unwanted life Christ has given him. The paradoxical expression of blind with light effectively and ironically reverses the usual notion towards life and death. Christ might need love and friendship like Saint Coleman, but in this play, he is rejected and betrayed. Next to Lazarus comes Judah, who has sold Christ for 30 pieces of silver because Christ seems all-powerful. Judah, just like Lazarus, would like to escape from Christ's love or friendship to be free. Judah is happy since he knows he is not saved. To be saved functions almost the same as to be blessed. Here, unlike the lame beggar who is blessed and become friends with Saint Coleman, Judah is happy because Christ cannot save him. While Saint Coleman laughs to his friends, Judah chuckles when he is alone. Then comes 3 soldiers, Roman soldiers, to watch Christ as he dies on the cross. They know Christ is good and that he made the world. Knowing Christ's quality and contribution means nothing to them. Unlike other people who are always wanting something, the 3 Roman soldiers are 3 old gamblers that have asked for nothing. They do not judge. They just accept the reality as is. The fact they need nothing from Christ is repeated many times. They don't play nor become friends with sacred figures like Christ or Christ or Saint Coleman, but they accept the reality just as they accept the roll of the dice while living in this secular world. And they themselves are friends. They dance around Christ on the cross as friends. By throwing dice, these soldiers decide which one will get Christ's clothing. The dancing of these three soldiers who accept everything is the final message in this play. Everything presented here is extremely harsh, but somehow this dance, the songs, and these three soldiers do not reflect tragic despair, since these three soldiers themselves do not harm others, and they themselves playfully enjoy what they are doing. This reaction is very similar to our reaction to Kyogen, whose basic principle of accepting reality as is. At Kyogen's core is laughter. And just like the three soldiers' song and dance, Kyogen Komai dance and Kouta song always create joyful air. Describing the final phase of the tragic hero in the history of the Western world, interspersed with comedic elements everywhere, Yeats integrates the principle of No and Kyogen in one play, Calvary. A new kind of tragic comedy reveals Yeats' tragic joy. The opening and final songs using the symbolic imagery of birds resembles No and Kyogen's Utai songs, while the final dance resembles the Mai dance. Between the final dance and these three soldiers, a song sung by musicians between the final dance of these three soldiers and the song sung by the musicians comes the final devastating cry of Christ, using one of the most famous words, "My Father, why hast thou forsaken me?" The love he would like to give to this world is being denied. The prayers of wishes he would like to realize are being outright rejected, and ultimately he feels he has no friends in this secular world. These three soldiers who appear in the final scene in the play resembles as Kyogen players in the No play, who often give objective point of views while distancing themselves from other No players on stage. The blind man and the fool on Barriers Strand and the same blind man in the Death of Cuchulainn act like Kyogen players too. The blind man in these two plays, as well as the blind beggar in the Cat and the Moon, are deeply rooted in this secular world, and both have a cunning knowledge of how to live in this unforgiving world. The blind man in the Death of Cuchulainn gives a final blow to whip off Cuchulainn's head only to get 12 pennies. Using knife or spin in the vocabulary the play used, he always cut his food with. He cut off his Cuchulainn's head of the greatest hero in Irish mythology. Congo in Hearn's Eggs, the heroic king of Connacht and Tala, who has gone through wars bravely and heroically, was also killed by a kitchen knife owned by Tom the Fool, who has come to kill Congo in order to receive a few pennies, like the blind man who killed Cuchulainn or Judas who betrays Christ. Money and kitchen utensils for food, so secular and deeply rooted life win over lofty, noble, courageous life of a hero. Congo, knowing his fate of being cursed to die at the hand of the fool, lets Tom Fool wound him, and then using Tom Fool's knife or spin, kills himself. Killing himself is a tragedy indeed. But this anticlimactic ending of a hero is surrounded by comical laughter. For example, Tom Fool arms himself with spit, cauldron lid, and a pot. And the verbal exchanges also induces burlesque-like laughter. And what's interesting in this context is Congo called Tom Fool and himself friends. Finally, I would like to conclude by comparing Cuchulainn in the Death of Cuchulainn to Christ in Calvary. The final blow to cut off Cuchulain's head is executed by the blind man who wants 12 pennies, while Christ is sold by Judah for some silvers. At the end of the death of Cuchulain, the singer, performing just like an Iconian player, sings about the statue of dying Cuchulain at the pillar stone. The statue was created by Oliver Shepherd and still stands in the General Post Office in Dublin. The GPO was used as the headquarters of the Easter Rising in 1916. The singer also reminisces about the heroes Patrick Henry Pierce and James Connolly, both of whom were prosecuted by British government without proper legal proceedings after the Rising. There were Yeats' contemporary martyrs who tried to save Ireland. Cuchulain's statue looked like Christ's crucifixion. Cuchulain and Christ, who both wanted to have friends in Calvary and on Balliol Strand, are clearly interconnected. Shepherd and Yeats both use Cuchulain as a hero or artistic symbol for independence. Still, this statue, unlike Christ on the cross, as well as Pierce and Connolly, suggests that his ending was as a martyr. Yeats clearly respects the wisdom, as the final moments of Christ, Cuchulain, and Congo in his drama suggest, the secular day-to-day need of everyday common folk life win over heroism and idealism. Heroes and saints crave for friends, but they continue to remain isolated and lonely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Akiko. All right, and so let's move on to our third speaker today, Matt Campbell from University of York. Matt is a professor of modern literature at the University of York. He's published extensively on Victorian, modern Irish literature, but also and poetry and contemporary poetry. And he's also the editor, along with Lauren Arrington, of the forthcoming Oxford Handbook of Yeats, which is coming out next year, if I understand it correctly. Right. So today, Matt will talk to us about Yeats' populism and the three marching songs. So over to you, Matt.
Thank you very much, Vince. Thank you very much. Lovely to see everybody again. And many congratulations to Young Min for what looks like a thriving event. I'm sorry to miss everything yesterday, but I was at a wedding. Okay, so let me just find my slides here and hopefully, how's that? Everybody see those okay? Yeah, Fit, is that all right?
Perfect. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, good. Let me see if I can start it. There we go. Okay. This is it. I suppose this, you could think that this would be a kind of a postscript to what Jean was talking about, except we're going up about 10 years, ultimately going up about 10 years into the 1930s. And the question here is about that while we think about the great poems of the 20s and the 30s, and we think about this amazing late style, it's not really late style in the Saidian sense, but I mean the late style, the late poems of Yeats and their extraordinary stanzaic forms, an extraordinary sense of polish of those songs, of poems. At the same time, he was still writing songs or still writing ballads. So the question is what's going on in those ballads and what it is that he was doing in them. And also the fact that some of the material in those ballads is, a number of Yeatsians find it unfortunate. So I want to draw attention to the slightly, what might be deemed to have been unpalatable material within those ballads, and partly is to do with their deliberate impurity. So what I would say is that the willful impurity of the ballad is a recurrent thematic concern and stylistic practice in Yeats's lifelong practice in the form. But he pressed on the idea of the limits of the purity or the abstraction of form itself. Purity of technique for its own sake is dangerous for an artist. As T.S. Eliot noticed when talking about the verse of Yeats's plays, thank you for that, Akiko, the verse of Yeats's plays which have a development of irregularity in the metric and the gradual purging out of poetical ornament. The rougher the formality, the better the poem or the play, as Eliot says. The course of improvement is towards a greater and greater starkness. A beautiful line for its own sake is a luxury dangerous even for the poet who has made himself a virtuoso of the technique of the theatre. From Michael Wood, who was mentioned in the further reading of Sean's talk I saw, from Michael Wood closing one of the best accounts of how the virtuosity of Yeats manages the ethical challenge of its violent content. Wood says, the great temptation of formalism at its purest is to make the redemptive act too perfect. The good deed of the art we care about doesn't redeem disorder at all, but narrowly and bravely loses the fight. It is a version of failure that makes success itself look small. And he's referring back to Eliot's point. Of course, Wood is aware of the Yeatsian drama of mastery and its frequent failings, which continued throughout his career. The choice between perfection of the life or perfection of the work. But Wood also invokes such a thing as the radical imperfection of form, and we shouldn't lose it among form's undisputed glories. He ascertains a moment in the oppositions held up against each other in the forms of Yeats's poetry between ideal and actuality, between purity of conception and a roughness of execution exacerbated by the aging of body and mind. Why should old men not be mad? Or the lines that Eliot found very impressive and not very pleasant. You think it horrible that lust and age should dance attendance upon my old age. So having brought up Eliot, I'd like to dive into this passage here from Eliot's East Coker. It's all just sitting here. I'll dip in and out of the passage. I won't read it all. But in East Coker, Eliot offered a brief vision of an English landscape and his own ancestral validity. In other words, his own ancestral validity as an Englishman. The poem has Yeats's models of folk forms and feelings in mind, along with a resolve to diverge from what Eliot saw as the great mistakes of his contemporary Yeats. And one of these was singing the lines merely for sound and not knowing or caring what they mean. The poem alludes to much in Yeats, from the visionary and the belief in fairies up to the frenzy and the jars. You can see it there at the first paragraph there, first part of the extract there, the jars or the vortex, as Eliot puts it, of impending war. The poem dates from the late 1930s, just before the war. He even offers his own ballad vision of an ancient fairy dance turned to an epithalamium in a field by a Somerset Holloway, written in a deliberately archaic English about an England that was disappearing. And at the end of the passage, he says, the houses are all gone under the sea. The dancers are all gone under the hill. But as soon as Eliot indulges this vision, he repudiates this. And this is the second first paragraph. That was a way of putting it, not very satisfactory. A paraphrastic study in a worn-out poetical fashion, leaving one still with the intolerable wrestle with words and meanings. The poetry does not matter. Now, the danger of shopping for the traditional is its shelf life. Once tried on, it may be found to be worn out. Folklore courts the folkloristic, or the German term Folklorismus, even what Richard Dawson called famously fake lore. Meanwhile, the trail of authenticity leads to an unanswerable question about how to be genuine in at least two ways. The text that needs to be authenticated by scholarship or history, and the poet who seeks to be honest and true to the self, the intolerable wrestle with words and means. This left Eliot in a place beyond art. Poetry does not matter. Now, tradition, antiquity, or age do not necessarily acquire either wisdom or knowledge for Eliot as for Yeats. Eliot asks, do not let me hear of the wisdom of old men, but rather of their folly, their fear of fear and frenzy, their fear of possession, of belonging to another or to others or to God. Now, if we hear a conversation with Yeats here, what might it mean to set the folk singer singing on regardless of whether they understand the words, against the poet's intolerable wrestle? We can hear Eliot's wisdom of old men as an echo of a Yeatsian version of authenticity to be found in antiquity. Observant old men know it well, and when they know what old books tell, that no better can be had, know why an old man should be mad. And while neither Eliot nor Yeats were devotees of making it new, there is between them a divergent sense of what it might mean to keep things old, or keep the old in play longer than the forms might strictly allow. The play Purgatory, which makes up the last pages of the On the Boiler, attracted Eliot's admiration of its verse and his befuddlement at its implied theme. Eliot said, "I cannot accept a purgatory in which there is no hint, or at least no emphasis, upon purgation." The question arises of unredeemed ghosts, the perpetuation of the fires of purgatory and suffering. Mankind can do no more, the old man prays at the end of purgatory, appease the misery of the living and the remorse of the dead. Eliot framed this prayer again in the fires of war as geothermal last things, whirled in a vortex that shall bring the world to destructive fire. Or the more mystical wartime purgation he allowed to the ghost who had such difficulty with purgation in Little Gidding, the ghost who may or may not be W.B. Yeats, perhaps mixed up a little bit with Jonathan Swift. In Little Gidding, the speaker says to the ghost that he must be restored by that refining fire where you must move in measure like a dancer. Sorry, that's the ghost speaking. A dancer's measure is also the measure that Yeats had imported into his 1924 revision of To Ireland in the Coming Times. The measure of her flying feet made Ireland's heart began to beat. But I'm talking today about Yeats's ballads and Yeats's re-invocation of the old in that way, because his ballads take measured and unappeased purgatorial form. They are caught in a bind of authenticity as continuity. The fact that Yeats wrote and published them throughout his life suggests a habit that could never quite be shaken, but the addiction deepened late. For all that its predominant mode is narrative, the ballad form itself can sometimes seem to refuse to move on, to be mired in the old while railing against the new. First published in the 1937 series of broadsides, The Pilgrim, for instance, is a ballad set on Loch Derg, also known as St. Patrick's Purgatory. It represents an afterlife from which there is no purgation, neither spiritual nor metrical. All know that all the dead in the world about that place are stuck, Yeats says in the poem. The version of Purgatory the Pilgrim offers is to be stuck in the pub, the ballad speaker endlessly returning to nonsense refrains, words for their own sake, however little he understands them, as Yeats says. Unlike the ancient mariner, he accosts more than 1 in 3. Now I am in the public house and lean upon the wall. So come in rags or come in silk and cloak or country shawl, and come with learned lovers or with what men you may, for I can put the whole lot down, and all I have to say is Fol de rol de rollio. Writing about Yeats's late poems and the critiques that they have provoked are such as Seamus Heaney, who objects to them for being credulous, for believing crazy things, or Conor Cruise O'Brien, who rejects them for being fascist. Bruce Stewart describes the ultimate irony of Yeats's belief system. Mysticism brings him to nihilism. But Yeats would argue that Fol de rol de rollio is not a nothing. And even the barroom harangue of a drunk escaped from Loch Derg who can put the whole lot down is exercising some sort of knowing, albeit of one whose vision of the suffering, the repetitious dead, has resulted in madness. So can Yeats's continuance in the ballad form and the extreme subjectivity of disconcerting folk performances which seek to put the whole lot down square with the communitarian basis of a traditional culture? Folk arts, clearly not worn out for Yeats. One of their virtues is that he did not need to trouble too much about bringing them to order. The text is only as good as its afterlife in the voice of the singer. Yeats's last poems contains a ballad sequence, 3 marching songs, which had a sort of purgatorial afterlife for the poet, written, published, and rewritten over 5 or so years. It's not quite become part of the unprintable Yeats. However, given that its original conception was as a song for the Irish fascists, the Blue Shirts, Many of Yeats's readers treat these poems or this poem sequence with distaste, usually by trying not to write about it. Of those who have done, the standard account by Elizabeth Butler Cullingford, standard accounts by Elizabeth Butler Cullingford and Roy Foster point out that it was loathed by George Yeats, who despised the blue shirts, and that Yeats strove to disconnect it from the idea of an Irish fascist party soon after he actually met them. Even Conor Cruise O'Brien, first to arraign Yeats for his fascist sympathies, allows that the association was short-lived. And as we have seen, playing with populist forms is one thing, witnessing the mob is another. Yeats published the poem 3 times in 1934, twice in 1935 under the title 3 Songs to the Same Tune, including one section, The Soldier Takes Pride, in the 12th number of the 1935 series of Broadsides. When revised in December 1938, it was arranged to appear in his posthumous Last Poems volume. As he put it himself, the solution in every revision was not to make the ballads unprintable, rather they should be unsingable. Because a friend belongs to a political party wherewith I had once some loose associations told me that it had, or was about to have, or might be persuaded to have, some such aim as mine, I wrote these songs. Finding that neither would nor could, I increased their fantasy, their extravagance, their obscurity, that no party might sing them. Now, Terence Brown recounts Cullingford's good sense treatment of the flirtation with fascism and the ballads, but adds, Yeats in old age did not really want to be sensible. And he rightly says that Yeats's flirtation with the blue shirts was more than a midsummer madness. It suggests his boredom with bourgeois democratic politics and the ordinary daily life they serve. For all that he dreaded disorder, as it suggests too his relish for drama, vitality, the heroic, the irrational passion. Now, in their varying versions, the ballads which make up the 3 marching songs remained close to the heart of this unofficial Yeats, this unpalatable Yeats, haranguing the quayside like the ship's carpenter in On the Boiler, or putting the whole lot down along with the pilgrim in the pub next to Loch Derg. These ballads are to be saved by the recognition of their author's desire not to behave. In 1938, they were brought back under a semblance of order. The ballads certainly originally offered an informality of address within the overly formal repetitions of their ballad structure, 6-line stanzas, followed by a repeated 4-line refrain. You can see the refrains here of both versions. Thus, the 3 songs to the same tune, and the refrain was O'Donnell Laboo. The tune was O'Donnell Laboo, and it's not a traditional song. Its origins are those of the synthetic popular song, which became populist. A marching tune written by Joseph Halliday, bandmaster for the Cavan Militia, was added to a Young Ireland lyric written by Michael Joseph McCann, which was published in The Nation in 1843. It later did duty in a version sung as Parnell Aboo, and there was another song, Blue Shirts Aboo, which had nothing to do with Yeats, and about which he expressed distaste. Yeats said of this blue shirt song, a song that is all about shamrocks and harps. Yeats referred to one of the refrains of O'Donnell Laboo as a rancorous chorus. But in 1934, all the refrains of the 3 songs to the one tune, later the 3 marching songs, or the choruses, were spoken by rancorous voices, along with the memory of O'Donnell Laboo. So here on the left-hand side, I'll just show you, here are the 3 original refrains following the 1934 ordering. The refrain of Grandfather Sang It Under the Gallows, of Justify All Those Renowned Generations, and The Soldier Takes Pride. Yeats's brother Jack had illustrated this last refrain, The Soldier Takes Pride, for the 1935 series of Broadsides, with a hand-colored ink drawing, as you can see here, in which a pink sky glowers over a man digging his own grave as his hat flies off in the wind. Second part of the same number is made up of another Jack B. Yeats drawing, by the way, of an emaciated famine victim, which illustrates famine song, one of the traditional songs which accompanied the modern ones. Yeats is the modern one. The famine song was the so-called traditional song, which accompanied the modern ones. The visual effect of the famine song and of this extraordinary picture of the man digging his own grave is unsettling, to say the least. The subsequent italicized refrains, they were put in italics in 1938 revision, are slightly more sensible, or made slightly more sensible, or at least they're less violent. O'Donnell, the grave digging and the drowning of dogs has gone. The dogs are there in the second one. Drown all the dogs, said the fierce young woman. They killed my goose and a cat. Drown, drown in the water, but drown all the dogs, said the fierce young woman. And I think that that's been replaced by what marches through. Sorry, robbers are taken. Okay, I can't remember which one replaces which, but you can see that that amount of violence is gone. Now, reordered, the ballad which contains the first refrain quoted above was moved to the end of the sequence and thus makes up the last words of the poem as a whole, and no man knows what treads the grass. Yeats said the sequence had its origin in the one passion and the one thought of his politics, rancor against all who, except under the most dire necessity, disturb public order, a conviction that public order cannot long persist without the rule of educated and able men. Such is Yeats's authoritarianism. But it might be said that the ballads which make up the poem got away from him and were in need of public order. According to Yeats, writing about Down the Fanatic Down refrain, I soon tired of its rhetorical vehemence, and he saw the need to find some gay playing upon its theme, some half-serious exaggeration and defense of its rancorous chorus. In its way, this offers an unintended insight into Yeats's practice in many of his poems, which were not ballads, and a description of the instincts of the great artist who developed techniques of irony and ambivalence in an insistently comedic creative process. But even as reordered, though, the eventual three marching songs bring us to death carried out by the state. The third ballad ends with the tune of O'Donnell Aboo, replaced with the grandfather playing the moon, since robbers have stolen his tambourine. Just before that, though, it had ended another way, on the gallows, as the rope made its final tightening. The fact of the gallows is one insight that Yeats expressed in a way that I can say without redeeming irony in On the Boiler. If human violence is not embodied in our institutions, the young will not give them their affection, nor the young and old their loyalty. The government is legitimate because some instinct has compelled us to give it the right to take life in defense of its laws and its shores. This looks like a throwaway, but it's no less authoritarian argument for capital punishment. The right to take life has been granted to the state by some instinct, and certainly not by any plebiscite. The exercise of such legitimacy excelled itself in the Free State government of Ireland, as practiced by ministers such as Kevin O'Higgins, the sole Catholic statesman of his own day, added to the list of true Irish people from Berkeley and Burke to Lady Gregory and Synge in On the Boiler, an extraordinary list of true Irish people, and Kevin Higgins is in the list. Kevin O'Higgins, I should say. Hanging hangs over the end of the revised three marching songs, the ballad which begins, grandfather sang it under the gallows. And here we go. Money is good and a girl might be better, no matter what happens and who takes the fall. But a good strong cause, a rope gave a jerk there. No more sang he, for his throat was too small, but he kicked before he died. He did it out of pride. Now, the critic Brian Devine notes the prosodic shock of this stanza. The line jerks and the hanging rope gives a corresponding jerk. Such technical mastery, just at the point when the poem demonstrates the embodiment of human violence, or I should say state violence, is not inevitably in bad taste. The ballad's order both contains and heightens the effect. As Devine says, Even with the formal tune of the chorus still pulsing in the air, it would be a wonder that the song can survive the breaking of the man's neck. So effective is the correlative of the action of hanging. And just as I heard it, you can hear it read out in your line. Money is good and a girl might be better, no matter what happens and who takes the fall, but a good strong cause. The rope gave a jerk there. You can see that actually the ballad rhythm even survives the extinction of its initial speaker in the stanza. The narrative extinguishes the ballad along with its speaker, a speech from the gallows which is not allowed to get on to its good strong cause. Yet Grandfather Sang It Under the Gallows is not going to purge the long tradition of Irish speeches from the dock or the gallows, as in Robert Emmet's unwritten epitaph or the Croppy Boy, the performance of which Leopold Bloom tries to escape in the Sirens episode in Ulysses. In Yeats's Gallows Ballad, the audience eggs on the condemned singer, all there caught up the tune on my darling man. The forms are endlessly repetitive, sustained by a community waiting for the chorus to come round again, along with the execution, or along with the expected execution, as in the Croppy Boy. For Leopold Bloom, they know it all by heart, the thrill they itch for. Now, do moments like these bring back the reassurances of such formal achievements to return to a satisfyingly harmonious resolution of form and content? After all, dissonance itself is a form of harmony. Or perhaps Grandfather Sang It Under the Gallows is an example of Michael Wood's radical imperfection of form. In his 1934 note to the three marching songs, Yeats complains that the population is drowned in religious and political fanaticism. Over the matter of censorship, for instance, the government ministers privately told him that they could do nothing, the reason being the mob reigned. In opposition to democracy's alien appeal to mass instinct, Yeats offers something called unity of culture to break mob rule. It will be broken when some government seeks unity of culture, not less than economic unity, wielding to the purpose museum, school, university, learned institution. A nation should be like an audience in some great theatre. In the theatre, said Victor Hugo, the mob becomes a people, watching the sacred drama of its own history. Now, the transforming movement here between mob and people is a dramatist's version of an achieved popular national art. It's not quite populism, though imagined in a decade, the 1930s, noted for the popularity of utopian thinking, which nowadays we might refer to as populism. The Yeatsian ideal of unity of culture, which need not involve economics, is of a fraternity, in which liberty might extend to freedom of speech, even if the thinking is not that interested in equality. The ballad handling of this popular art dabbles in both the fascist and the feudal. Nevertheless, while the implications are authoritarian, they're never totalitarian. There's far too much delight in bad behavior for that. The fascist unity of culture seems no less likely than an imagined past redeemed by the restoration of a feudal hierarchy in the disorder and the violence invoked, interrupted, repressed, and then set off again in the common measure of ballads written by one who, as Terence Brown says, did not really want to be sensible. These songs are quite clearly not traditional. They sustain themselves in the medium of synthetic populism, from the pages of The Nation to the Ormond Hotel bar, from unhappy protesting street marches to the sports ground. O'Donnell Aboo is still a staple of the Artane band that plays at Croke Park. In its way, such art suffers a long purgatory from which there is no purgation, doomed to repetition in the common measure from which the culture cannot be redeemed. Among its many paradoxical positions, there is the paradox of authenticity, a play between impurity of source material and commitment in performance. The ballads are products of the study which have tested themselves out on the street, then declared themselves unsingable, having decided to become something else instead. The paradox is held up in the rancorous rubbing of the bogus against the pure, of the polite against the obscene, the periphrastic against the worn out, and the terror of a disorder which is nevertheless buoyed up in some gay playing upon its theme. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Matt. And thanks to all once again. It turns out that we have some 5 to 7 minutes for questions, comments, and responses to the 3 papers, because the next session starts in slightly over 10 minutes. So I invite any comments or questions to any or all of our speakers. Adrian, yeah, go ahead.
It's just very brief, actually, but thanks so much for all the papers. I suppose even just a brief response to Sean's and Matt's in 2 ways. One to say that, Sean, thank you, because I never realized quite how much Lady Gregory's criticism of Yeats's reprisals is kind of repeated by Yeats's criticism of Sean O'Casey. It's kind of interesting that, that his criticism of Sean O'Casey, essentially he wasn't there, and it's insincere what he's doing because he wasn't there. I hadn't really realized the extent to which that's Gregory's criticism of Yeats's poem reprisals. So there's a kind of, Lady Gregory being involved in the dismissal of the Silver Tassie in 1927-28 is kind of interesting, that sort of Yeats is in a certain way repeating her criticism of him. And to Matt, only a really interesting paper altogether. And it struck me what was interesting partly was it'd be lovely to have you have another paper on the kind of visual impact of those songs in different printings, because there's so many. It's a very strange process to have something that's revised so much by Yeats but doesn't replace the previous revisions. That these things have several iterations, but they still kind of exist, not least in those broadsides, which you showed us beautifully. So that Yeats, we're used to Yeats revising poems. That usually he's quite clear that the later versions replace the former versions. In this case, not so much. They still survive, which makes them kind of technically difficult in terms of editorial to try and work out what's going on. But an odd thing in his oeuvre, I think. It's kind of exemplified by the broadside which has that you showed actually just of the Pilgrim, which doesn't revise in that way. But his brother then does a revision of the broadsides by those 2 pictures which you mentioned, which I think are completely undermining the politics of the song that's printed there. As you say, that there's both figures with a spade digging their own graves. In the famine song, I think you called it unsettling. It's very unsettling that the famine victim is also digging his own grave. He's just more emaciated. But it seems as if that's a political comment by Jack B. Yeats, kind of repudiating Yeats's politics. I've always read it as definitely undermining the message of the first song. But yeah, it's an interesting process. I suppose if you wanted to respond, it would be about that. Why does he revise them but still keep the previous versions alive in interesting ways? What's he doing there that's so different from everything else, and why? Is that because he's still hanging on to the politics, or is it some technical reason or formal reason, or what do you think?
I can answer that unless Sean wanted to answer first. The first point, the first point.
I agree with Adrian.
The forms that we have now is sometimes things that we now would have to read backwards through whatever the final published version would be. Isn't that right? Because the publishers, am I right? Warwick's not here, is he? He couldn't. But the publishers didn't keep the other versions in print, subsequent print, did they, Adrian? Do you know?
I suppose not every single version, but because there is at least two versions of that, isn't there? There's at least two versions, iterations of those songs printed, I think, in the final, but not necessarily the original.
Yeah, but it wasn't in the Macmillan collected, was it? The original Macmillan, correct? No, I'm not saying in any way that Yeats is in any way the kind of poet who would want to get rid of earlier published material and forbid its subsequent reproduction. He's not Derek Mahan, for instance, who deliberately has tried to ensure that and has instructed his publishers not to publish any of the earlier versions of the poems. So it's a different kind of thing. thing that's going on there. But certainly the movement where he could have both the broadsides version in print and in a collected edition, and these things would exist in different ways. But I think it's partly to do with just the general instability and the weirdness of those poems, and the kind of really dangerous ideas that he knows that he's playing with. The kind of playing with fire in the initial case of, and then realizing that maybe this wasn't the right place to put these particular poems, but still, whatever it was that initially prompted him to go into that material of violence and of mob rule, of capital punishment, all of those extraordinary things that are going on to do with the state, to do with order, and to do with control, and then just to leave them still there. Yes. So in a way, they are themselves part of the disorder of whatever it is that they're describing, even though it appears that they're trying to bring them to order. Would that answer the question, Adrian? If that's an answer to a textual problem as much as it is an answer to a political problem, and in the text, the talking about the text is also the talking about the politics.
No, I think that works actually. I mean, given that decade, and given he doesn't know he's going to die either, in the sense that there's always that stability. You can't, he writes posthumous poems, but doesn't know when he will die.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, I think Meg, you're raising your hand, so go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a quick question, Matt. Those were three lovely papers, brilliant papers, all three of them. I'm going to think about these issues. I also really loved the way that Akiko's paper about the connections and disconnections between sacredness and friendship could be read with the other two about the state and authoritarianism and violence. But the question is just, I was struck with that quotation from Matt's paper about the state being something that is authorized to take life. That's true of authoritarian states. That's also true of democratic states. I mean, I think about somebody like Agamben. That's true of states. That and Yeats's boldness, I think, may extend, further than just playing with the fire of authoritarianism into playing with the fire of statehood in general. I just am wondering about that anyway.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry,
Fit. Yeah.
I just wanted to throw in one more comment to what Meg said to this quote, because it also struck me. Agamben makes the point that states, non-democratic states, rely on some, he doesn't call it instinct, but he thinks along those lines. Because in that quotation, it says that government is legitimate because it has some instinct gave it the right to take life. And it seems that this is precisely the definition of a non-democratic state. It seems like Yeats has this inherent, almost like implicit understanding of what non-democratic states should be based on. Just my quick point. Go on.
Yeah. So I mean, there's the quote again there. It's a very, very odd kind of phrasing in the second sentence there. A government is legitimate because some instinct has compelled us to give it the right. It's almost as if the legitimacy, it doesn't have the legitimate right to take life. It's only legitimate because it can take life. Now, whether that be in Yeats's case, that's partly capital punishment. It may also be war. Maybe another reason for it. We give it the legitimacy to go and fight on or to get us to fight on its behalf. Yes, but as Meg says, you can be a democratic state. Sorry, Meg, the United States would be a good example of this, where in a democratic state they still practice capital punishment, whereas in most of Europe, is it right? Most of Europe or all of Europe, they don't. I suppose in Russia they practice capital punishment, do they? Yeah, but so yes.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry, I'm interrupting. I just wanted to break in and say, you know, apropos of the United States, the role of instinct does not disappear with the democracies.
Could I just add that in political science, the monopoly of violence is a basic element of the state, whether it's democratic or whether it's authoritarian, because it distinguishes between institutional violence and criminal violence. And in terms of Western political thinking, we can go back to Thomas Hobbes, and this instinct that Yeats refers to. He says some instinct has given the state the legitimacy of using violence. What Hobbes said was that the people, in order to create order, give sovereignty to the sovereign, which is the state, the Leviathan. So
I think if you added that, for instance, to Ernest Renan's, you know, definitions of what constitutes a people and therefore a nation. I mean, he talks about they have to assent. It's a bit more like a plebiscite, but it's an instinctive plebiscite because they have to assent to a past as well as a present. And I think what he's getting at there is a kind of instinctive similarity of view or something like that. And it can be taken racially, but not necessarily. But I think, you know, a lot of the Irish nationalist definitions of a nation very much go back to that kind of idea of instinct. It doesn't have to be racial instinct, but I think that's what partly he's drawing on, this idea of instinct, that, you know, present, we can assent, we can live together, we can choose to by some kind of democratic or other form of assent. But the past is something we have to kind of share, and that's where the cultural instinct and even cultural nationalism comes from.
Yeah. I mean, I think that Yeats is certainly, I mean, the example is O'Higgins, and I mean, Yeats called him his friend. I don't know how friendly they were, but Sean might know better than I do about this. Somebody that's here on the call here might know more about this, but how many executions were authorized by O'Higgins in the period of the newly free state, and exactly how it practiced that. And it'd be interesting to compare that against the number of executions carried out by the British in the War of Independence. There's all of these things going on there. I think that the other thing that's implicit within this is that under the terms of democratic institutions, I don't think that Yeats believed in a rule by plebiscite, which is the way in which populism manifests itself. And the distinction is with the way in which certain populist governments, I'm sorry, there's somebody from Hungary here, but those kinds of versions of it come to mind, and an awful lot of, I mean, as is the case also in the US, where things can go to popular vote. Certainly, as somebody who's currently living in England, the Brexit referendum is an example of rule by, it's a populist movement of a rule by plebiscite rather than by something enacted by Parliament. By the way, that Brexit referendum, for instance, has no basis in law. It was a kind of a notional referendum, but the government at the time decided to implement it because they were playing with the populist energies which had been unleashed. And that's exactly what Yeats is looking at in the 1930s. His solution is authoritarian, but as I say, it's not a totalitarian one, because he still believed in censorship, he still believed in divorce. There were all kinds of ways which we associate a number of what we might call liberal attitudes to him at the same time. Yeah, but then I think that part of my point was that having looked at all of these, the way these energies are functioning within a society, and then going to Ballad to do that, where it just kind of gets crazy and weird. Whenever he's handling it, you think that something has just been unleashed, which is just not functioning in the way in which he thought that it was.
Okay, I have to put a full stop here. Forgive me, but we've already taken from the next session. So once again, just a round of applause to all the speakers for brilliant presentations. And with this, I hand over to Barry with the next session, if I'm correct.
Before Barry, there's a break room session, which you click the break room session. That's session 2, room 2. Room 1 is this one. So just stay here if you want to remain in room 1. Just here, and then break room is the number 2, room 2. So either way, you can choose. But I hope you can go. Many people can attend the room 2 because not many people there. So maybe we can share Right now, 11 people there, and here many. Okay. Now you, Barry.
Okay. Hello, thank you, Young Min. So our session now is entitled Yeats, Postcolonialism and Transnationalism. We do have 4 speakers, so we're going to have to be quite strict on time, I'm afraid. And I will start straight away and introduce our first speaker, and it is Ilwan Yoon. Is Ilwan here?
Yeah.
No. How are you? Okay, I'm going to introduce Ilwan. Ilwan is the professor in the Department of English Language and Literature at Hanyang University in Seoul. He's the former president of the Yeats Society in Korea, and he's now the editor of the Yeats Journal of Korea. His research field is romantic and modern poetry of the 19th and 20th centuries, and some of his recent publications include the articles Christabel and Ethics of Mourning for the Other, and Yeats's autobiographies and the writing of the self. And today he is going to speak to us on imagined community and nationalism in Yeats. Ilwan.
Thank you. Can you share my paper?
Yes, it's visible. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's legible. Is that okay for everyone else? Yeah, I think it's legible.
It's my pleasure to make an opportunity to make a presentation, and I'm glad to learn a lot from this wonderful conference. Okay, let me begin my presentation. Imagine the community and nationalism in Yeats. Under the yoke of colonization, William Butler Yeats seeks after link between literature and national identity, and finds in myth, folklore, and symbolic landscape a subject ideally suited to express his effort toward discovering national character and spiritual foundation. For him, literary production plays an important role in establishing reality of national identity and making it visible through representation to the colonized population. Regarding national identity, Yeats substantially rely on operation of comprehensive and coherent system of symbols. It favors myth and folklore imbued with a spiritual power and creates island as imagined community. While the poet tried to create cultural nexus around which various forces can conspire to resist colonialism, he also for violent and irresolvable conflict beyond such a nexus. His assumption of national identity does not fall into national essentialism. His turn to myth, folklore, symbolic landscape contains ambivalent struggle between his effort at cultural unity and uncontainable problem of national tradition and role of culture. By reviving mythic power of Irish folklore, Yeats attempts to reproduce and reinvent its past glory and return to putative origin of Ireland. Yeats creates Ireland as imagined community, which is based upon discursive anchors such as narrative, myth, and symbol. The community not only involves territorial geographical boundary, but also possessed a psychological, economical, and cultural basis. This may be due in large part to the perception of Irish people as a solid political imagined community, which represent Irish cultural nationalism. This is intricately tied to anti-imperialist and nationalist struggle, exploring complexity inherent in the force of Irish nationalism. The stolen child provides excellent example of Yeats' geographical and cultural repossession of his homeland. This poem comes from Irish folk, in which Yeats edited. Whenever a young child disappear or die unexpectedly, supposedly fairies have lured the child spirit away from human world and taken to fairyland. The stolen child motif itself forms a moment of resistance because it not only originated from period before English conservatorship of Ireland, but it also inulates a space in which one can escape the oppressive reality of colonization. The stolen child describes world of fairy in terms of wonderful, exotic natural world, like moonlight, gray sand, wandering water, roses, stars, ferns, young streams, which gradually entices the child. In final stanza, fairy lured the child away from his home, who entered land of fairy realm. The child entering fairyland means its escape from forces of repression and stratification beyond a view of colonizer. Come away, O human child, to the waters and world with a fairy hand in hand, for the world more full of weeping than you can understand. Being stolen by a fairy promotes a space where escaping boundary and constraint of colonizer is possible and unobstructed. Moreover, this space to be occupied is the infinitely Irish space, for it is created wholly from Irish favor. By reviving mythic power of Irish folklore, Yeats attempts to reproduce and reinvent its past glory and to return to the portative origin of Ireland. The idea of national identity that Yeats dreams of is one of strategies to resist and disturb a set of concept, assumption, and discursive practice that were used to produce hierarchy. His strategy, of course, risk falling into trap that involuntarily repeat the colonial discourse. By constructing national identity, he may create dualistic opposition and install a hierarchy. There are, in his idea of national identity, however, something that cannot conform to either polarity or dichotomy between totality and absence. His idea seems to neither present nor absence. Alternatively, it is both present and absent at the same time. It cannot be characterized as either mere full presence or total absence, but rather which oscillate between these two states. The ambivalent idea also provides the poet with a source of subversion. The ideal is impossible because the very idealization marks our irrevocable separation from real here and now. Still, the ideal continues to exert its influence, since it is a rock around which its attempts at national identity ultimately revolve. The ideal ensures the poet to continue to create national identity. It is in two rows upon road of time, for example, the speaker attempts to symbolically achieve essential Irishness. For him, roads signify the physical love, the legend of Celtic prehistory Ireland and religion. He, in the beginning, addresses both roads, begging it to be with him, while he sings ancient Irish story of pulling and the focus and sadness of eternal beauty, there is nevertheless to be found in all poor foolish things that lives a day. Yeats' exploration into Celtic prehistory is to purify the Irish soul, which would be possible only if Irish returned to heroic past in which the nation lived in pure and authentic form. As Eugene O'Brien writes, quote, by delving into Celtic prehistory, the political historical division that has come to define the Irish situation could be elided and annealed into mythic and heroic cultural archives, which would allow people to take pride in their own culture. Indeed. In the second stanza, Yeats motivated its prayer. Come near, come near, come near. Ah, leave me still a little space for rose breath to feel, lest I no more hear common things crave. He begs immortal rose to come near, and yet not to completely destroy common things. The emphasis on touch, come near, and life, rose breath, in these lines indicate need to maintain contact with mundane world despite aspiration toward metaphysical. While the speaker wished to coexist in both worlds at once, however, he also realized the importance of not being overwhelmed by beauty of idea. The idea can engulf its reality. His attempt to catch the idea symbolically illuminates the danger of creation of island as imagined community. It helped him go beyond accidental and contingent reality, but can engulf and destroy political reality of actual inequality and exploitation. The powerful imagination can obliterate its life in reality. Though the speaker pray for Rose's breath to come near, that he may reach the ideal, he is also well aware of its destructive power. Yeats himself said in his note to the poem that, quote, the quality symbolized as a rose differ from intellectual beauty of Shelley and of Spenser, in that Yeats has imagined it as suffering with a man and not something pursued and seen from afar. For Yeats, human suffering in reality is less bastion of defense from destructive power of imagination. It also functions as intersecting point at which, while in reality, he could be in communion with idea. Ultimately, human suffering in the poem does not conform to either side of idea or the real. National identity is tried to create is product of being forever open to possibility rather than taking definitive position. To avoid obliteration of the real, Yeats tried to imagine the idea as suffering with a man, though suffering itself is still rather imagined than actual. The Song of Wandering Angles allowed for the worthy illustration of Yeats' ambivalence to the idea. The poem described the theme of separation. A lovelorn god Angus is doomed to grow old, while wandering in search of glimmering trout soul to fade through the blackening air. The flash of vision has causes Angus to be disenchanted with objective world and has sent him wandering until the day when he will be united with his ideal maiden. That can only occur when time and times are done. Angus is wandering hopeless, but his tone is not one of despair, since he transformed her into both literal imagery and emblem. Though I am old wandering through hollow land and hilly lands, I will find out where she has gone and kiss her lips and take her hands and walk among long dappled grass and pluck till time and times I burn silver apples of moon and golden apples of sun. Her body is manifested as hollow land, hilly land, and long apples grass and apple blossom in her hair, and as silver apple of moon and golden apple of sun. The landscape takes place of gold, constituting presence in her absence. In translating her absence into metaphoric landscape, the speaker tried to overcome his despair. The speaker is doomed never to find her, however, since the girl is everywhere and nowhere at once. Everywhere because traces of the girl has expanded to occupy the same place which the girl would occupy. Nowhere because numerous objects upon which he tried to seize Lexena. She signifies only in the void as metaphor. Angus attempts to catch her in the metaphoric landscape symbolically illuminate the ambiguity of Yeats' creation of Ireland as an imagined community. It helped him go beyond dark reality, but it can also engulf and destroy the political reality of actual inequality and exploitation. Yeats' attempts to transcend painful colonial state through mystical power of folklore. But his transcendence is not without high ambivalence. Powerful imagination can obliterate his life in reality. Yeats presents hybrid and ambivalent space in which national identity is both created and displaced. Despite its danger of obliterating the real, however, his ambivalent presentation of imagined community through the Irish myth and folklore suggests mode of resistance against imperial discourse that creates dualistic opposition and that privileges colonizer over colonized. The poet in its writing thus encourages rethinking of nationalism and resistance that overall stress ambivalence or hybridity. Instead of imagining fixity or irresistibility of national identity, he reveals that the identity is narrative constructions that arise from hybrid interaction of contending culture, be they Catholic or Protestants, or modernity and tradition. Yeats, questioning the supposedly homogeneous and innate national cultural identity, dramatized interstitial space that is forever open to possibility and in which total identity can never be brought about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ciaran. That was a wonderfully elegant paper on absence, I think, absence and reality in Yeats's early work. We're going to move on to the second paper and take questions at the end. Our second speaker is Takitoshi Furumoto. Hello? Are you? Yes, hello. How are you, Toshi? I'm going to just briefly introduce you. And then, so Takitoshi Furumoto was the professor of liberal arts at the Department of International Culture at Kobe University and professor of the Faculty of Letters at Aichi Gakuin University. He was visiting scholar at Trinity in Dublin, at Cambridge, as well as at the University of New Hampshire in the United States. He was a lecturer at the Yeats Summer School in 1995. He was also president of IYS in Japan from 1993 to 2002. His papers and publications and translations include those on modernist English poets or English language poets such as Yeats, T.S. Eliot, the Auden Group, Hugh MacDiarmid, Heaney, and Sean Foylan. And today he's going to speak on the poetics of transnational and cross-cultural theory in Heaney and Yeats. So the relation between Seamus Heaney and W.B. Yeats. Toshi.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. I was glad to be acquainted yesterday about older faces. And recently I am absent from those conferences, either home or abroad. But this is a very good time for me to reconsider my works about it. But let me say a word for the gratitude to those organizers about their serious efforts to this successful conference. So let me speak about my paper. Localization as a modifier of globalization is my title. And I'd like to talk about Japanese experience first. Japan experienced, so to speak, the high economic development during the 1960s, which came with globalization of culture in general. But the phenomena did not last long, only for 10 years or so. The Conservative Party took a new policy of rationalization all over the world. Deregulation of budget and monetary capitalism are the words of the day. In Michael Cronin's book, The Translation and Globalism, the contemporary situation is described as follows. First, diversified globalism. But the globalization came to be proved as a negative factor in language maintenance. The unchecked spread of market-based ideologies, the global economic and political influence of transnational corporations, the emergence of international tourism, dominance of Western science and technical paradigms, and the global spread of Western popular culture are variously described as agents of destruction of linguistic culture. Dr. Harmon's episode, quoted by Cronin, tells an impressive episode of a loss of indigenous language and diverse culture of an African tribe, the Khoisan. His episode tells eloquently the danger of the loss for the future of not only for human existence, but also for the existence of any kind. Now, first let us listen to what two Japanese economists say of the analysis of the situation and their propositions of recovery from it. Nakaya Iwao, in the book Why Our Capitalism Has Been Self-Bombed. With the end of the Cold War, suddenly the global market appeared, and with the IT revolution, information technology came to connect the whole world. The writer described as a fact that the scale, density, and the speed came to be regarded as the most important factors of economy. But as one of the leaders of this period, he felt a certain responsibility for the result with regret. He pointed out the residue of the old social system, such as the shrine worship, still binding the modern enterprise. Another Japanese scholar, Tsuruta Mitsuhiko, in the book Global Capitalism and Japanese Economy, said, he mentions three elements for the motive power of production development since 1970s. Intelligence revolution, incomparable importance of financial capital, and American reorganization of information, finance, and armaments. And he suggests 4 desirable economic changes. First, intelligence revolution with microelectronics revolution. Second, diversity, dispersion, and individualization of labor. Third, diverse financial devices by internet after 90s. The fourth, dysregulation and privatization of new economy liberalism instead of the Keynesian system. And he mentions 3 patterns of economy systems in the world: individualistic Anglo-Saxon type, community respected type, and the Japanese big enterprise favorite one. And he suggests to improve Japanese one to rid of lifetime employment, seniority system, and private enterprise separate union into a more social corporate one. Now the second topic, new versions of localization. Cronin, above quoted, mentions 3 points of globalism in common. First, global market. Second, extraordinary remarkable phenomena of monetary capitalism. The third, populism culture of Western Europe. These phenomena are already outstanding in modernism in the early 20th century, and the non-national elements of technical innovation and enormous scale of capital rapidly destroyed local elements of culture and tradition. Cronin quotes David Brooks in the chapter of localization and hegemony in the New Geography of Translation. The development of IT industry stimulated Ireland rapidly adaptability in the new situation. The need to translate gave an unexpected chance of the nation into a position of one of the global centers. David Brooks mentions several conditions availed. First, proximity to continental Europe. Second, availability of well-educated task force English speakers. The third, good telecommunications infrastructure, tax incentive, and Ireland's pro-business attitude. And Cronin mentions of the 91% of websites being in English, over half of the world's 147 million internet users were non-English speakers in 2001, getting 2/3 of the population of the world by 25. And quotes J.N. Paterson to contrast the vocabulary of globalization as homogenization, such as imperialism, dependence, hegemony, modernization, westernization, with lexicon of globalization as diversification, interdependence, interpenetration, hybridity, syncretism, creolization, crossover. The second type of vocabulary are familiar to the students of mature democracy of contemporary culture, homogeneity or diversity. In this context, the modernism culture came to revise its value. Richard Eavan placed Ulysses by Joyce in the tradition of aesthetics of the anti-colonialism rather than international movement, or at least between the two. I quote, Joyce placed himself in the middle between nationalism and internationalism, or particularism and generalization. Comparing the London in the Westland by T.S. Eliot, where, I quote, living dead in megalopolis with Joyce's Dublin, Eavan tells that Joyce describes the paralysis, decadence, waste, there being particular subjugation in a colonized city rather than a generalized modernity. I quote, if awareness of a nation identity can be made through a disguise, that is, through imitation, elaboration, forgery, and deception, Irishmen were on the way to build up an identity already in 1904. The late 1904 is a crucial point in Joyce's life, for it is a year when Joyce eloped from Dublin to Paris with Nora, and that all the ideas of his portrait of the artist as a young man and the characters of the Dublin minor citizen have been accumulated in him by this time. And different from what T.S. Eliot pointed out as Joyce's technique to adopt mythology, Joyce uses its archetype or universal pattern with Irish peculiarity. Ironically, Dublin strongly kept its traces of the colonial features longer than what Joyce experienced himself, or he was clever enough to form their essence in whatever lasts in their corners of the city. We can say that the features of the colonialism can remain not only in the buildings or city plannings, but also in the mentality of the citizens in the form of the stage Irishmen. The Irishmen are rather sensitive towards others' criticism, and they tend to take a defensive stance by assuming an exaggerated comments of their own, often defects, before anyone else was them. In a sense, it is a very clever tactic, and it trains their minds to be prepared to any kind of attacks from outside. And another change of the idea of localization comes from feminist voices. They were born out of resistance against male dominance, which constructed nationalist male dominance and its refinement and simplification. Their voices had been neglected in the public stage of society. Ireland's history have shown a particularity of the female gender questions in their critical shapes, and it is natural that in the latter half of the 20th century, women writers and scholars came out in a group, almost in a sudden. The historical scholar of the period, Heather Ingman, points out the importance of collaboration of the feminist scholars with the CRS writers. Ingman mentioned several scholars and writers. She says of this still developing process as follows. Not until the 1990s was Irish women's fiction the subject of serious critical attention. These insistent utterances of particularity can be read as a trend of resistance in common in the big wave of general unification of culture itself. The third redressing efforts in the globalization is my topic. Nationalism in the 19th century competed with rivals and weaker nations aggressively for superiority. However, the contemporary national localism has a trend of defensive and redressing position against the predominance of the international uniformity. Nobel Prize poet Seamus Heaney gave a series of lectures under the title of the redress of poetry. What he spoke of was the chance of redress of what or who has been neglected or discriminated in the society. When the main tradition crumbles, post-colonial backlash and silence-breaking writing of all kinds. In these circumstances, poetry is understandably placed to give voice to much that has hitherto been denied expression in the ethnic, social, sexual, and political life. Its power as a mode of redress in the first sense. But in the discharging this function, poets are in danger of slighting another imperative, namely to redress poetry as poetry, to set it up as its own category, an eminence established under pressure exercised by distinctly linguistic means. He never forgot to tell of the peculiarity of poetry as a linguistic process to give pleasure of its own together with the social ethical function of redress. By recovery of its old authority, poets can be listened and paid proper respect to them. The post-colonial rolling back of any kind can contribute to strengthen this redressing trend. This process itself is a way to make people realize the existing unrighteousness and try to remove it as soon as possible. The realization itself also is a discovery and the invention of a new language and its uses. Poet's social position is, in this way, strengthened and refined by mutual understanding between dispatcher and the recipient or vice versa. A mechanism of communication is dual by nature. Now, the dual responsibility, Heaney insists, for a poet seems very important in this contemporary situation. On one side, he asks himself, how can be a poet prepared for the social responsibility, while on the other side, how can be a poet to perform a private minimum and the greatest duty of virtuoso, of a verbal expert to enrich the tradition. Quoting W.H. Auden's essay, Making Judging and Knowing, Heaney again emphasizes the first function, making, as to range beyond the jurisdiction of the other two. I quote, poetry cannot afford to lose its fundamentally self-delightening inventiveness, its joy in being a process of language, as well as a representation of things in the world. Same demands were repeated in his crediting of poetry. The dual function of the poet is what Yeats cultivated in his drama, At the Gate of the King. Of old, the poet had been given an honor to attend a feast in the presence of the king, but his position was so fragile to be taken away by the king's whim, but worthwhile of the poet's effort to guard it for his own life. It is a story of exposing a poet's difficulty in the contradictory human nature between gentleness and brutality. He is very good at finding a pair of vocabulary to develop the idea, to clarify by dialectical structure. Here again, as before, he takes up the semblance pair of mind and body, private and public, imaginative and real, by which he suggests a contrast to be united synthetically. Quoting Yeats' poem, Meditations in Time of Civil War, Heaney contrasts the honeybees and the massacre. It satisfies the contradictory need which consciousness experiences at the time of extreme crisis. The need on the one hand for truth-telling that will be hard and retributive, and on the other, the need not to harden the mind to a point where it denies its own yearnings for sweetness and trust. Heaney tells an interesting pair. The simultaneous gratification of whatever is centrifugal and centripetal in mind and body. Here we can see the double implication enclosed in the profession of a poet, strong confidence in the work, and the obligation to the society. Globalism includes the redressing perspective, which importance is all the more urgent as we have seen in the biological crisis. Thus, my paper is a report of importance for the globalism to acquire power to modify itself to realize the human aspect of democracy, diversity and equality of each constituent member of social structure. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you so much, Toshi, for that wonderful and quite original, I think, contextual treatment of Yeats's nationalism. It's a really new way to approach Yeats, I think, through theories of globalization and translation. So thank you for that. We're going to move on to the next speaker. I think, if I'm not mistaken, our third speaker isn't in the room. Pawan Kumar. Pawan's not here. So according to my program, Pawan should be our third speaker. So with that in mind, I suggest we move on to our final speaker, and then if Pawan emerges, we can return to him then. So our next speaker now is going to be Yunju Choi. Yunju Choi studied English at Hanyang University and has her PhD from Colorado State University in the US. Her PhD was about Yeats as a political poet. She's now a lecturer in the Hotel and Tourism Department at Hanyang Women's University, and also in the Seoul Yangsu campus of Korea Polytech. She's currently the treasurer of the Yeats Society of Korea. So I have a certain affinity because I'm the treasurer of the International Yeats Society. So we share something. And her research interests now include Yeats's poetry, cultural nationalism, and new historicism. And today, she is going to speak to us about collective trauma in Easter 1916. So
thank you for your introduction. May I correct one thing? I got PhD at Hanyang University, and I studied as a Master of Arts in Colorado State University. Yeah, Thank you. It is my great honor to have chance to participate in this International Yeats Conference. Yeah. Maybe in my works cited, many of the scholars' articles that your names are in it. So yeah, I'm so happy about it. Now, yeah. Can you see my paper profile? No, but maybe I made it too big. I will go. Sorry. I'm nervous. Then I will start to read my paper, Easter 1916, The Collective Trauma. Trauma is defined as an emotional response to a terrible event like an accident, rape, or a natural disaster. Immediately after the event, shock and denial are typical. Longer-term reactions include unpredictable emotions, flashbacks, strained relationships, and even physical symptoms like headache or nausea. This paper aims to analyze the impact of 1916 Easter Rising on Ireland as a collective trauma focused on Yeats' Easter 1916. This poem was first written between May and September 1916, read privately, and was published in 1921. The temporal break between writing and publishing represents a delayed response, which is one of the characteristics of trauma. As Matthew Campbell points out, this poem was printed in Clement Shorter for the Little Old British Museum. Yeats waited until it was published in New Statesman and confirmed for wide distribution in 1920. This delay can be interpreted as various personal and social circumstances, but the most obvious evidence is that the publication of this poem may undermine the cause of receiving a painting from Hugh Purcellane for Ireland, as it is stated to Lady Gregory. When the Easter Rising broke out, Yeats was staying in Gloucestershire with the painter William Rosenstein. In a letter to Lady Gregory on May 15, Yeats describes his feeling as follows. I had no idea that any public event could so deeply move me, and I'm very despondent about the future. At the moment, I feel that all the work of years has been overturned, all the bringing together of classes, all the freeing of literature and criticism from politics. After the Easter Rising in 1916, Yeats' skeptical attitude to independence movement by armed forces has been changed. It lacks preliminary preparation and was not popular to the Irish people at first, turns into strong antipathy toward England. And they called the participants Irish heroes because of the cruel execution of the political leaders and revolutionaries. As recorded, 15 of the 77 people sentenced to death were soon executed after the Easter Rising was suppressed. Patrick Pearse was shot 3 days after surrendering, and James Connolly was last executed 9 days later, tied to a chair with his ankle injured. The Irish people who have witnessed harsh executions changed their perception to them. The public recognized the leaders of the rising as political extremists, but after that, they were elevated to heroes and victims for the nation. Public press, which was not generally favorable to this rising, also takes a sympathetic attitude for the cause of independence after the execution. In other words, the bloody sacrifice dramatically turns the course of Irish history and unites the Irish people. The first stanza of Easter 1916 describes the people bumping into each other on the street in the evening hours after their usual work. The Easter Rising is an event of heroic struggle for independence, but there's no direct depiction of armed conflict in the poem, such as a battle scene. A poet shares polite, meaningless words with ordinary people he encounters on the street. The word meaningless alludes to their relationship with the poet before the shocking event of Easter Rising. But now what has been called all changed utterly has happened. The final change of these people is a permanent one from a comical routine to a tragic grandeur. The Easter Rising of 1916 marks a bloody revolt in Irish history. It was still vivid in people's minds when Yeats published the poem in 1921. Easter of 1916, which makes it easier to identify specific communities and recorded moments of time, can be read as forming a relationship between personal trauma and historical or generational trauma, theorized by Kathy Caruso. The phrase "a terrible beauty is born" features a willfully challenging paradox. Beauty is thought to be good and desirable, but which is defined as terrible here. The paradox calling beauty terrifying conveys Yeats' respect for the revolutionaries who fought in the Easter Rising, along with a feeling of separation. Yeats claims that they may die and be buried under the green grass, but they will inspire and influence future generations. They will be the honor of the spirit of Ireland. The colonialists will only control the body of Ireland, not the spirit of Ireland. In the third stanza, the image of stone begins by contemplating the cost of excessive suffering and loss. Too long a sacrifice can make a stone of the heart, or when may it suffice? That is heaven's part, our part to murmur name upon name. A stone in the middle of a flowing stream contrasts the words minute by minute, they change. A stone is a radical revolutionary group who makes every effort to achieve the independence of Ireland. The living stream is the majority of ordinary thinking, everyday people. So stone-minded revolutionaries to trouble the living stream. It can result in stony paralysis, which distances both the rebels and the grieving public from the free potential of living existence. Bethel A. Vander Kolk and Alexandra C. McFarlane have discussed the different forms of trauma. One is hyperarousal, which interprets even the most mundane signals as threats, and the other is paralysis of generalized responses in emotional aspects of all areas of life. Yeats names the participants in Rising, including MacDonald and McBride, and Connolly and Pierce. The poet criticizes the hardened minds of the victims and acknowledges that he cannot determine the final meaning and value of the death. However, he intends to commemorate them and give them the meaning of the Easter Rising by calling the names of victims. Yeats does not expect that his poem will reveal the ultimate meaning or value of the Easter Rising. As Collingwood asks that the sacrifice of Easter Rising revolutionaries was it needless death after all, this question can be seen as a commentary on the political situation rather than a critique of patriotic sacrifice. Yeats refers to ruling Britain, which promised to grant Ireland the status of an independent nation after World War I. He believes that for England may keep faith could have liberated Ireland without all this violence, and the rising itself does not appear to be a glorified act in this regard. Revolutionaries died for Ireland, and Yeats considered their death to excess of love. While the poet praises the heroic death of the victims for the country, he does not hesitate to rebuke the folly of throwing their precious life. Regarding the Easter Rising, Yeats said, "I don't think Pierce or Connolly had any hopes of victory. They are going to die because, as Pierce put it in his famous speech, the nationalist movement cannot survive unless it is shed with blood every generation." Collingforth argues that Yeats praises their actions as a revival of romantic nationalism, but adds that the poet doubts the wasted life from a humanitarian point of view. And Eavan also argues that Yeats praises the courage of patriots, but points out aspects that seemed foolish in the eyes of the poet. These comments explain Yeats' intention to achieve Irish independence and liberation as cultural integration, rather than revolutionary militant solutions. Tim comments that Yeats praises the Easter Rising as a patriotic murder, while questioning the consequences of the actions. Yeats' poetry is far from the simple political propaganda and public letter that nationalists hope for. He sees the demand for unconditional sacrifice for a country as another mechanism of oppression. As Dennis Donahue points out, Yeats in this poem does not simply comfort those who are sleeping peacefully in their graves, freed from the pains of life, but rather keeps skeptical attitude toward the harsh reality. As a national poet, Yeats records the struggle for independence, but is skeptical about the politically demanded violence and bloody sacrifices. Yeats's ambivalence is highlighted by his criticism of individual radical nationalist death from his own point of view, while at the same time sympathetic to the heroic actions of sacrificed patriots. Easter 1916 is a collective lament that he describes terrible beauty and the collective trauma of survivors and witnesses in Ireland. Thank you for listening. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Yunju. That was a wonderfully elegant paper on Easter 1916 and a really nice synthesis of the existing criticism on the poem. And I think it's really nice to hear it's discussed in the context of trauma theory. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
So we, Dr. Kumar will not be joining us. So we've had our 3 papers and we have plenty of time for discussion. I have a few questions, but I think first of all, I'll open it to the floor. If any of our audience members have a question for any of our speakers, please take this opportunity. Any questions? None forthcoming, so I'll start. I wondered, and this is to all 3 of you, about the term ambivalence. I noticed that, Yunju, the term ambivalence was in your paper about the response to Easter 1916. I noticed also, Eavan, in the first paper, you talked about ambivalence as being kind of key to Yeats's poetics, a very early poetry. And I think in Toshi's paper also, there's a sense of ambivalence around globalization and localism. So I'm wondering about this, if you could say more about ambivalence, what the sort of the poetic value of ambivalence. Is it an important part of Yeats's poetry, or is it an important part of poetry itself that ambivalence has to be there? Would anyone like to speak to that? Toshi?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Your comment. Your point about the ambivalence is a kind of contemporary features because every tradition has been destroyed. But on the other hand, this is a time for mixture, as I told you. And so it's not necessarily a bad features, but also showing the most important trend of diversity. Every society must prepare for this, accept diversity. So in this sense, this mixture is a very key word to understand for our life itself, I suppose.
Yeah. So ambivalence is related to multiplicity or diversity somehow.
Which is prepared our mind to accept the diversity of others.
Yeah, fascinating. Yunju or Ilwan? Would you like to comment on Toshi's remarks about ambivalence and diversity as a mental preparation for diversity, or have you any other thoughts yourselves on poetic ambivalence?
Okay, I think Yeats is more interested in occult world than real world. He often participated in seance in his early years, and that experience shaped his own idea of the world. But his tendency toward the other world make him paradoxical because he cannot stay there. And he continues to look other side of the world, that is a real world. So the problem is how he can reconcile between these two different worlds. I think at least we can find three strategies. First, he wants some distance between these two worlds, between other world and this world. And second, he wants some ambiguous space between them so that they can coexist in this world. So he can always evoke the other world in this world, or you can find some element of this world in his portrayal of the other world. For example, he always tried to portray the human suffering in a fairy land, or he always hesitation of the character to leave this world. And so this hesitating attitude toward this two worlds make him constantly change his attitude or his view of this world. Sometimes he wants to escape from this world to artistic world, as you can see in Byzantium poems. Or sometimes he want to fully interest in Irish political event. So we may understand the back and forth of his idea in his poetry, maybe comes from his two view on this world. Ambiguous attitude of Yeats is maybe essential nature of character.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's a very instructive answer. Thank you. Yunju, would you like to say something in response or to in addition?
Professor Eavan Yoon is my advisor for PhD dissertation, so I learned my learning is almost from him. If I add one thing for ambivalence, Yeats is maybe he's not the native Irish population. He's kind of out. He is, yeah, family background is in Britain, and he believes in Christianity. So Yeats keeps his own idea to get the independence from the England. He, as far as I know, he wants the cultural nationalism to enlighten people's idea and develop the resided Irish folk or some culture, but the reality goes very differently than his idea. So Yeats was very severely contradicted with middle-class Catholic in Irish people, but after 1916, he feels some compassion to the radical activists to achieve the independence by military kind of fighting war. So with my very beginner knowledge, I think Yeats pursued his career as an idealist and poet. With his poets, he tried to express his idea to the public and try to maybe make better world of his country. Is my understanding.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. I was wondering about trauma as well. Your use of this theory. Do you see that as an individual trauma for Yeats, like Easter 1916 expresses the individual trauma? Or do you see it as collective? Do you see it as a national or a collective trauma of some sort? Because usually we think of trauma as individual psychology rather than collective.
Yes.
How do you understand it?
This paper is already published with my co-author, and the title was Individual Trauma and versus Collective Trauma. So I wrote about the collective one on the basis of maybe some collective shock of Irish people could feel at the moment of the execution scenes. So maybe people feel trauma by person, but almost a similar atmosphere or can be spread to the many of them. So I think it will be strongly influenced the Irish people. And after 1916, the movement became different a little bit. So the Irish England War and the Irish Civil War, so many wars and fighting was continued. So I think maybe the added individual trauma can be collective one. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for our panelists? Or indeed, maybe our panelists have questions for each other. No. Well, I suggest if we're all happy, we could take a break. Obviously, Dr. Kumar hasn't arrived, so we have a little bit of extra time. I think we're meeting at in half an hour, Youngmin? I think about 25
I think since we don't have the Dr. Kumar, maybe we can have long break. But at the moment, I just realized that the Martin Enright and Joyce Enright from Sligo, Yeats Summer School, maybe I can ask Martin Enright to give some remarks about our conference. This is a rare opportunity for us to invite him. Unfortunately, it's online. So maybe if you have time, maybe you can invite him to Korea. But Martin Enright, are you here? No? Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Martin, can you say something? Yeah. Very glad to see you here. Yeah, I hope that I can be in Sligo, but this time I couldn't travel. But yeah, how can you talk about Sligo, summer school? Yeah.
Yes, many thanks, young man. It's wonderful to be able to tune into this sort of midterm occasion because the summer school, of course, was held this year, and it's a long time from one summer school to the next. We now look forward to the winter school with a lovely event in Bedford Park in London on the 6th of September, where for the very first time a memorial was erected to W.B. Yeats in Britain. And Matthew Campbell was down. That event equally was Adrian Paterson. So we've had a very, very busy season, and I'm delighted to be able to listen to all the contributions. I wasn't able to tune in yesterday, but we listened last night until about 12 o'clock last night on YouTube to yesterday's contributions, and all very, very lightning. So I have to leave now very soon for an event here locally, but I'm going to tune in again later.
Okay, good. Thank you for coming, and I'm very glad to see you here. Yeah, looking forward to next year. Summer School in Sligo.
Okay,
great.
See you. I'll be tuning in now later on again. I have to leave now for another local event here, but I'm going to tune in again later on.
Okay, thank you, Joyce. Yeah. So I think we better have a long break because in Korea we have a dinner time. But I mean, if you have some time, so maybe 7 o'clock in Korean time, we are going to resume our next session. So in the meantime, we have a slightly long break. Thank you for your good lectures. Yeah, Barry?
I just wanted to say thank you to Yeonju, to Ilwan, and to Toshi for wonderful papers. Thank you again. It was really interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Prometo. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Yuniran, Professor Cheyunju. Thank you. So we'll have long break. Great. Yeah, until 7 o'clock.
Thank you.
You can go to the next room as well. I don't know what they still have, or
they may still be going. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe you can drop by there or whichever. So see you soon.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
Youngmin?
If you are still here, I'm sorry that I just had to remind you that we have a break until 7:20, not 7 o'clock, but 7 to 7:20 we have a break. So maybe we still have a long break. In the meantime, you can take a long break and then have rest. Okay.
Hi, Youngmin. How are you?
Hello, Hedwig. Yeah, we have eight more minutes. We just finished the session room 2, so they're
Oh,
coming back. So we'll wait maybe 8 more minutes. In the meantime, you take a rest or whatever. Okay.
brilliant. I'll be back in 8 minutes.
Okay. Great.
Hello, young man. Hello, young man.
Yeah. Hello,
Joyce
Joyce.
here. How are you?
Yeah. How are you? Yeah, I'm fine.
I'm good.
Great. Yeah, great. Yeah. You're now
Yeah,
in the Dublin or in the Sligo?
In Sligo. In Sligo.
Sligo.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
We were
Mhm.
up very late last night. We began to watch at 7 o'clock instead p.m. instead of a.m. So
Yeah.
we were up late.
Maybe we have 8 hours difference. Yeah.
Yes.
Right now,
Yes.
you must be 12, 11. Yeah, in Sligo. Around noontime.
No,
Yeah.
11:13.
11. 8 hours different. Yeah, 8 hours different.
Yeah.
11:15. Yeah. You are 7,
But
7,
it's
11.
terrific. It's the one good thing that has come out of COVID. That
Yeah.
we can look at things. Did you have this conference on Zoom previously? Before
Yeah.
COVID?
Yeah. Well, not Yeats, but I mean a lot of the Zoom conference nowadays. Yeah.
Before
So
COVID, did you use
no, not really. Yeah.
Yes,
Normally
yeah.
we have in-person conferences. Yeah,
Yes.
but during the pandemic, since 2020, we've been
Yeah.
doing all the time the online.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zoom conference. Yeah, or some other WebEx or some team or many different kinds of online platform. So yeah,
I heard you
doing.
saying that you're coming to Sligo next year.
Yeah, I would like to.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
next year it'll be okay.
Yeah.
So,
Oh yes.
great.
Well, it was a fairly small school this year. There was 80 people.
80 people, which is large
80.
size. Yeah.
Well, it was better
But still,
it was better than 40 of those were students. Came in two groups of students. One was Ron Doggett,
Yes.
and I forget who brought the other group.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
What
how are you
working
keeping?
on yourself at the moment?
Yeah.
What are you working on yourself in relation to Yeats?
Yeah. Yeats. Yeah. I'm doing a lot of the digital things right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm doing something like the vision is the favorite topic, but at the same time
All
later
right.
poetry.
Right. I
Later
haven't got
poetry.
into that at all. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know that I published a long article in 2013 on Yeats's Sligo relatives?
Oh, right. Oh, wow. Yeah, Sligo relative. Yeah.
It was in a book that called Discovering Sligo, a series of 34 essays. My essay was 25,000 words, so it was quite substantial.
Very substantial. Yeah.
I had intended to bring it out as a book, but in fact I have changed now, and I'm writing a book which is Yeats's time in Sligo, and Sligo in Yeats's work.
That's huge topic. Yeah, that's great, interesting topic.
It's a mammoth task because I have to read everything he wrote. And I'm feeling overwhelmed because time-wise, have I time to? So I'm concentrating. I have the poems done, and I've started on the folklore, on the early folklore.
That sounds great.
I think I might just confine it to the poems, the plays, the folklore, and the autobiographies, because initially anyway, because and I'm wondering whether it's best to do it chronologically or to do it by by, say, the poetry in one section and the folklore in another section, the plays in another section. So I'm not sure what way I should actually present it. Just that I have the poems done already. I hope to bring this, just the Sligo poems I'm talking about. I'm hoping to bring that out as a small booklet for next year.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah. I think within 3 minutes we are going to start the next session. So I think Joyce, thank you so much for coming, and I would like to see you in person next year in Sligo.
Yes.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing you also.
Yeah.
But I just took the advantage of, I heard you talking to Hedvig a few minutes ago. I just took the advantage of having a few words with you before everybody comes back.
Great. Yeah, that's
we had
great.
Great celebrations recently. You know, it's this year, 1922, is the Civil War. Was the Civil War in Ireland, and we've had commemorations. There were 6 men shot on Ben Bulben Mountain. And we unveiled a plaque to them. Martin was very involved with it because it was a continuation of the famine memorial. But I think he might have talked about that, except you took him on the hop when you asked him to speak. Yeah.
Last year we celebrated 100 years of 1921. So in the Yeats Society of Korea, we celebrate the 100 years of and also celebrating 30 years of the establishment of the Yeats Society of Korea. So we had a big conference last year. Yeah, and this year continues.
Was 1921 a specific year for Yeats? What was specifically important about 1921 for Yeats?
We're celebrating 1921. What do you call the very big event in 1921? So I just try to recall what did it? I mean, I just suddenly I'm forgetting now. That's everything.
Yeah. I can't think myself. I'm just looking here to see. I'm just looking here to see if I have my notes from John Kelly's chronology, and here it is.
Easter 1916 was written and published in 1921. Also,
right,
1921 is very important political event. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, he took his time writing that.
Irish War of Independence. No.
Yeah, he wasn't. I think he wasn't even in Ireland in 1916 during the Rising. He was in London, and I think when it happened, it passed him by in a sense at the actual time, and he was annoyed afterwards. He said somewhere, I've heard a quotation that he said, "Why did they do it without me?"
I think he did 1921.
It wasn't something he could have been active in because he wasn't an activist, a political activist.
Irish Free State Independence. Yeah.
The vast majority of people. I mean, my father was 20 in 1916, and he was living in Roscommon at the time, and they were all ready to go active, except that on the Sunday newspaper, Owen MacNeil published an item to say that the parade was cancelled.
Sorry, that it's almost in 7:20, so I think now it's time for Hedvig to take over the session. So we'll talk more later. We have social hour later, so maybe you can change. Yeah.
Okay.
Hedvig, now it's okay.
I will mute myself again.
Okay.
Good to talk to you.
Right. Welcome everybody to this panel. So I can see Abhishek Sarkar there, very nice, Ala Kononova, and Daria Protopopescu. So that's brilliant. Thank you very much for joining. So we will, is it okay with you if we hear all three of you and then we take the questions at the end all together? Is that okay?
Fine, fine.
Okay, brilliant. And we just follow the order as Young-min has set it for us. So we will first listen to you, Abhishek Sarkar. Your specialization is literatures and cultures of early modern England and colonial Bengal. You jointly coordinated a state-funded multimedia project in collaboration with the Folger Shakespeare Library for archiving the reception of Shakespeare in Bengal. That's really interesting. I would like to hear more about that at some point. So you also are involved in a research project on the reception of Lord Byron in colonial Bengal. You're the principal investigator of the First World War and Bengali self-representation, which was funded by the government of India. And then you have so many research papers on Shakespeare in articles in Shakespeare journals in Europe, America, and Asia that we can't go into detail here. And apparently you've also steeped in 19th Century Studies Association and American Comparative Literature Association. That's brilliant. So we give you the floor.
Good evening, everyone. It's actually good afternoon in this part of the world. I'm speaking from Calcutta, India. Hope I'm audible. Yes. Is the audio all right? Right, fine. So I'll plunge right in. The title of the paper is Bishnu De's Bengali Translations of Yeats, Visibility of Self-Projection. Yes, this is the second slide. Can you see it? The second slide? Right. My paper will examine the Bengali translations of Yeats attempted by Bishnu De, dates 1909 to 1982, pioneering Bengali modernist poet, essayist, and professor of English literature, whose poems are noted for their erudite allusions and cultivated obscurity. He is a canonical poet. His poems are regularly prescribed for college and university syllabi in the Bengali-speaking world. My paper
Internet connection is not so good. Maybe there's some Wi-Fi problem. You're coming back. Yeah.
Sorry, I got disconnected. Okay, I'll start again. I hope I'm audible and I need to share the screen.
So we
can you see the screen?
No.
Yes. Okay.
It worked well, so it will work again.
Okay. I have to go back to the first slide, I suppose. I'll stop from, I'll start sharing again.
Very nice. Okay.
Sorry. Sorry, it's not working somehow. I'll start again.
If necessary, you can maybe do it without the slides.
Okay, I'll try sharing the screen again. Yes, here it goes.
Yes.
Can you see it now? Right.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
So my paper will argue that these translations embody a domesticating practice rather than a foreignizing one, to deploy Lawrence Venuty's famous binary, but far from rendering himself invisible as a translator, they projects his own distinctive poetic style onto Yeats's texts. Base translations of Yeats may be located within the continued process through which the major Bengali modernist poets of the 1930s appraised and negotiated Yeats. Apart from these translations of Yeats, this process would be exemplified by 2 essays on Yeats in Bengali by Dey himself, 1 essay each by Sudhindranath Dotto and Amiyo Chakraborty, effusive comments on Yeats by Buddhadev Bose in a 1948 collection of essays tellingly entitled An Acre of Green Grass, the translation of Yeats's play Purgatory by Buddhadev Bose and that of Yeats's Resurrection by Sudhindranath Dotto, and recurrent echoes of Yeats strewn across the poems by Jibonananda Das, who is considered the greatest of the Bengali modernist poets by the prevailing critical consensus and is also sometimes regarded as the last of the Bengali romantics. It is also possible to argue that these translations of Yeats are of a piece with his own vision of literary modernism. These translations of Yeats, 6 poems by Yeats, were included in a 1956 volume of his translation from various languages called He Bideshi Phool, or O Foreign Flower. Translations of another 11 were added to a posthumous collection of 1986, which is entitled Tumi Robe Ki Bideshin, or Will You Remain a Foreign Woman? So this is the cover of the 2nd volume. The translations of Yeats occurring in the latter collection in the order of appearance are as follows, going by the titles given by Dey. First, Punaragaman, the title literally meaning return, the Bengali text being a translation of Yeats's 22-line long poem, The Second Coming, first collected in his 1921 volume, Michael Roberts and the Dancer. Second, Akash Jorano Thakto, literally, if it were sky wrapped, the title comprising the first 2 words of the Bengali text, which is the translation of Yeats's 8-line long poem, He Wishes for the Cloths of Heaven, first collected in his 1899 volume, The Wind Among the Reeds. Third, Ektir Mukh Chilo, literally one's face was, the title comprising the first 3 words of the Bengali text, this being a translation of Yeats's 6-line poem, Memory, first collected in his 1917 volume, The Wild Swans at Cool. Fourth, Jodio Tomar Dinguli, literally although your days, the title comprising the first 3 words of the Bengali text, which is a translation of the 8-line poem, The Lover Pleads with His Friends for Old Friends, first collected in Yeats's 1917 volume, The Wild Swans at Cool. Fifth, Kat Beralike, literally to a squirrel, the text being a translation of Yeats's 6-line poem, To a Squirrel at Kilnano, first collected in Yeats's 1917 volume, The Wild Swans at Cool. Sixth, Chander Moto Doyalu, literally kind like the moon, the title comprising the first 3 words of the Bengali text, which is a translation of Human Dignity, the 12-line long 2nd segment of the poem, A Man Young and Old, first collected in Yeats's 1928 volume, The Tower. 7th, Akhon Kuleche Gota Sottir Chehara, literally, now the entire face of truth has been revealed, the title comprising the first 5 words of the Bengali text, which is the translation of Yeats's 16-line poem, To a Friend Whose Work Has Come to Nothing, first collected in Yeats's 1914 volume, Responsibilities, Poems and the Play. 8th, Bahal, literally appointed, the Bengali text being a translation of Yeats's 12-line poem, An Appointment, first collected in Yeats's 1914 volume, Responsibilities, Poems and a Play. 9th, Ekti Jobba, literally a cloak, the Bengali text being a translation of Yeats's 10-line poem, A Coat, first collected in Yeats's 1914 volume, Responsibilities, Poems and a Play. 10th, Bardhokker Jonne Prarthana, a translation of Yeats's 12-line long poem, A Prayer for Old Age, included in Yeats's 1935 play, A Full Moon in March. 11th, Ponditgon, a translation of Yeats's 12-line long poem, The Scholars, first collected in Yeats's 1917 volume, The Wild Swans at Cool. 12th, Girja O Sartar Bahadur, a translation of Yeats's 12-line long poem, Church and State, included in Yeats's 1935 play, A Full Moon in March. Then comes number 13, Mohini Chatterjee, a translation of Yeats's 28-line long poem, Mohini Chatterjee, first collected in Yeats's 1933 volume, The Winding Stair and Other Poems. 14th, Osongjoto Kothar Jonne Monostap, a translation of Yeats's 15-line long poem, Remorse for Intemperate Speech, first collected in Yeats's 1933 volume, The Winding Stair and Other Poems. 15th, Rajniti, a translation of the 12-line long poem, Politics, first collected in the 1939 volume, Last Poems and Two Plays. 16th, Amar Janalar Shamne Moinar Basha, literally, the manna's nest in front of my window. The Bengali text being a translation of Yeats's 20-line long poem, The Stairs Nest by My Window, which constitutes the 6th section of Meditations in Time of Civil War, first collected in Yeats's 1928 volume, The Tower. 17th, Nirbachon, a translation of Yeats's 8-line long poem, The Choice, first collected in Yeats's 1933 volume, The Winding Stair and Other Poems. In addition to this, they translates Yeats's memorial reconstruction of a story by Oscar Wilde, corresponding to Oscar Wilde's The Doer of Good, which is to be found in Yeats's Introduction to the Complete Works of Oscar Wilde, Volume 3, published from New York in 1923. They implies it to be a poem in prose. They gives it the title, The Best Short Story in the World, and appends to it within parentheses a note to the effect that, quote, according to Wilde, this story by him is the best of short stories. William Butler Yeats wrote it down from his memory because of its terrible beauty, unquote. The phrase in Bengali is Bhayankar Soundarjo. As would be clear from the foregoing account, they does not select for translation only those poems by Yeats that are most often anthologized or most widely read, with the exception of The Second Coming. For example, none of the Yeats poems translated by Day appear in the 1941 edition of the Golden Treasury. Only one of these occur in the Oxford Book of Modern Verse, 1892 to 1935, compiled by Yeats himself, and only one of these is included in the New Oxford Book of English Verse, 1250 to 1950, edited by Helen Gardner. The unusualness of Day's choice of Yeats poems becomes clearer as one looks at a 1963 anthology of poems translated into Bengali by various hands. And this volume is entitled Shapto Sindhu Dosh Diganto, or 7 Seas, 10 Directions. This was edited by 2 leading Bengali poets of the 1950s and 60s, Shankho Ghosh and Alok Ranjan Dasgupta. This volume includes predominantly the better known poems by Yeats. 7 of its 10 entries by Yeats being The Wild Swans at Cool, The Lake Isle of Innisfree, When You Are Old, A Coat, Leda and the Swan, Sailing to Byzantium, and the Municipal Gallery Revisited. This indicates that they had a thorough and intimate acquaintance with Yeats's publications, being not restricted to the widely circulated anthologies, and that he sought to share his own original and unorthodox taste in Yeats's poems with his audience, unmediated by the dictates of the canon. Secondly, we come to the point about brevity and precision. It may also be seen from the foregoing account that Day is partial towards Yeats's short poems. The shortest 2 Yeats poems translated by him are of 6 lines each, whereas the longest one, Mohini Chatterjee, is of 28 lines, but has sharp, clipped, fast-moving lines that are of 6, 5, or even 4 syllables. The predilection for short, trim lyrics is consistent with Day's stance in his 2 Bengali essays, Yeats in Bengali and Rabindranath Yeats Pound, published 1965, where he marvels at the robust epigrammatic compactness that Yeats achieved in his poetry around 1910. The same stance has in fact been taken by Day's fellow modernist poet, Amiya Chakraborty, in his biographical essay, The Poet Yeats, written in the late 1930s. While another Bengali modernist, Sudhindranath Dotto, in his 1936 essay, W.B. Yeats and Art for Art's Sake, compares him with Li Po, the 8th century Chinese poet, for his ability to capture a comprehensive vision of the cosmos within the regimented precision of a few lines. In his 1948 collection of essays, An Acre of Green Grass, Buddhadev Bose declares, quote, if I had not read Yeats, I would have been left with only an imperfect notion of the capacity of the lyric. Knowing him, I have known the uttermost meaning that a poem of 20 words may contain, unquote. Bose complains in the same volume, quote, our poet translators have persuaded even the difficult Eliot, T.S. Eliot that is, but discreetly left alone the crystal clearness of Yeats, unquote. They may be seen as trying to make up for the alleged deficiency and rising to the challenge as he tries to capture the compactness of Yeats's short poems in translation. It may be recalled that only one of the Yeats poems translated by Day, that is, He Wishes for the Cloths of Heaven, dates earlier than 1910, but it is characterized by the compactness of expression prized by Day and his fellow modernist poets. Thirdly, the above description also makes it abundantly clear that Day's translations of Yeats's poems in either collection are presented at random, with no regard for the chronology of publication or composition and no organizing principle in evidence. Besides, the poems in Day's translation are not equipped with any metadata, any paratics such as title of the source language text, date of composition or publication, the edition or version used, and so on, that would help relate the poems to Yeats's total corpus or appreciate their cultural or biographical context. Further, Day does not choose to translate titles such as He Wishes for the Cloths of Heaven, The Lover Pleads with His Friends for Old Friends, and To a Friend Whose Work Has Come to Nothing. That would help identify the fictional speaker of the poem, the putative addressee, and the specific dramatic situation for the speech act embodied in the dramatic lyric. Besides, excluding the best short story in the world, which he considers a prose poem, no Yeats text translated by Day contains any annotation. Day's reticence about the source text stands out when juxtaposed with the 1908 volume named Tirthosholil or Holy Waters, produced by Satyendranath Dotto, dates 1882 to 1922, popular and established Bengali poet. This volume contains translations of about 180 poems from foreign languages such as Chinese, Japanese, Persian, Arabic, Norwegian, Polish, German, Italian, French, and English, apart from several Indian languages. This anthology, the 1908 anthology, which has been identified as the first collection of quote-unquote world poetry in Bengali, provides biographical sketches of the poets in an appendix. Similarly, the 1963 collection, Shapto Sindhu Dosh Digonto, identifies the source language poems in an appendix, besides providing a long introduction on the poetics of translatorial practices. In contrast to this, Day gives no annotation even for his translation of The Second Coming, which contains allusions to Yeats's eclectic, heterodox mythology that might baffle the uninitiated Bengali reader. Except for this text, Day avoids translating Yeats's mythological poems. He also rejects the ones containing overt topical allusions to Irish life and politics, and those dealing with various wars and uprisings and strifes, most probably keeping in mind the issue of accessibility to Bengali readers. It is for the same reason that he drops the place name from the title of the poem to a squirrel at Kilnano. Day retains the mention of Bethlehem in his translation of The Second Coming and the allusion to Catullus in that of The Scholars. But otherwise, his translations of Yeats do not have unfamiliar proper nouns as stumbling blocks. On the whole, they apparently trust the poems to speak for themselves in terms of their rhetoric, imagery, and verbal music. His program is to eschew the encroachment of scholarly apparatus upon the pleasure of reading poetry. Comparably, one might add that the 17 translations of Eliot by Day, which appear in the same 1986 volume and which were also published as a separate volume called Eliot's Poems, do not come with any notes, although they involve complex, abstruse, cross-cultural matching of quotations and allusions. Day's omission of metadata for his translations cannot be traced to a lack of interest in Yeats or ignorance of him, because in his 2 Bengali essays on Yeats, they surveys the evolution of Yeats's poetry and astutely relates Yeats's literary corpus to his life and times. In both essays, they comments on Yeats's alienation from the Irish masses and Yeats's search for, within quotes, common mind, or within quotes, unity of life. They further relates this to Yeats's fascination with Tagore and India. In the essay Yeats and Bengali, they observe that Yeats was not a philosopher, but a Mohakobi, or great poet, who took recourse to philosophy or pseudo-philosophy as a support for his poetic vision. They also glances at Yeats's inclination towards fascism and his aversion to communism. They further recalls in both the essays reading out the poem Mohini Chatterjee to the theosophist Mohini Mohan Chattopadhyay, also known as Mohini Chatterjee, dates 1858 to 1936, who happened to be a friend of Dey's father's. So he had to read out this poem to him after the poem was published simultaneously in 2 periodicals in 1931. Mohini Chatterjee at the time was very old and also had lost his eyesight. So the poem had to be read out aloud to him. Now, coming back to the translations, as regards the strategy for translating Yeats, the Bengali poems adhere to the number of lines of the source language texts, which is an admirable technical feat in itself. Dey's translation of Mohini Chatterjee takes one extra line that also does not rhyme with other lines, but this is useful for conveying the sense effectively, lucidly. Dey also tries to retain or at least approximate to the rhyme scheme of Yeats's poems. For example, he follows the rhyme scheme for a quote, that is A, B, B, A, C, D, C, E, D, E, and memory, that is A, B, C, D, E, C. He departs only once from the complex rhyme scheme of politics. He adds a verb to the final line of to a squirrel at Kilnano to ensure a rhyme. And he replicates the technical innovation of he wishes for the cloths of heaven, but entire words instead of rhyming syllables are repeated at the end of the lines. However, Dey's hallmark poetic style with its abstruse Sanskritic diction surfaces frequently. His translations of politics, the choice, and the lover pleads with his friends for old friends are especially saturated with ringing and formal Sanskrit words that stand against the precision and light movement of the original poems. The final line of politics, that is, and held her in my arms, is rendered into the rather turgid Bengali line, Ami je osleshe chai meetike bahu rashroye, which would probably translate literally as I want in an access of emotion to have that girl in the refuge of my arms. And this would be far removed from daily parlance, and it totally fails to do justice to the disarming simplicity and the aching frankness of Yeats's original poem. Similarly, for the poem He Wishes for the Cloths of Heaven, the adjectives dim and dark are rendered into the rather literary Sanskrit words Pandur and Tomistra. For church and state, he uses the unfamiliar and contrived compound noun Shopnoprayan to denote the wandering into dreams mentioned in line number 8 of Yeats's poem. Dey's indulgence in lush, stylized diction indicates that he does not always aspire to the compactness and economy that he admired in Yeats's poetry.
You have to wrap up,
Right.
please.
Yes, wrapping up, yes. Besides, what in Yeats appears to be pleasurably streamlined and pithy often becomes elliptical and ambiguous in Dey's rendition. His translations of memory, church and state, the choice, and to a friend whose work has come to nothing shows this tendency, to the point that some lines defy comprehension without reference to Yeats's original poems. These poems also recall the obscure syntax of Dey's own poems, such as Ophelia, Cressida, Janmashtami, Eurydice, and Coda. Given Dey's insightfulness as a reader of Yeats and his technical prowess as a practicing poet, this seems to be a conscious aesthetic decision. They, in these translations, may be seen as presenting self-consciously to a Bengali constituency his own reading of Yeats as filtered through Dey's own poetic sensibility and poetic idiom. Dey's contemporary Jivanananda Das observed in a 1941 essay that his fellow poets have visited Yeats repeatedly in search of a kindred spirit and also of novel poetic expression. This would be part of the Bengali poet's efforts to distance the overwhelming presence of the literary giant Rabindranath Tagore. These translations of Yeats instantiate a more confident, self-assured approach to a leading canonical poet from the West, in that they absorb Yeats within his own poetic voice, rather than fashioning his style or aesthetic credo after Yeats's. The Bengali, placing Yeats in a collection of poems translated from Chinese and Japanese, as well as French, Italian, German, and English, they gestures towards an ideal of trans-historical cosmopolitanism that goes hand in hand with the model of literary modernism espoused by him and his fellow Bengali poets. The Bengali modernists of this generation were committed to a fluid, open, and equal participation in world literature, rather than aspiring to a secondary, belated, and provincial version of Western metropolitan modernisms and acceding to imported aesthetic programs. Dey's translation strategy bespeaks a bid to deal with Yeats and other poets on his own terms and on a co-equal plane. If Dey's omission of metadata and disregard for local color are culpable of cultural homogenization and political callousness, he is prepared to overlook such charges because his primary commitment is to the pleasure of reading poetry. Thank you so much for listening.
Very nice. Thank you. That was very nice. Great. We'll put the questions for later. So we move on really fast because we're going over time. So we welcome Alla Kononova from the University of Tyumen in Russia. In 2019, she was awarded a PhD from Lomonov Moscow State University. She's now an associate professor at the Department of Russian and Foreign Literature at the University of Tyumen, which I mispronounced, I suppose. And her research is in 20th and 21st century Irish poetry and Irish-Russian literary and cultural connections. The floor is yours. And it seems to work. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just a moment. So can you see the slides properly? Okay. Yes. Russia's acquaintance with Yeats starts as early as 1896, first in connection with the 1893 edition of William Blake. And in the review of that edition, written by the writer Zinaida Vengerova, Yeats was described as a young but quite renowned poet. A year later, Vengerova changed this description to, quote, the major Irish poet now living. From that time, we can see a moderately steady interest in Yeats, especially in his works on theatre. Yeats' reception in pre-revolutionary Russia has been extensively covered in the works, for instance, by Grigory Krushkov, now a major translator of Yeats into Russian, and Roger Keyes, who also gives an overview of the Soviet period. However, a lot of detail and context still needs to be added, for the fate of Yeatsian translations often seems to be closely linked to the fate of those involved in the process. That is why today I would like to focus on the history of translation of Yeats's work into Russian, starting from 1930s and up to the present moment, focusing specifically on the publications that appeared in the literary magazine Foreign Literature, which in the 20th century was a primary source of getting news on what was happening in the world literary scene, even at times of strict censorship. Established under its current name in 1955, over time, the magazine acquired a symbolic significance, becoming, according to its current editor, Alexander Libergant, quote, a symbol of non-existent liberalism in the Soviet culture. So this is where the title of this paper comes from. And today, the magazine still holds its position as an important source and guide to world literature. The decade of 1930s was marked by the growing sense of censorship, but also by a remarkable in that context event. In 1935, several chapters from James Joyce's Ulysses were translated into Russian and published in the magazine International Literature, which existed from 1933 to 1943, and it was the direct predecessor of the foreign literature. It wasn't the first attempt to translate and publish Ulysses. For example, the translation of episode 18 was published already in 1925, but by far it was the most successful. The magazine managed to publish the first 10 episodes before that courageous enterprise was stopped by the censorship authorities, who labeled Joyce as a perniciously formalist writer, not worthy of the Soviet reader's attention. Later, one of the translators, Igor Romanovich, was sent to a prison camp where he soon died. Although Yeats had never been officially included in the long list of undesirable authors, we can see some striking parallels. The attitude towards Yeats in the official Soviet literary circles could be summarized by Maxim Gorky's remark about William Blake. The story goes that in 1922, when Samuil Marshak, one of the leading translators of the period, approached Gorky with the suggestion to publish a separate volume of translations from Blake, because it was Marshak's lifelong ambition to do that, Gorky's reply was, quote, "Your Blake isn't worth translating." Which meant that Blake was too obscure and mystical for the official Soviet culture. The same could be said about Yeats. After he received a Nobel Prize, there was a brief but vehement note in one of the literary journals. Then an anonymous article was published in 1930, attacking Yeats and Lady Gregory as representatives of, quote, corrupted intelligentsia, who tried to use the, quote, Gaelic revival and Irish theatre to achieve their own mercenary goals. In 1933, a brief article on Yeats appeared in one of the volumes of the Great Soviet Encyclopedia, saying that his poetry before 1910s was marked by sophisticated ornamentalism, and that his, quote, philosophic concepts made his poetry difficult to comprehend. Roger Keyes mentions this article only in passing. However, in my view, it requires some context and reading between the lines. The article was written by Alexander Smirnov, a prominent scholar of medieval literature, who is also considered to be the founder of the Russian school of Kiltology. He was the first to translate from the original and publish some of the early Irish sagas. The first edition appeared in 1929. And before the Soviet regime, Smirnov was a friend of many Russian symbolist poets, including Alexander Blok, Vladislav Khodasevich, and others. He studied and worked in France and Ireland for a couple of years. In 1915-1916, he occupied a post of the secretary in Revue Celtique. So he was always at the very center of European culture. And all of this makes him an unlikely candidate to be easily baffled by the so-called philosophical concepts. But whatever his true ideas on Yeats might have been, for an article to be included into the encyclopedia, he had to embrace the official rhetoric and thus label Yeats as a product of, quote, the Irish bourgeois intelligentsia with nationalist aspirations, unquote. However, in his preface to the 1933 edition of The Exile of the Sons of Usnech, he did include a reference to Yeats, along with John Millington Synge, as, quote, contemporary poets who offered the most interesting interpretations of the text. Finally, in 1937, the first translations of Yeats into Russian emerged. 14 poems, mostly from his earlier collections, were included into the anthology of New English Poetry. But the vegetarian times, according to Anna Akhmatova's terminology, were long gone, and the publication of the anthology, like the publication of the Ulysses episodes, seemed close to a miracle, especially considering that its main editor, Prince Mirsky, was arrested the same year. To save the publication, his name had to be replaced by that of a young scholar, Mikhail Gutner, and the poems were bookended with an introduction and commentaries properly aligned with the censorship requirements. The rest, for nearly 4 decades, was silence. The International Literature magazine ceased to exist in 1943, and in the same year, 2 more translations from Yeats, The Fiddler of Dooney and An Old Song Resung, appeared in the English poetry section of the complete works by the translator Samuel Marshak. However, neither Marshak's translations nor the ones published in the anthology could have introduced Yeats properly to the Russian-speaking readers, for the quality of the translations is very uneven, and through them, Yeats mostly comes as devoid of any distinctive poetic style, melancholy and rather old-fashioned. To give you some idea of the translations included into the anthology, for instance, the famous Terrible Beauty was transformed into Terrible Loveliness.
Alain, can I just interrupt 1 second? Are you going to show your slides or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
And so Yeats' status of the best Irish poet given to him in 1897 by Zinaida Vengerova was reduced to that of a minor English poet. So after that, Yeats' name slipped for many years into oblivion. The International Literature magazine was resurrected under the name Foreign Literature in 1955, as I have mentioned, 2 years after Stalin's death, when the political climate slowly started to change. However, the agenda of the censorship authorities was still very clear. So if we look at the first 15 years of the magazine's existence, up until late 1960s, early 1970s, Irish literature would be presented solely by the names of Sean O'Casey and George Barnard Shaw. Joyce reappears on its pages only in 1976, the translation of the Portrait of an Artist, and Yeats in 1980. Symbolically, the selection starts with the poem After Long Silence. Yeah, sorry, I forgot about the slide. So these are the poems that were included into the 1937 anthology.
Can you slide through them?
Yes, so as you can see, they're mostly from his earlier collections, and so the latest poem is Easter 1916, and probably that happened because the idea of the anthology was conceived quite early, maybe in 1920s, and these are the poems that were available to the translators at the time. There are, however, a few notable publications before the year of 1980, when Yeats's translations from Yeats appeared in foreign literature. And for example, in 1960, a book of Irish legends and folk tales was published by the translator and children's writer Natalia Shchevskaya, featuring 12 tales from fairy and folk tales of the Irish peasantry. And it is probably the first book published during the Soviet period that does not try to judge Yeats for his lack of sympathy towards communist and socialist ideas. This book also finally introduced the most adequate and currently accepted Russian spelling of Yeats's name that reflects the pronunciation.
Sorry, Ala. We cannot see your PowerPoint. You just stuck in the symbol of non-existent liberalism only. So can you move the slide, or there's some? Yeah. We just wonder. Yeah, okay.
Can you see them now?
Yes.
Yeah, and follow them.
Okay. Yes. So probably I will leave it this way. So this is the cover of the book Irish Legends and Folktales. And as I have said, that this book introduced the spelling of Yeats's name that is currently accepted. And all in all, there have been over a dozen variants of Yeats's name in Russian. For example, Yeats, Wets, Yeats, Waits, and even West, as a result of some typographical mistake. His middle name also had various spellings in Russian, which sounded like battler or even butler. From around 1960s, we can notice also a growing academic interest in Irish literature. In 1973, a monograph on contemporary Irish poetry was published by Alla Sarukhanyan, the scholar of Irish literature, and that monograph, for example, introduced to the Russian audience a young Irish poet, Seamus Heaney. So the name Seamus was spelled as Seamus. Probably it was a result of another typographical mistake. And in 1997, so exactly 40 years after the anthology of New English Poetry, the anthology of 20th century Western European poetry appeared, in which Yeats was reinstated in his status of, quote, the most prominent Irish poet. And his poetry was given a more or less proper overview. None of the previous translations were included, and the foreword of the editor, the poet Robert Rождественский, still contained some compulsory courtesy to the official Soviet discourse, but the general tone was entirely different from the 1937 anthology. The censorship had softened, and there was finally no need to label the poets in accordance with their explicit or implicit political views, thus separating, so to speak, clean from the unclean. And some of the translations included in this anthology would then become canonical for further publications of Yeats's poetry.
Anna, I can give you maximum 4 more minutes. So can you make a selection, please?
Yes, I'm almost there. So I've nearly finished.
Sorry.
Yeah. So in 1986, Foreign Literature published another selection of Yeats's poems, this time with proper introduction written by Alla Sarukhanyan. And if we compare this publication to the one from 1980, we can notice another tangible shift and thawing of the climate, which becomes apparent even if we compare the concept of the other art for both issues. So the 1980 issue is still very Marxist-Leninist in its aesthetic. Yeats is mentioned almost undercover after all the compulsory courtesy is performed. In the in the 1986 issue, his poems are given the pride of place. A century exactly passed since Yeats was first mentioned in the Russian literary context, and in her introduction, Sarukhanyan reflects on this long journey. So you can see the quote on the slide. And she finishes by saying that Russian readers yet have to wait for their first personal meeting with Yeats, the Literary Monuments edition being assembled. This meeting should not be a mere formal introduction. Yeats should come to us with the music of his words, their hidden meaning and clear articulation. The translations below belong to those who have long and passionately been reading the Irish poet, searching for a key to his poetic world. And the edition of Yeats' selected poems, which Saruhanyan mentions, was published in 1995. And so he was acknowledged, and his role and place in the world literature was finally acknowledged properly. And starting from 1990s onwards, we can see that long years of near silence and cautious treading around Yeats had been broken, and various editions of his works started to emerge regularly. In 2000, the translation of Eavan was published, and in February of 95, the Foreign Literature magazine published a special issue on Irish literature, which was titled Irish Literature, Modern Choice, that included the translation of The Only Jealousy of Emer. And in the recent years, there has been another increase of interest in Irish literature, with translations appearing both from Irish and from English. And in March 2022, there was another special foreign literature issue, Ireland Known and Unknown, which featured a single poem by Yeats, An Irish Airman Foresees His Death, but with 3 different translations, from the canonical version by Andrei Sergeyev, first published in 1977, and 2 recent translations published in 2018 and 2022. The choice of the poem was again timely and symbolic, but the comparative angle indicates new tendencies forming around Yeatsian translations, the desire to re-evaluate the canonical translations and offer new readings of and new approaches to his poetry. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We move immediately to the third speaker. This is Daria Protopopescu from the University of Bucharest in Romania. She had her PhD in linguistics, summa cum laude, and is now an associate professor at the University of Bucharest. Her books are Elements of English Terminology, and she co-authored New Perspectives on English Grammar. Her research is into terminology, translation studies, and the history of the English language. She's a vice dean of the School of Foreign Languages and Literatures in Bucharest. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you for your generous presentation. Just a quick check with you. Can you see me?
We can see.
Yeah, but let's see if you can see me move through the pages. Yeah?
Yeah, we do. Brilliant.
Okay, yeah, okay. Just a quick check.
You're quite welcome.
All right. So I come from a slightly different background. I come from, let's say, a more formal linguistics type of background, because my PhD thesis was on the syntax and interpretation of manner adverbs in English and Romanian. And now I have sort of migrated towards translation studies, and I deal mostly with investigating the behavior of manner adverbs in translations into Romanian. Now you might wonder why I have chosen to deal in a corpus on Yeats' prose. Well, it has to do with the fact that Yeats is relatively less known in Romania, less translated perhaps. The prose of Yeats was published in the late 2010s. So there is no instance of, let's say, retranslation of Yeats. Previously, there have been some of his poems translated by various authors here and there in various magazines and in 2 volumes. So this is why, because it's easier to deal with structural analysis of syntactical structural analysis of adverbs, I have chosen to deal this time with Yeats' prose. Okay, so just to take a quick roadmap overview of what I'm going to deal with. So we'll go through the aims. I'll briefly mention the framework that I employ. We'll take a look at the corpus, and I'll tell you a little bit about the Romanian translation of the volume that I have used for my corpus, and then I'll move to corpus analysis and hopefully come to a few conclusions by the end. All right. So now the class of adverbs is basically a very heterogeneous one, and manner adverbs as such pose a lot of problems with respect to both their interpretation, because they may arise in distinct syntactic positions in the sentence, and because of that, apparently, they give rise to different semantic interpretations. To the extent that those that appear lower in the clause have the, let's say, pure core manner interpretation in X manner, this is done in X manner, whereas those that appear higher in the clause have a tendency of being interpreted as being subject-oriented. Yeah, so it is the subject's perspective on how the action occurs. Yeah. Now, I have related that to concepts that are employed in translation studies. And for this particular paper, I have taken a closer look at what happens with the concepts of domestication as opposed to foreignization, and explicitation as opposed to implicitation. And I have used mostly Claudie's framework of transfer operations that make this connection between domestication as a transfer operation at the cultural level and explicitation as a transfer operation at the linguistic level. And the aim of this paper is to check and see whether these concepts are illustrated by examples taken from Yeats's prose. Now, this would be a very quick overview of the conceptual framework. So here you have the definitions for explicitation and implicitation. As you can see, they are antonymous or opposed rather to each other. A drawback of explicitation with respect to translation might be the fact that it may lead to excessive over translation. Whereas in the case of implicitation, we would get a more synthetic type of text. Now, moving on to Claudie, he deals with translatological categories that encompass sets of opposing transfer operations, and you can see them listed in the table on the right. So for explicitation, we deal with specification, division, addition, and upgrading, and in the case of implicitation, we deal rather with generalization, contraction, omission, and downgrading. To give you an example of explicitation with specification, which is basically the most widespread concept under explicitation, in the source text, you would have something like "go away," he said. And in the target text, you can see the back translation below. The verb "said" is replaced by the verb "barked." Okay. In the case of implicitation, you have the opposite effect. So you get a generalization from the source text. How do you know? She spluttered. As you can see in the back translation, you get the more generalized she asked. Okay. Now, my colleague Nadina Vishan has done a comparative study in how these concepts of domestication and foreignization work with respect to translation. And here you have a summary of the features that pertain to each of them. So in the case of domestication, yeah, we are dealing with dynamic equivalence. And in the case of foreignization, we are dealing mostly with formal correspondence in the sense of Nida and Tabor. So you can see that they are opposed. So in the case of domestication, we deal with the hegemony of the target culture. In the case of foreignization, with ethnocentricity of the source culture. We have transparency of the target text in domestication versus opacity of the text in the target text. Fluency versus reinvented fluency, focused on the conceptual signified versus focus on the play of signifiers. In the case of domestication, we are dealing with appropriation by obliterating cultural and linguistic differences, which are perceived as obstacles between the source language and the target language. In the case of foreignization, we are dealing with resistance to the linguistic and cultural patterns of the target language. So again, domestication is perceived as fidelity to the source text. Foreignization is perceived in a way as some sort of abusive fidelity towards the source text. Domestication also implies less effort on the part of the reader, whereas foreignization implies more effort on the part of the reader. Now, moving on to further narrowing down the framework, Claude's parameters can be applied to the two languages that come in contact through translation. Here, the source language is English and the target language Romanian. And as you can see, they differ in status to the extent that obviously English is the major language, whereas Romanian is the minor language. They are related to the extent that they are part of the same Indo-European family of languages. And in a way, in the sense of NIDA, we can say that these are relatively close cultures. Excuse me. So we start off from the hypothesis that linguistic asymmetry is matched by cultural asymmetry. So explicitation being a universal tendency in translation, it has been also correlated with this status parameter. And the expectation here is that foreignization is going to occur from a major to a minor language, while domestication is going to occur from a minor to a major language. And Claude actually demonstrates that linguistic asymmetry, in this case, explicitation overriding implicitation, is matched by cultural asymmetry, in which case domestication overrides foreignization, irrespective of the direction of the transfer. Now, quickly moving on to the corpus, the target text, as I was saying, is a book, a volume of Yeats's prose, translated into Romanian by a poet, Mircea Ivănescu, and it appeared with one of the major publishing houses in Romania, Humanitas Publishing House, in 2016. What you see on the left-hand side is the source text. This is the exact volume that the publishing house admits in the disclaimer that they have used for confrontation. So it is the Macmillan 1959 edition of Yeats's Mythologies. Now, again, a very quick remark on the Romanian translation. As I was saying, the translator is a poet, or rather was a poet himself. He died prior to the publication of the translation. I do not really know whether he was aware that it was going to be published. To my mind, probably he was not, because if you are to draw a close parallel between the two texts, you're going to see that there are some omissions. There is a disclaimer, as I was saying at the beginning of the volume, stating that when they found the manuscript, the typed manuscript, a few pages were missing. So whatever text was missing was translated by another poet. However, upon closer investigation, I have found that there are some other fragments that are missing, or that they are very, very loosely adapted into Romanian. So it is clear to me that the author did not get the time to revise his translation of the Yeatsian text. Now, moving on to my case study, which is, as I was saying, on manner adverbs. I'm going to offer you a few examples and discuss a few examples, mostly from the perspective of how manner adverbs are treated here. What is quite interesting in the case of these contexts that I have chosen for today is the fact that they are part of coordinated structures. And from the point of view of the formal linguistic syntactic series that are available on the market for adverbs in general, it is quite unusual to have coordinated adverbs that are part of the same syntactic class. So in a way, this comes as a counterexample to what formal linguistics says about adverbs. Now, for this particular example here, we have an instance of domestication, which goes to explicitation by means of a prepositional paraphrase. For the second instance, but some gladly and quickly. Yeah, this is what I mean here by prepositional paraphrase, which is translated into Romanian as with friendship and with haste. So you can see that Romanian doesn't choose to render them as adverbs, but rather as prepositional phrases. Above that, we have another instance of two coordinated manner adverbs, angrily and slowly. However, if you take a look at the back translation of the Romanian text, you can see that this is in fact a whole substitution of the adverbs. You have hesitating, angered, and casting askew glances. Okay, so this is a very loose adaptation of what we have in English. What you have here highlighted in pink is actually an instance of mistranslation, because again, if you are to compare the source text to the back translation, you're going to see that there's clearly an instance of misinterpreting the passive voice here. So basically the whole point of view of the text is changed because of this mistranslation. Moving on, we have another instance of a context where we have explicitation by means of substitution. Yeah, so they pressed on rapidly and cautiously. So again, a coordinated structure, rapidly and cautiously. Although it is a coordinated structure, the Romanian translator chose to substitute it. You no longer have a coordination here, but as you can see from the back translation, it says they rushed their step with caution. Yeah, so basically the first adverb is translated as a verb phrase, and the second adverb is rendered as a prepositional phrase. With domestication, strangely enough, I have also found instances of equivalence, and I have chosen two contexts here, slowly and meditatively, which is translated as slowly and thoughtfully in Romanian. And on the next slide, you're going to see a different example. Here, the context that is highlighted in pink is in fact, again, an instance of explicitation. So I spoke becomes I was uttering these words. And the second highlighted pink context is an instance of omission or rather implicitation. Yeah, so it's deep red light dyeing his long delicate fingers becomes with his hand. Yeah, so clearly a very, very synthetic approach to it. Yeah, so the second context where we have equivalence and yet domestication type of approach is again with the adverb slowly and loudly, which become in Romanian gently and loudly. Now, the adverb that we use here in Romanian could have been încet, which was present on the previous slide. Încet in Romanian has two meanings. It means both slowly, but also in a low voice. So probably if the translator were to use încet și tare as slowly and loudly, which would have been the perfect equivalence, the Romanian reader would have interpreted as paradoxical, in a low voice but loudly at the same time, which is probably not the case here. So this is why I guess the Romanian translator opted for the more archaic domol, which is gently, tamely, kindly, if you will, and is closely related to the verb of saying here. Finally, I have an example of omission. As I was saying at the beginning, given the fact that probably this is a text that was translated close to the translator's passing, he probably didn't have the time to revise the text. And the context that I have taken this from is a larger paragraph. And in fact, the entire paragraph seems to be a very, very loose adaptation of what the English source text offers. But this particular sentence misses altogether, so it is not there. It's not really an instance of censorship, because this is not the case. Yeah, it is published in 2016. So it's probably something that even the publishing house missed. They probably didn't really have a parallel confrontation of the two texts. So instead, I have supplied my own translation, in which I have chosen to render this as an equivalence for the first adverb and a prepositional paraphrase for the second one. So clearly and yet with the zest. Because although these appear to be coordinated structures and supposedly coordination joins together elements of the same rank, coordination can also be asymmetric. And this here is clearly indicated by the presence of yet. Okay, so it is a bit adversative, and therefore the two elements could be said to be of these distinct ranks. This is why I have chosen an adverb and a prepositional phrase. Now, moving on to conclusions. Out of all the contexts that I have looked at in the text, for explicitations, I have found 20 instances of paraphrase, 5 instances of equivalence, as I was saying, 8 of substitution, and 2 mistranslations. But this is strictly for adverbs, not for other structures. And as far as implicitation is concerned, I have found 10 instances of equivalence, 0 paraphrase, 0 mistranslation, and 2 instances of complete omission. Now, the results of this particular analysis seem to validate Claudie's hypothesis that explicitation as a linguistic transfer operation and domestication as a cultural transfer operation actually go hand in hand, at least from a major source language such as English to a minor target language such as Romanian. Okay, and these are the references I have consulted, and thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Thanks very much. That was great. Somewhat different because different languages, different approaches, more linguistic, more historic, but it's great to have this combination. So it's a wide range as translation really needs, because we're crossing cultures. We don't have all that much time for questions. We have 5 minutes to be precise, but the floor is yours. So yeah, Ciaran, please. You'll have to unlock yourself. Yeah, we can't hear you. You have to put your mic.
Yeah. Am I audible? Yeah.
I thank all the speakers for their beautiful presentation. Yes, we have, in fact, a multicultural Yeats at this moment. But since I do not have access to other languages, I'll just point out a few things on Abhishek's paper, which is also my language in the sense. In Bengal, at least in the 50s and 60s, if I should be allowed to say this, we had a kind of a Bengali Celticism in the sense that Yeats was a kind of an icon for many poets and also for academics. I'll just give not only Vishnu Dev, but many modernist poets. They had not only translated Yeats's poems, but also Yeats's plays. Resurrection, there is a translation of Resurrection, there is a translation of Purgatory by Buddhadev Bose, who was one of the leading modernists in Bengal. And moreover, when the comparative literature in Jadavpur University, where Abhishek teaches, started in 1958, I don't remember the exact year, 1958 or 1962. Which year was it, Abhishek? You remember?
Sorry, I don't. Sorry, I don't remember the exact.
Oh, sorry. It's all right. You know, 5 out of the 7 teachers, they had their dissertation, doctoral dissertation on Yeats. And some of them were published, some were not. So Yeats, not only because he was closely associated with Tagore, that is one of the reasons, but also Yeats was seen as a kind of an icon both of literary modernism as well as of as a kind of not only of a modernist poet, but also a kind of a poet as a kind of a last romantic, because there were traces of romanticism in some of the poets, and so Bengal has a kind of a culture of literary culture of rather cultivating, discussing, translating Yeats, studying Yeats in that sense. And that is what I just wanted to add to Abhishek's paper. Thank you all. Thank you.
If I may quickly add to that, Buddhadev Bose was the founding father of the Department of Comparative Literature at Jadavpur University. Had actually left the department by 1962. So he had been teaching there for some time. And an anecdote about Yeats and that department. Buddhadev Bose, as you pointed out, and as I mentioned in my paper, actually translated Purgatory into Bengali as Prayashchitto. And it was actually enacted by students and teachers of the Department of Comparative Literature at Jadavpur University in 1965 to commemorate the birth centenary of W.B. Yeats.
Yeah, and it was rather lavishly commemorated, the centenary of Yeats. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you so much.
And there's also an excerpt from Shadowy Waters in translation. It's included in that volume called Shabda Sindhu Dosh Diganta. And I guess Alok Ranjan Dasgupta also translated bits of
he has also translated
bits of Yeats.
There are many translations, Right.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else would like to come in? If not immediately, I would like to ask Ala. You mentioned this foreign literature magazine. This seems to be very important for the spreading of translations, or is that just because you happen to come across it, or is that just a key magazine?
In terms of translations and good quality translations, it is one of the major sources still. And in the Soviet Union, it was basically the main resource for getting news on what was happening outside.
Right.
Yeah,
thanks.
and so looking at it really helps you understand the tendencies.
I suppose Grigory Khrushchev publishes in it as well.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. I have a question for Daria, if we have one more minute. So this was very, very interesting. Like the adverb, the higher the adverb is in the clause, the more it belongs to the subject. And then the lower it is in the sentence, it belongs to what? The object?
No, it belongs to the verb. So if it has a manner interpretation, then it appears lower in the clause, at least in English. Yeah, because in English we have this fixed parameter, subject, verb, object, and the adverb being an adjunct usually occurs towards the end periphery of the clause. Yeah, so if it occurs at the end periphery, then it is interpreted semantically as X does Y in a particular manner. Yeah, if the same adverb, because this sometimes happens, occurs somewhat higher in the sentence, so closer, let's say, to the subject, then the interpretation would be that X was in a particular manner doing whatever Y action. Yeah.
Right.
So if you say something like John angrily spoke to his father, it means that John was angry when he spoke to his father or as he was speaking to his father. Yeah, but if you say something like John was speaking angrily, then the interpretation would be that the speaking was done in an angry manner.
Yes,
yeah, that would be the difference in interpretation, at least with certain manner adverbs that allow for this, let's say, flexibility in the structure.
Qualified subject, we see. Yeah, right, that's right. Yeah. Thanks, Rita. Yeah. You also mentioned abusive fidelity. That's a really intriguing term.
Yeah, well, it might be a little bit harsh, but this is the term that is not employed necessarily by myself. So I cannot really elaborate further on that. But yeah, well, in a way you could say that this is abusive with, well, the in-between inverted commas, as it were.
Well, it's very interesting. I think I'm going to read about that more. Thanks for handing me that concept.
You're welcome.
Right. I'm afraid, Youngmin, do we have more time or do we have to stop here? What do you think? Oh, it's time actually, isn't it? It's 40. So let me thank all the speakers for a very, very interesting contribution to this conference, and long live translation. Thanks.
Next session will start the 8:45. So we have 6 minutes, 7 minutes more. Yeah, just take time.
Youngmin, could I actually try out my PowerPoint, because I wouldn't like to have misery with it.
Okay.
So how do I do that? Do I?
Actually, the staff members will be doing this. They're in the other room. Maybe I can do myself then.
How do I go to the other room?
No, you can choose the breakout room. No, I mean you stay here. But I received your. Let me check.
I'm telling you, I'm completely illiterate with technical things.
Yeah, I have this with me. I think because you have to control your own PowerPoint, so you try first.
I do share screen.
Yeah, you share screen. Yeah. You can share screen. I think it's better, because if I'm doing it, I have to control, but you have to control. Yeah, you can do it. Yeah.
So it seems to work.
Yeah. You do it. I mean, you better do it. Yeah. Because if I'm doing which I cannot control.
Okay. So I go out of here again. Stop share. Yeah. Okay. And so I just stay where I am. Is that okay?
Would you just allow me to, Youngmin, would you allow me to tell her? You just click, at the bottom, you see breakout rooms. So you just click on that and you will find room number 2 and then click, just click join.
Yeah, just click. Yeah, just click and come back. Yeah, you can freely go out and come back. Just click it. I mean,
I don't see
just click. Just click.
yeah,
just click. Just
After
click and
record,
come back.
you'll find breakout rooms.
Yes. And do I join? Yes.
Yeah,
You can join and you
just
can come
click
back.
Join. Just click join, you'll be able to join.
Oh, you can do it. I mean, you can join it and then come back. So I think maybe I can do a control to you. I mean, too. But actually, you can do. You go out and come back freely. I think that they are almost done. They are almost done. Yeah, only. Yeah. People are coming back.
Yeah, I think young men, people seem to have returned from the breakout room.
Return, yeah. You are freely, because I myself am very ignorant of the technology, but actually I learned a lot during the process. And then so you can do, but I let it open, let it go, so that all the people can choose whatever you want to, That's the way, but so.
Young man, you are doing digital humanities and you say
I'm learning a lot. This conference, because I learned a lot about it theoretically, but actually this time I practice my knowledge. Yeah, and then now it works. Everybody, everybody, can be digital humanist because we are humanists as well, So people are coming back.
So did we lose Hedvig then?
Yeah, Hedvig. So you are 3 minutes later. You are controlling all the panel. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Shall we wait for 3 minutes, young men? Yes.
Yeah. If you want to do right now, Hedvig, so do you unmute yourself?
Right. So can I just start? Is that the idea?
We have 2 more minutes for that if you want to.
Okay.
Young men, is this a panel that I'm chairing, I think?
Yeah, Barry, you are chairing. Yeah, I'm sorry. Barry, you are chairing. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. I thought that Hedvig is Hedvig is speaking.
No, Barry Shields is you're chairing, aren't you?
I am, yes.
Great.
So we have Hedvig and I think we have Andrew Fitzsimons. Is Andrew here? Hi, Andrew. And we also have Fu Hao. Is Fu Hao here?
Yeah, I can see.
I can't see.
He was there. He's there. His name is there.
Name is there. Okay. Okay. Well, maybe we'll wait a minute and give Fu Hao a moment.
Give me some water. Barry, in which time zone are you?
I'm in England, so yeah, UK, Irish. Yeah.
Only 1 hour behind us. CET, Brussels.
It's lunchtime.
Indeed. Elena, which time zone are you in? Same as us? Ah.
Sorry, the same as you. It's almost 2 o'clock. 1:45.
Okay. Yeah. And Rita must be way behind us, no?
Yes, it's 8:45 now.
Gee.
Have you had
So
breakfast?
Still starting on the Sunday.
Oh, I've been up since 5, so.
Wow. So far, it seems to go quite okay with the technical things. with most people. I'm always scared stiff that it's not going to work because I haven't printed it out, so I depend on it.
On the PowerPoint.
Right now, I think I have some trouble with the technical difficulties here and there. But right now it's okay, but still the screen is blurring. I don't know why, but sometimes there's some kind of the hacking or something, because I'm so open to the world right now, YouTube, and so if somebody would like to intervene, then there might be some codes, some trouble. But right now, so far so good. But still, my screen is blurring a little bit, so that's something. Yeah, but right now it's okay. Now it's time.
Yeah, I think we should start. Okay, I'll just call out one more time. Is Fu Hao there? Hello. Perhaps he'll join us later. So we'll start with Andrew and then Hedvig, and then if Fu Hao joins us, all the better. Okay, my name is Barry Shields. For those who don't know me, I'm treasurer of the International Yeats Society. And it's a great pleasure to introduce our speakers. This is another panel on Yeats and translation. Hopefully we'll be able to consolidate some of the very rich material we've been hearing so far. And I think it's particularly exciting because all of our panelists are also practitioners. They're people who are engaged in the art and the labor of translation. And we're going to start with Andrew Fitzsimons. Andrew is a professor at Gakushūin University in Tokyo. He is the author of The Sea of Disappointment, Thomas Kinsella's Pursuit of the Real, and the editor of Thomas Kinsella Prose Occasions. He's published 3 volumes of his own poetry. He's also published translations of Italian poetry, including of Dante, Montale, and Ungaretti, and his translation of Basho, the complete haiku of Matsuo Basho, has just been published by the University of California Press. And he's going to talk about the cold heaven. Andrew.
Thanks very much, Barry. I'm going to speak a little bit about the cold heaven, but mainly just about some translations I've done and some principles I have, and Yeats as a resource for those translations. I'm delighted to be part of this panel with Hedvig Schwal and Hao Fu, both wonderful translators. I'm particularly intimidated to be on a panel with Hedvig, because I read her piece on Yeats Reborn, and I thought, my God, what am I going to do? She said everything. What am I going to do? So I decided, I'll talk about myself. So there are 2 kind of working metaphors I have in my head when I translate, okay? So this is a poem I wrote called Oranges Glisten, or it's not called anything, it's just from a sequence that I'll show you the title of in a moment. So oranges glisten in the sunlight after rain, our neighbor's garden. So the idea of our neighbor's garden, when I was a kid, and I'm sure some of the, maybe Matt Campbell as well, we had a thing where we would rob neighbors of their apples, called robbing orchards, okay? And we'd climb over a wall and bring the apples back in our jumpers, stuff them down our jumpers and climb over the wall. And that seems to me to be a metaphor of a particular kind of translation, a kind of raid. That we all know that the word translation literally means to carry across, So our neighbor's garden. And that comes from a sequence called A Fire in the Head. And there's our Yeats reference here, Fire in the Head. And you can see the subtitle in Japanese there, which means haiku written after the earthquake, the 2011 earthquake in Japan, okay? Those oranges glistening are glistening. I suppose the poem is attempting to be beautiful, but it's not really, because they're glistening because of radioactive rain. It's after the Fukushima nuclear accident. Another resource, Yeats as a resource poem here, A Fire on the Head, that woman's bright orange, a fire in the head. So Yeats, echoes of Yeats here. And you can just note here that I have been the subject of translation too, which is a very, very weird experience to see yourself translated. And then just to remind you for something later, that a haiku in Japanese is written as 1 line down the page. It's 1 line down the page. The translator of this was Nobuaki Tochigi, who some of you know. The other metaphor I have in my mind when I translate or think of translation is Shakespeare's Sonnet 116, the first 3 lines. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds. You know, sometimes we betray some of the texts we translate, we change them, etc. So there's this tension in a marriage and in translation between fidelity and felicity. There's a fruitful tension. Another paragraph that has been a kind of beating in the back of my head for a while now since I read it is August Kleinzahler's comments in the LRB a few years ago. He says, a translator's decisions involve overall tone, diction, syntactical arrangement, punctuation, rhythm, lexical intent, assorted phonic elements, organization, shape, development, formal considerations like syllable count, lineation, and rhyme, and other intangibles that rely on poetic intuition or instinct. There's more than a touch of making one's way in the dark. No guidebook to hand. A misstep or poor decision can be ruinous. Most translations, like most poems, fail. That all seems to be very true to me. And speaking of, excuse me, we're not moving here. There. Speaking of failure, Beckett comes to mind, of course. And he has been also a kind of resource in that he's an example of a writer who translates himself. However, the first translation of Beckett from French wasn't by Beckett. It was by a young student called Richard Seaver. And this is his translation. This is the first translation into English of Beckett text from French. And he said, they dressed me and gave me some money. I knew what the money was to be used for. It was for my traveling expenses. When it was gone, they said, I would have to get some more if I wanted to go on traveling. He showed this to Beckett, and there's a great anecdote in an essay he wrote of Yeats's reaction to this. And then he has this picture of the two of them working on another version of it. And this is Beckett's translation of Beckett. They clothed me and gave me money. I knew what that money was for. It was to get me started. When it was gone, I would have to get more if I wanted to go on. You know, bang, we're straight into a recognizable Beckett world. The tone, they clothed me is very, very different from they dressed me. You can see them compared here. They dressed me and gave me some money. They clothed me and gave me money. Another kind of example that has been helpful to me in my translation is Giuseppe Ungaretti. And this idea of alteration and changing what was in the original. So Ungaretti has a poem called Soldati, Soldiers, and I've just interweaved English literal translation of the Italian. You can see it there, si sta come, so thereas, d'autunno, in autumn, sugli alberi, on trees, le foglie, the leaves. But Ungaretti translated that himself into French, and he changed it. This is the literal translation. We are such that as in autumn on trees, the leaves. So he changes the subject, says we, not there in the Italian. So that has been kind of helpful to me, that an author translating himself also alters. So one of my first translations, or versions, I should say, was of an old work in Japanese by Yoshida Kenko called Zure Zure Gusa, translated by Donald Keane as Essays in Idleness. Here's Kenko. You can see here that one of the other issues in translating is time. We can see on the left here the original text. And then for Japanese people, this is extremely difficult to read, more difficult than it would be for reading Chaucer, for example, or obviously Shakespeare. And on the right here, we have a modern Japanese translation of the text. And here we have the English of Donald Keane. I'll read a little bit of this. Beautiful hair of all things in a woman is most likely to catch a man's eye. Her character and temperament may be guessed from the first word she utters, even if she is hidden behind a screen. Then just at the end, let's see, yeah, the last line there in the paragraph, second paragraph. We must guard against this delusion of the senses, which is to be dreaded and avoided. Now, I said that this was my first attempt at a kind of translation, but I didn't know any Japanese at the time. And this is what I did. I relied on Yeats. So it's called, from this book called What the Sky Arranges, which is poems made from the Zure Zure Gusa, very free. I didn't feel any compunction to be literal, so I just freely invented new poems So I'll read it here. Kurokami. Kurokami means black hair. Some woman's raven hair has maddened every mother's son. Her first words uttered, hidden behind a screen, reveal her future flavor. Our love is rooted in the deepest, darkest place, the empire of the senses we should resist without disgrace. One ache, infatuation, rises beyond all other whims, in young, in old, in the foolish and the wise. You could fetter an elephant, they say, with a rope of woman's hair, and with a sandal worn by woman, make a flute to summon deer. Oh, the senses leave you maddened. Avoid her raven hair. So you can see Yeats there, of course. I was commissioned a few years ago to translate Dante, 3 cantos of the Purgatorio for this anniversary edition of the Purgatorio. Yeats came in very, very handy in terms of tone, in particular the poem Cú Chulainn Comforted. I'll just read the final few stanzas of that beginning. We thread the needle's eyes on the right there. We thread the needle's eyes, and all we do, all must together do. That done, the man took up the nearest and began to sew. Now must we sing and sing the best we can. But first you must be told our character, convicted cowards all, by kindred slain, or driven from home and left to die in fear. They sang, but had nor human tunes nor words, though all was done in common as before. They had changed their throats and had the throats of birds. Now, as we know, this is Yeats's only attempt at terza rima. When I was commissioned to do the translation, I was determined to follow Dante's form, the terza rima, and I needed also some help with the tone, and Yeats helped with that. And I hope you can hear it here in what I've done with the Italian and the translation here. I'm going to begin from after they had come, 1, 2, 3, the 4th tercet down. After they had come to the end of their hymn, Virum non cognosco, they screamed out loud, and then with low sound began the song again. That over, they screamed once more. To the wood they tended Diana, who chased out Helice, the one who had Venus' poison in her blood, then went back to the hymn. Then of ladies they screamed, and of husbands who were chaste, as decreed by virtue and by marriage laws. And this ritual, I believe, lasts for as long as the fire around them glows. It is their cure and the food they must taste, that their open wound at last should close. So I have translated Basho, as Barry said. With this translation, there are 980 haiku by Basho, and I determined in this again to follow the form. Every poem is written to the same syllable count as the originals, even when they have excess syllables or fewer. Now, strictly speaking, Japanese does not have syllables. They're called more in linguistics. And in Japanese, they refer to on, the sound. Each sound is called an on, not a syllable. After I had completed the translation, I read this introduction to Yeats by Yves Bonfoy, which was covered yesterday by Catherine. And I've just put the full thing here because it really, nearly everything in it was something I had been thinking when I was doing the Basho. I'll read some of it, but not all of it. So we should in fact come to see what motivates the poem, to relive the act which both gave rise to it and remains enmeshed in it. And this, the first intention and intuition, let us say a yearning, an obsession, something universal, can be tried out anew in the other language. The exercise will now be the more genuine because the same difficulty manifests itself. So the same difficulty as in the original should be in the translation. And then just further down, I love that phrase, ontological necessity, the ontological necessity of a poem, which reminds me of, I think, was it Anna Swear who talked about the biological right of a poem to exist? And just at the very end here, he now finds himself re-experiencing the restrictions first encountered by his author. He attends to what the author learned from them. And then this final phrase, it is merely poetry re-begun. So a translation as poetry re-begun, I find a very fruitful idea. This is an example of one of the poems which uses Yeats as a resource. The Japanese says, Omoitatsu kisoya shigatsu no sakaaguri. And I changed it to, I'll arise and go to Kiso, to April of the cherry blossoms. So obviously, the obvious echo there of Yeats. So why did they do that? Well, oh, excuse me, I have to go back. So the definition of omoitatsu, Okay, you can see omoitatsu there. So the first definition, to occur to one's mind, to get the idea of doing, to resolve, to make up one's mind. But one of the kanji here, this kanji here, actually means to stand up, to rise up, erect. So I felt some kind of license to say, I'll arise and go. Another touchstone for me is a paragraph from Geoffrey Hill from an unpublished lecture on Hopkins. You can see the green here. These phrases really sang out to me. He writes, or if we consider how a bird will take off against the wind to get more purchase on the air, it may well strike us that what we earlier call lyric flight is itself best engineered in opposition to some current or pressure. We speak, of course, of a bird taking off into the wind. If we substitute in this matter of language into for against and think of a poet writing into the language, I love that, writing into the language, we find that we have converted the negative, pejorative implications of surly and sullen hostility into a form of reciprocity, of radical involvement. And I love that as well, radical involvement. Thinking of all the possible meanings of the word radical, getting down to the roots. And so here we come to the cold heaven. I'm not going to read it all, I think it's familiar to everybody. Just that line, when the ghost begins to quicken. And also the circumstances of its composition. The default location of Yeats's poems is often Ireland, but this poem was started and takes place in England. He was on a train from Manchester to Norwich in 1911 going to see a production of the Countess Kathleen in Norwich. And you might recall also that he said that the poem began when he was trying to convey the feelings aroused in him by seeing the sky in winter. It's a beautiful poem, but the manuscript, as ever with Yeats, is a bit of the initial manuscript is a nightmare to try and make out. You can see here the manuscript here, and we can see here half asleep as the train came near. Now the transcription, there's another form of translation, of course, transcribing what's written. You can see it up here. And obviously the transcribers thought it was knowledge, but how can it be knowledge? Half asleep as the train came near. I think that's Yeats's spelling of Norwich. He was a notoriously bad speller, of course, but it makes no other sense to me unless that's the case. Now, I did a bit of an experiment. I decided to use what many of my students use, Google Translate, to translate the poem from English to Japanese and back into English to see what happened. And just that phrase, that line, when the ghost begins to quicken, from Japanese to English, when the ghost starts to get faster. Then from English to Italian to English again, when the ghost begins to come alive. Okay, a bit better. And then English to French to English, when the ghost begins to accelerate. Now, one thing, I mean, it's a silly experiment, but one thing it does bring across is tone, the power of Yeats's tone. Of course, there's an apocryphal story about a Japanese translation of The Grapes of Wrath, the angry raisins. It does not exist. It's not true. So I just want to end with another Basho poem. And I want to go back to that idea of bonne foi, the first intention and intuition. I think that the first intention in both Yeats and Basho appear to me to rhyme across space and time in The Cold Heaven and in this poem. It's called Thoughts on a Journey. Remember, Yeats's poem began on a journey too. And the way I've translated it is, in this autumn time, the season is different, of course. In this autumn time, why do I so feel the years? In the clouds, a bird. One of the problems in translating Basho is there's so little space to work in. That final phrase is so simple and so complex. Kumo ni tori in Japanese. Kumo ni, into the clouds, movement into the clouds. But it's also a genre within Japanese art. You can have, say, the take ni tora, which is translated in art galleries as the tiger or bamboo and tiger. So there's a whole tradition that Basho is working in here. That's I'm not sure whether I've managed to capture anything like what the Japanese is doing. I think as I began with the phrases from August Kleinsalat that all poems fail and translations fail. So I'll leave it to you whether this has failed or not. And I also want to end with a question that arose in me from yesterday's reading by Vona Gworth, that wonderful reading yesterday, and her comments about the collarbone of a hare. She said there was a poem that she doesn't quite understand, but yet it's still compelling. So my question is, for the panel and for the audience as well, is it possible to translate a poem you don't understand? And if it is, then how do you do it? Okay, so I'm just going to end there. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Andrew, for that really engaging and useful model of practice. It was a really engaging paper. Thank you. I think we'll go on to Hedvig, and then perhaps at the end we can open this to a broader conversation. Just 1 second. So, Hedvig,
do I do share screen?
Yeah, if you can, and I'll introduce you. So Hedvig Schwal is perhaps known to many of you. She's Emerita Professor at the University of Leuven. She's involved now in 5 Irish studies projects, including the Enright Translation Project, a publication of Irish writers about Europe, together with Anne Fogarty and Joachim Fischer, the Efficace Book Club, the Writers in Residence Scheme at the Leuven Centre for Irish Studies, and the biennial International Leuven PhD seminars. She's now working on a book, a psychoanalytic interpretation of European art and literature, and Yeats is going to figure in that. And today, she's going to talk about Yeats throughout Europe and maybe about among school children. Hedvig.
Yeah, thank you very much for that very nice introduction, Barry. So I'll try to stick to time, and if not, just wave at me in some way so that I stick to the time. Well, I do not even hope to be as poetic and witty as my predecessor, Andrew. That was absolutely fabulous. I enjoyed every word of it, and I hope we can discuss indeed many things, like this omoi tatsu is something that stuck in my mind. So indeed, what do we do in Ephesus? We have done a few translation projects, which is why I think I have been invited here on this panel. The first one was Yeats Reborn. So it all started with Yeats, as so often. So in 2013, we started, and we had 2 years to then celebrate the 150th anniversary of his birth in 2015. We just asked colleagues and their students to whether they'd like to translate poems on death, birth, and rebirth. And we got answers in 21 languages with 51 translators, 300 translations, of which 181 were published on the website, which is still available, and there were 90 in a book. And I suppose you can't see the book, but I'll show it later. So the majority of the poems of the translations was in Hungarian and Czech. There were also quite a few Catalan ones, a few French, Italian and Dutch, quite a few German, Portuguese and Romanian, and then a few Castilian, Croatian, Estonian, Gaeilge, Galician, Greek, Finnish, Hebrew, Latvian, Norwegian, Bokmal more specifically, and then Polish and Swedish. And because of that success, and because people liked to do it, we then started a John Banville project, which was bigger in the sense that we then had 40 languages. And then we had more academic input because we wanted to build a corpus of translations with a corpus of translations that people could then use for comparison. We had lots of interaction with other European writers, so famous people joined the club, and so they wrote reactions to this text by John Banville. We then did Ice Trio, which was done by Galway Cultural Capital in 2020, and we just supported it. And now we're dealing with the Enright translation, where we have 48 languages. We hope to get to 50. And the first pit stop of this project will be on the 17th of November this year in Leuven, when Anne Enright will come here and launch the website this morning I collected more translations in Tongan. And the interesting thing here is that all translators have to write a commentary in order to indicate what the difficulties are between the different language structures, so that we as speakers of Romanian or Estonian or Tongan or God knows what, at least have an idea of the degree of foreignization and the degree of domestication and the wide gulf sometimes between the grammar and the lexicon and so on, that we have a sense of that. Now, what we want to do with this project and the next one is to make a really strong network of young people who learn how to translate. And we think it's important because it engages the students in an active way. They have to commit, they have to deal with all the layers of a text, as I will explain further. And for 2023, we aim to make an educational package of how to translate foreign languages at school. And so we want to make this for secondary schools because we think it's exceedingly important for people to know more than one language, and they can learn it by dealing with translation. In our theory, we are supported by people like Gottfried Benn, who said, man kann das Gedicht als das unübersetzbar definieren. It's, as Walter Benjamin says, it's actually all poems, all texts are actually not translatable, but we try. And indeed, John Banville himself said, nothing is translatable really. And one of Nietzsche's most profound observations is that the notion of the identical is completely spurious because nothing is identical really. Everything is absolutely unique. But we all think that in translation, we have three things to take into account: a will, a skill, and a thrill. The first one is you have to have the proper knowledge of norms and conventions in the other culture and a sensitivity of cultural connotations. The skill means that you have to have the acumen of a critic and the creativity of a poet, as Andrew said before. And then a thrill means that the gestation or incubation leads sometimes to perhappiness. Perhappiness is a word, a term by James Holmes. It is like a combination of perhaps I will get to felicity, I will get to happiness. And it's actually also in this fidelity and felicity that come back. So what about Yeats translations in Europe? Actually, many people have talked about this, so I will be rather brief. I base myself on a book by Klaus-Peter Jochum. He edited a book on the reception of William Butler Yeats in Europe. And this came out in 2006, and it really gives you a nice overview of what Yeats meant to other European countries on the continent, and in France, of course, as was mentioned by Andrew and yesterday as well, by that Yves Bonnefoy was so very important, along with Pierre Léris, Patrick Raffroidi, René Fréchet, and of course also Jacqueline Genet. So in France, Yeats has always been very alive and kicking. There was even a translation in 1979 of A Vision. And then, of course, there are people like Léopold Sédar Senghor, the former president of the Republic of Senegal, who translated 40 poems by Yeats in an excellent way. In Germany, Yeats has been much less popular. Hugo von Hofmannsthal translated some of his work, and Ernst Hubert Curtius, but also Paul Celan, surprisingly. So it's really worth looking at that. And then in the former German Democratic Republic, there was a revival since 1965, which is a bit parallel to what Allah said about Russia. And then Werner Eck is a German who, again, was very keen on the Countess Kathleen. And we see indeed that the Countess Kathleen and Kathleen Nihulihan were very popular with countries that were oppressed and that developed a sense of nationality. We saw this in Poland. Czesław Miłosz translated and retranslated Sailing to Byzantium. He even did it until he died. So for him, it was a kind of phantasm. It was a kind of poem that was part and parcel of his mindset, of his whole frame of mind, actually. Yeah, that's another thing that eventually I would like to talk about, how poems can stay with people, poems by Yeats can stay with people all their lives. Like Dermot Bolger says that Among School Children is a poem that for 40 years has been in the back of his mind all the time. So it's there in anything he does, which is interesting. It's also interesting to see how Yeats pops up in so many contemporary writers, but that's another matter. I'm not going to talk about Croatia, Russia, and translations in Dutch. We have a very nice booklet about that. Yeats in Italy has been alive and kicking, but especially since 2012, and that is thanks to our colleague Fiorenzo Fantaccini, who's a professor in Firenze. He is the main editor of Studi Irlandesi, which is an absolutely magnificent new journal. Well, new, it's now 10 years old, exactly 10 years. And so the first issue was entirely dedicated to Yeats, which was great. Now, why do we translate? Because in many countries in Europe, Yeats was still unknown in 2013, believe it or not. There were a few translations from the 1930s, but people forgot about them. And of course, the diction is so very different because the time atmosphere, the zeitgeist was very different. We then chose mainly poetry to translate because it's more condensed, and so it's more, it shows the innards of a language better than prose, we thought, even though plays were translated as well. So why did we do that? Because it connects group in the same discipline. It enriches our world by interaction between languages and cultures, as we see in the book by Macfarlane, in his book Landmarks. And as Michael Cronin says, it refines our sense of place, it increases our resilience and our relatedness, which in a time of conflict we all needed. Who participated? There were students, colleagues, professional translators, and renowned writers. Translation is a matter of three kinds and three phrases. To translate a poem, we said was like a crossword puzzle, but with layers, because it's not only the length of a word, but also the musical patterns, the kind of verbal images, and they all have to chime. Well, you're all translators, so I won't go into it very much. There is, of course, the literal translation, the adaptive translation, and the recreative translation. The first one foreignizes, the second one adapts, and the third one tries to get a balance between the source and the target language. We also told the students that in their commentary, they have to refer to three phrases. The first one is the preliminary, where they have to make a choice, a clear choice. Am I going to do an adequate or an acceptable translation? Meaning, will I stay close to the source, or will I let the target language prevail? And once that choice is made, they then move to the operational phase, where they weigh gains and losses of imagery, of sound, etc. And then they have to go for tentative translation. And then finally, there is the evaluative phase, in which they look back and they write their comments about what they did and omitted to do. There are in translation dimensions of sound, sight, and sense. As Ezra Pound called it, there is melopoieia, phanopoieia, and logopoieia. The melopoieia is a matter of rhythm and rhyme. There's character, which is marked by soundscapes. And so, for example, the Croatian translators of Yeats said that it's very difficult for a Croatian because of the dominantly trochaic language, which is at odds with the iambic accent pattern in English. Also, all the people who uses inflectional language have great difficulty because, and some languages have longer words than others. Other languages have longer sentences than English, and so they had to chop up the sentences, which then again impacts on the rhythm. The phanopoieia is a matter of images. So do you remain close to the geographical original, the historical and cultural elements? What do you do with that? And the logopoieia is a matter of sense, more lexis, grammar, and register. But again, I will not go too far into that. Maybe we should skip this as well, because yeah. So, for example, Crazy Jane talks with the bishop. We got the comment of a Romanian translator. The clergy's position of authority in the community in the time of Yeats is not unlike what Romania has witnessed throughout the centuries. So again, they could use parallels in Romania with the language of Crazy Jane, and especially with the bishop. It was interesting to see what the Hungarians said about the translation of a coat. They had a discussion about whether it should be kabat or whether it should be kuntus, so a jacket or a robe, and what would be more the best option. The Italian translators were even stronger on that. Are we surprised with their big tradition in fashion? So it was very important to see how in their comments the students and the colleagues discussed the kinds of coats they had in their culture, and that was really interesting. So in that sense, we hope to have a bit of a body of criticism that people can look at. For example, there were Hungarians who had trouble with Leda and the Swan because it was so vulgar, whereas the Greeks and the Italians thought it was beautiful because the sinuous line of the erotic movements was something really to relish when you were translating it. I'll skip this one and I'll just have a very quick look at Leda and the Swan, which has been translated by Paul Klaas, who is the art translator into Dutch. He translates from Spanish, Latin, Greek, French, you name it, and he translates. And so it's interesting in the light of what the previous speaker said about adverbs. He uses more adverbs than Yeats does, and he sometimes improves even Yeats, because if you look at a sudden blow, sudden is an adjective, whereas Paul Klaas turns it into opeens een slag, and opeens is suddenly, like it's the first word, and that makes it all the more sudden. He keeps the rhyme completely, like boven geschoven zwaft hard, vaag gevlaag zwicht licht. So he keeps everything that Yeats had and improves it a little bit. Now, I know I'm making a very strong statement here, and I don't have time to go into it, but still, that's what he does. And I just give you one more example. At the beginning of the sestet, it says, a shudder in the loins engenders there the broken wall. In Dutch, it says, een lendensiddering wekt daar als vrucht enzovoort. So a shudder in the loins is just a few words, whereas lendensiddering is only one word, which means that the whole Iliad comes out of one word. So this is, I mean, Paul Klaas is a novelist. In that sense, he's a very sensitive person and, of course, has many words at the tips of his fingers to play with and to juggle with. I'll skip this thing about the poem. So the website you can actually look at, so I'm not going to go into that. What we do find is that, here we go, we have some reactions. So people were really happy with it. Some students said it was hard work, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was my moment with Yeats across times and languages. Somebody else said, earlier during my studies, when I had attended my courses on modern English literature, Yeats's poetry was nothing more than a pile of set text in the curriculum. Now I can gladly confess that my attitude has changed, since for the last 2 years I've spent more and more time to better understand the importance of his work, not just from his country's point of view, but from a European point of view. So it's this kind of thing which we think is important, that these translation projects, which are not just for Europeans, but for the whole everybody. These projects connect people to Ireland, to colleagues and to themselves, because you have to rethink your own language. And teachers found that translation can engage a whole class of secondary school and tertiary education into a kind of teamwork they had never tried before. And so to them, it is a new teaching method. And so I invite you to go to the NNWrite website. And if you still like you would like to join it, you're very welcome. So I hope I didn't go over time here.
It was perfect, right on time. Thank you, Hedvig, and a really inspiring overview of Yeats's life in translation across Europe. I notice that Hao Fu is with us now. Hello. Do you have a slideshow to share? Hao Fu. So if you want to do that, I'll introduce you and we'll start the third talk.
Okay.
Thank you. So Professor Fu is a research professor of English literature at the Institute of Foreign Literature and the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences in Beijing. He has published extensively in the fields of literary criticism and translation, including a commentary on the selected poems of W.B. Yeats with Chinese translation, a critical biography of W.B. Yeats, and the complete lyrical poems of W.B. Yeats into Chinese in 1994. And today is going to talk to us about Yeats in Chinese.
Okay, thank you, Professor Shields. Yeats was first introduced to the Chinese reading public as early as the 1920s, with his name mistranslated then as Xia Zhi. His play, The Hourglass, in Yang Bing's translation, was published in the Eastern Miscellany in March 1920, accompanied by an introductory article by the translator on the so-called New Irish Literature, namely modern drama, promoted by Yeats and others. His essay, An Enduring Heart, in Wang Tongzhao's translation, appeared in Fiction Monthly. And 4 more pieces from the Celtic Twilight were to be rendered into Chinese by the same translator and published elsewhere in the following years. They are Dreams That Have No Moral, A Voice, The Old Town, and the 3 Obernies and the Evil Fairies. Wang also wrote some critical essays on Yeats' poetry and plays, claiming that he was a great poet, a new romantic. Not surprisingly, in 1923, when Yeats received the Nobel Prize for Literature, he was boomingly publicized in the Chinese literary and academic worlds. After that, however, throughout the 30s and 40s, there were only sporadic translations of Yeats' early poems by different translators, scattered in various literary magazines. Though he began to enter university textbooks and the curricula of English departments. Yuan Kejia's BA thesis, an essay on W.B. Yeats, written in 1946, was probably the first academic paper on Yeats in English by a Chinese student. During the first 30-year reign of the communists, Yeats got little mentioned in mainland China, and only a book of some Irish fairy and folk tales from Yeats' collection was translated and published by the Children's Press in Shanghai in 1954, while some more Chinese versions of his poems emerged in Taiwan in the early 80s and after. Most of whose language sound rather awkward, judged by the mainland standard, even without taking account of their mistranslations. Among them, the most recent version by Yang Mu is especially unreadable. No wonder that few readers on the mainland had heard of Yeats in the early 80s, when Yuan Kejia resumed translating and writing on him, persistently but slowly. I first met the name W.B. Yeats in the Anthology of Foreign Modernist Literary Works, compiled by Yuan Kejia and others in 1981, when I was a first-year student of English at Peking University. The only 7 poems of Yeats in Chinese included in that book are labeled post-symbolist. As I felt, symbolism or post-symbolism was somehow a fashion in Chinese poetry written at that time, at least on campuses in Beijing. So I began to read more Yeats in the original. At first, I could hardly understand any poem wholly and thoroughly, finding their diction odd and syntax complex, frustrated even more by the difficulty of so many Celtic and occult allusions. In order to grasp what the poet really means, I decided to appeal to translation, which I considered and still consider a way of close reading of close readings. By the time of my third year at university, I had already rendered nearly 100 poems of Yeats into Chinese. Based on this rudimentary work, I also tried my hand at academic writing on Yeats. And a year later, I completed my BA thesis in English, which was entitled Early Yeats, The Man Who Dreamed of Fairyland. In 1985, for the first time, I had my translation of 5 poems of Yeats published in the journal Foreign Literatures, and later another 5 anthologized in English poems compiled by Wang Zuoliang. In 1986, Qiu Xiaolong brought out his first Chinese version of selected poems of Yeats in book form. And a year later, another more voluminous book printed by a different publisher. The latter entitled Leda and the Swan, as a volume in the Nobel laureate series, sold very well and so quite influential among poetry lovers. But unfortunately, Qiu's translations are full of errors and misinterpretations. For example, he rendered the title of the poem, A Woman Homer's Son, as a female Homer's son in Chinese, not aware that the verb son is transitive rather than intransitive, and that the phrase is actually an allusion to Helen of Troy and the symbol of Morgan. Since the market usually accommodated no similar things during the short period, I found it even more difficult at that time to get my translation published in book form, though from time to time, scattered pieces of it kept appearing in various anthologies and magazines. Not until 1993, when I had just returned home from a half-year stay in Cambridge, UK, did some publisher come to ask me to translate a book of the complete poems of Yeats, since all the currently existing ones were incomplete. At first, they wished Professor Zhao Luorui could do the job, who recommended me instead, because she knew well my ability and the sustained work on Yeats. I wondered if it was a miracle that the superstitious Yeats himself might believe, since I had just made the pilgrimage to Dublin and Yeats' tomb in Sligo, shortly before leaving the UK for home. Apparently, it was Yeats' ghost that chose me as his translator. I would rather believe. The particular difficulty of this task lies in the fact that within a limited space of time, I had to supplement my original selection with what had been left out, no matter whether I liked them or not. Anyway, this opportunity must be grasped, and as a result of persevering efforts, the first and only Chinese version of the complete lyrical poems of Yeats, yet published, came out in 1994. Only 1/3 of which was somewhat satisfactory to the translator himself. While I was in Ireland in 1998, doing research for my project of writing a critical biography of Yeats, a publisher from Taiwan came to find me in Dublin, expressing his wish to publish my translation of Yeats in Taiwan. As we know, simplified Chinese and original Chinese written systems are respectively used in mainland China and Taiwan, and books usually need to be republished rather than directly imported from each other. So I selected about 1/3 from my complete Yeats and revised them carefully against the originals and then sent them to the Taiwanese. In 2000, I received some sample copies of an English-Chinese bilingual edition of selected poems of Yeats from Taiwan. As far as I know, the book has been reprinted at least twice later, even though there were already several editions of Yeats' poetry in Chinese popular there. A year earlier, my critical biography of Yeats was published simultaneously in 2 slight different editions by 2 publishers. It is the first critical monograph on Yeats in and by Chinese, being considered to have filled in the blank in the field of Irish studies in China. In 2003, a revised edition of my complete Yeats was published. Once again, I had taken the chance to make as many improvements as possible to my translations. Since the publication of my complete Yeats in 1994, there have been more and more Yeats works translated into Chinese by various translators, professional and amateur, famous and obscure. Yuan Kejia's selection of Yeats poems was at last published in 1997. His translations has been refined and polished for many years, and so are qualitatively more reliable in comparison with most other products of the same kind. His style is vernacular and a bit loose in form. In 1996, a 3-volume collection of Yeats' works appeared, including poems, plays, essays, diaries, memoirs, letters, seemingly comprehensive, but randomly chosen and badly translated by a group of novices. A collection of Yeats' essays was put out in 1997. Although it is entitled The Tree of Life in Chinese, its contents are actually a random selection from two of Yeats' early books of essays, Ideas of Good and Evil, and The Cutting of an Agate. In 2005 and 2006, two different publishers republished Ximeng's translation of Yeats' A Vision, which was first published in 1990 by another publisher. It is a pity that he used the 1925 version instead of the revised edition of 1937. A complete translation of The Celtic Twilight was brought out in 2007, and the translator acknowledged his indebtedness to my translation for the poetic paragraphs. In 2008, a translation of The Secret Rose came out, and I wonder why the title was turned into Chinese as The Secret of the Rose. Besides the booming and repetitive importation of Yeats' prose, there are still more translators trying their hands at Yeats' poetry these days. I have come across in bookshops or on the internet at least 4 Chinese versions of selected poems of Yeats. All in English-Chinese bilingual edition, published in recent years. Strangely, all of them are entitled Wei Jian Feng, a somewhat archaic Chinese rendition of the title The Wind Among the Reeds, I first invented in the early 80s. From the very beginning, I have been trying to combine literary studies with translation, brooding on the ambition of studying systematically modern poetry in English with W.B. Yeats at the starting point. While I keep revising my translations, I have been also doing research and writing on Yeats in various aspects. My study, in turn, has gradually deepened my understanding of Yeats and his works, and helped me now and then clear away not a few errors in my translation. A bulky anthology was published in 2008, containing various kinds of creative writings by Yeats, such as poems, plays, short stories, essays, and autobiographies in Chinese. It is a result of the collaboration of 5 translators, among whom I was responsible for choosing the original texts and correcting all the translations and writing the introduction. Of course, I have taken this chance to revise my own version of Yeats once more. Though the result is still not completely satisfactory. From my experience of editing and compiling the book, I'm aware that a degree of study on your subject is necessary, no matter how high your level of language is. For example, most translators translate the capitalized love in the third line from bottom of the poem, "When you are old," as the abstract concept of love, which, strictly speaking, is not correct. As we know, in the English poetic tradition, this word often refers to the personified image of love, specifically the god of love, namely Eros in Greek or Cupid in Roman mythology. There's not just one little god of love, but a group of them, often surrounding lovers. The Roman poet Ovid wrote in his long poem, Fasti, "Within us dwells a god. When he moves, we are set on fire." This is said to be about the god of love who possesses lovers. And it is the departure of Eros or Cupid that Yeats wrote about in his poem. Another poem by Yeats, A Dream of a Life Before This One, written at about the same time, but unpublished during his lifetime, repeats similar imagery and phrasing in its last line. "For love had gone by us unheeding, a crown of stars on his head," which may serve as a footnote to the last 2.5 lines of "When You Are Old." In comparison, the former more clearly depicts the image of Eros or Cupid. Therefore, the correct rendition of the capitalized love should be God of love rather than the abstract concept of love. So even after the publication of my translation of the collected poems of W.B. Yeats in 2018, which for the moment is the most comprehensive collection of Yeats' lyrical poems, including all those early pieces in the book Under the Moon. I felt necessary to write something to interpret Yeats' poems as they are, or as the poet intended them to be. As a result of my 2 years' efforts, a commentary on the selected poems of W.B. Yeats with Chinese translation was published last year. It is a combination of poetry, translation, and interpretation, containing 89 poems in the original and the Chinese, each attached with the critical commentary focusing on the authorial intention extracted from the poet's diaries, journals, memoirs, autobiographies, essays, radio broadcasts, and other paratexts. In the process of writing the book, I had to revise my old Chinese versions of the poems according to my new research findings. For example, originally I translated the phrase "fret of the flames" in the penultimate line of the White Birds as 星光的侵蚀, which means the encroachment of the starlight. But when I had read from a book on the language of Irish literature, that the word fret also means ill omen in Irish literature, in Irish English. Accordingly, I changed my version into 不祥的星象, which means the evil omen of the starlight. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Professor. It was a fascinating history, personal history, but also a history of Yeats's afterlife in China, and the history of translation. If you could stop sharing your screen, we have, I think, 10 minutes to discuss the papers, for the audience members to ask questions. I think there's plenty of overlap between the three papers. They're all talking about collaboration. I think they're all talking about translation as a form of exchange, but also maybe raising a question to do with knowledge as well. Maybe something about knowledge in all three papers, knowing more about another culture and the virtues of that, or perhaps the drawbacks of that. So I wonder if anyone has a question, first of all, for any of our panelists or all three of our panelists. Youngmin.
Yes. I'm so excited about listening to three speakers, kind of passion of the signifier, which I mean like language itself. I mean Yeatsian language itself. I've been very interested in the translation recently and world literature, and I'm part of the translation project as well. But I'm not translating, but I'm talking about translations. But I was astounded to notice that three of yours kind of passion of the translating Yeats, not only Yeats, but also maybe many. But first of all, historically, Professor Fu Hao, I just admire your effort for the lifelong, from your undergraduate until now, and your publication of the everything around that. And I have basically I have three questions. One is how do you get involved in Yeats? You might have other poets as well, but why Yeats? And that's my first question. Second of all, when you revise, maybe after 10 years later, maybe we might have a different understanding of Yeatsian poetry after research and kind of profound knowledge about. So when you revise, what is your touchstone for revision? And third of all, why do you think the Yeatsian understanding, not only poetry, but I mean a vision? Because I see the translation, two versions in Korean, two different versions. I'm not so satisfied at all, because I've been learning a lot about a vision for a long history of more than 20 years, but I'm not sure whether translators exactly understand, have the same level of understanding, or maybe approach to from different perspective, maybe perspective. So how can you deal with different perspective for the translation? I think that's three questions. Maybe that's related to all the translation as well. But this is a bit, because I'm in Asian, from the Asian perspective, I quite follow your way of tracing all the Asian historical approach to translation. And I thank you so much for letting me know that what you have been doing so far. That's my question. Maybe it's basically for all the three. Second question for my preoccupation with the adoption and adaptation and adoption. That's what's at stake now in the translation in the whole world literature. So maybe you might have some observation and response to my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim. First, your first question, why Yeats? Because China closed for many years to the Western world, and the poetry writing at that period is very political oriented, and we after we opened up in the 1980s. So when I got the first sight of Yeats, it looked very different to me. So I forced, it's like falling in love at the first sight. And historically, Yeats is a bridge between traditional poetry and modern poetry. So it's a convenient starting point for me to learn the modern poetry. So I choose Yeats as my subject from then on. And can you repeat your second question?
I think the second question was about adaptation, isn't that right, Youngmin? About what your touchstones are for adapting your translations, improving your translations, maybe.
Yeah. I revised my translation when I got a chance to republish them every time. And at first I understood the text not very well, and as my study on Yeats deepens, and I got to know more knowledge about him, not just the texts, but even also the background. Once I joked to the audience at the lecture. They asked, you have studied Yeats so many years. Do you have new ideas about him, or do you have new knowledge about him? I said that, yes, indeed, of course. Originally, I didn't know he has so many mistresses. So now I got to know more of them. Yeah. So that's the example. I got more knowledge of Yeats. So I got better understanding of his poems, of course, and actually, at least I omit the many factual the real errors of understanding. Yeah.
Thank you. I can see that Rita has a question. Thank you very much.
I do. Thank you. This has been fantastic. I'm so glad we could have this panel with the three of you together. I think my question is related to something that Barry is also interested in, and that is the issue of collaboration. I think Fuhao has already talked a little bit about that, but I'd like to hear from Hedvig as well, and from Andrew. In particular, to Andrew, I wanted to know, when you talked a little bit about having your own poems translated, And I wanted to know if, like Beckett, you had a hand in doing a bit of self-translation when you saw that translation. So that would be my question to Andrew and to Hedvig. Your project on Yeats Reborn has been a huge inspiration for me. And I'm really glad you're going forward with other projects. And it's really fantastic that you're doing that. But I wanted to know from you, when you have more than, do you have only one person for each piece at each time, or do you have multiple translators working on the same piece, and how you manage that? Particularly because I did a collaborative translation with Alini, who I know is on the project, of Kathleen Houlihan, and for us it was an easy divide. I decided on the division. I basically I was a bit of a dictator myself, and I said, I do the Yeats parts, you do the Lady Gregory parts, and then we went to the manuscripts, of course, and worked that out. And so I was wondering how, when more than one person works on one piece, how you go about, or how they go about deciding on how the collaboration is going to work.
Thanks very much for the question. Excuse me, everybody. I had to move rooms because my Wi-Fi connection went a bit wonky. Yeah, collaboration. The man who translated the Fire in the Head is Nobuaki Tochigi, I mentioned, who coincidentally is the translator of Yeats. He's just done a complete Yeats in Japanese. So he's a wonderful translator, and his Japanese is beautiful, you know. So I was delighted. I was delighted to have him do them. And so he used me as a resource, you know, who'd ask questions about the text, questions of detail. But I was happy to leave him do whatever he wanted. So it was, you know, the Bonfoy poetry rebegun idea, getting behind the poem and doing whatever the Japanese language can do with that material, you know. But obviously, it's extremely strange for him to be translating a Japanese form from English back into Japanese, you know, the haiku form. So it was a really bizarre thing for him. There was only one incident that I put my foot down. In one of the poems, I use symbols. I use microsieverts per hour, a physics symbol, microsieverts per hour. And he explained it in Japanese. So he explained it. And of course, these mathematical symbols are exactly the same in Japanese. So I said, there's no need to change that. That was the only thing, because it was very, very important for me that the mathematical symbols were there, you know. So that was the only time. Otherwise, he was completely free to do whatever he wanted. Thanks for the question.
Right. Yeah, thanks for the question, Rita. There's many answers. First of all, we did, a Hungarian colleague did translations in class. Some French colleagues did that as well. And so they asked students 2 by 2 to look at some of the essays by Yeats, discoveries, for example. So there were different small pieces. And so the students looked at them, and then they passed them on to 2 other students who looked again, the 2 of them. And it's true that 2 people know more than one. And then after all the discoveries, all the fragments of discoveries had been translated, the 2 people who had volunteered to do the complete overview did that, and then the teacher looked at it. So that was a classical exercise. In France, they did the same thing with Anne Enright. And then we, of course, have a jury as well. So we have reviewers, and we always have 2 reviewers per language. And they are sometimes friends of the translator. And then it's a friendly interaction, like I would do this, I would suggest that, or this is maybe wrong. And so in that sense, it's mainly people working on their own, but then have it revised by somebody else. So in that sense, cooperation, collaboration, yes, but it's an individual piece of work, except when it's a class. Does that answer your question? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Young men, I'm conscious that we're 5 minutes over. Have we time to take a few more questions, or should we conclude the panel? Will we be okay to go on, or do we have another panel?
We have, I think the 10 have a break. If not, maybe you can have 5 minutes kind of talk, conversation. But if you need a break, maybe you can have 5 minutes break, and then, yeah, then it's up to you now.
Okay, well, I suggest we take one more question and then break. I can see whether we have here a question. From Urong, if you would like to ask your question.
Just a few words for Hedwig, comment, and then a question for Fu Hao, Professor Fu Hao. Hedwig, your talk on translation project is very, very inspiring. I think we can apply in our teaching of English literature. So thank you for your project. I will encourage my students to try to participate in your project. And Professor Fu Hao, you have talked about there are quite different translators for Yeats in the past years. So I wonder, when you revise your poems, or even after you finish your translation, do you have a look at the translation of the other writers, and do you find that maybe some lines are better than mine, and then their lines can help you with your revision or something like that? Thank you.
Okay, Professor. Thank you, Professor O. The line is not very good, so I just missed your sentence. You mean when I revise my translations, if I refer to others translated text, or
yeah,
right?
Maybe just a few phrases or a few lines, and you feel maybe better than your previous translation.
I seldom use others' translations to compare with mine. You know, usually I just revise my translations against the original, and of course I also know others' translations, and I find my style and my phrasing or something not the same with them. So I didn't adopt their way of expressions or something. And also in forms, I also strictly abide by the original. I imitated the original form, and some of them are just translated Yeats into, you know, very loose or free verse or something. So there are little that I can adopt it from them. So, you know, that's it. I seldom use them. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I have a question, but I don't think it's answerable. But it was actually going to be directed at Andrew about whether you can know too much about the origin text, whether there's a sense of distance that you need to preserve in order for formal excitement or style to take place. I was wondering if you can say something very quickly, but I think we have to end. So I don't know, Andrew, if you have anything to say.
Yeah, I mean, that is, yeah, too much knowledge. Yeah, I mean, it was part of, I suppose it's it's the converse of the question that I asked at the end of my paper, you know, can you translate a poem that you don't understand? I think you have to, some of the translations of Basho, for example, add in knowledge, add in material, add in details where there's actually space in the original. I think you have to leave space, you know, you have to stand back a little, and if it is a mystery, let it stay a mystery, you know, it's not a puzzle, it's a mystery, you know.
Yeah.
You have to leave some of the phantasmagoria.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, on that word, we shall conclude the panel. Thank you again to all our speakers. It was a wonderful and instructive panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Bye.
Great. Now, Maria, your turn.
Yes. Do we go straight ahead?
Maybe so, or yeah, maybe you better go on. Or people would like to have some break, 5-minute break. What do you think? Just go ahead.
I'm okay to go on. How's Rob doing?
Yeah, a break, please. I don't think that Rob is due to start till 25 past. Is that right?
I have it at 10 past.
Oh, at 10 past. I have a
10 past, yeah. So what would you like to do now? 10, it's 10, 12 now, 2 minutes past, but would you like to go on? Would that be okay, Matthew? Or
5 minutes would be helpful for me personally, if that's okay with Rob, unless he's already warmed up, has he?
Rob, what do you think?
I've been doing a lot of, I'm doing jumping jacks and push-ups. I'm really warmed up, but I can wait 5 minutes if you want.
Okay, 5 minutes. So 5 minutes, maybe 17. Yeah, 10:17. We start. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Great.
That's
Thank
fine.
you. Yeah.
No problem.
5 minutes.
Okay.
Hey, young man. Will either make me co-host or you so I can share the screen?
Oh yeah, you're free to host right now. You can do now. Yeah, if you want to. Yeah, it's open. Yeah, try it first.
No.
It's working. Yeah.
Rob Dogger might be coming on now.
Yeah.
And a 5-minute break.
How's that look, young man?
Great. Yeah, I can see. Yeah.
Okay.
So you're working all right?
There we go. Okay.
Okay, good.
That looks good.
I open it for every participant, so it's okay.
Hopefully.
Great.
And my connection's okay?
Yeah, okay. Your voice is okay now. You have.
It's not great,
Great.
but it's not terrible. It's
better than yesterday.
Better.
Yeah.
It's better than it was.
Okay. Great.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Tomato.
What?
Some like a tomato.
Yeah, lovely.
In the bed.
Yeah.
That's grand. Jacket has done all this. Jacket, Colin gave it to me.
Looks lovely.
That's 2 years, and like it's perfect for today now.
I think when Rob is ready, you can go on.
Okay. And it's good that Rob's voice seems to have improved, so that's great. Hope you're feeling better, Rob.
I'm doing okay. I'm doing better. But yeah, it's not perfect, but it's better than it was on Friday for sure.
Okay. Well, it is 17 past, so I'm going to start this next session, and which I think will be particularly interested in light of Jerome McGann's keynote yesterday from yesterday. So I'll introduce Rob, and it's an absolute pleasure for me to be doing that. I know Rob from the Yeats Summer School, and he always brought the biggest contingent of students. So that was always amazing to see Rob and his kids. Rob DONGGUK has been on the executive board of the International Yeats Society from its inception, and currently serves as the general editor of the Journal of International Yeats Studies. He has published widely on Yeats and Irish studies, has edited editions of Yeats for Penguin Publishing, and is the author of Deep-Rooted Things in Pirate Nation in the poetry and drama of William Butler Yeats that came out from University of Notre Dame Press in 2006. He is Professor of English at the State University of New York at Geneseo. Rob, looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. And I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
Here we go. This works.
It's coming through. Yep, there it is.
That okay, good.
It's perfect.
Good. Thanks so much, Rita. And again, I apologize for my voice. I'm getting over a cold. I was also in a bit of an accident, so my back is bad. So I'm standing up while I'm delivering this, which actually is kind of nice rather than sitting. So that's why I'm moving around a lot. And I'm really, humbled to have listened to Professor McGann's talk yesterday. He knows way more about digital humanities than I do. And I'm hoping that some of his ideas are going to be, will connect up with what I'm talking about. The mine's much more practical than his. His is more theoretical. Anyway, and this talk is really just kind of a humble proposal and a kind of starting point for a conversation. So I hope people take it that way. It's in 3 parts, and parts 1 and 2 are way longer than part 3. So don't worry if I haven't gotten to part 3 yet and you're like, when's this guy going to shut up? Part 3 is really fast. So there we go. All right. So thanks to the International Yeats Society, to the Yeats Society of Korea, and especially to my esteemed colleague on the International Yeats Studies Board, Youngmin Kim, for inviting me to speak with you today. When Youngmin asked if I'd be interested in addressing the topic of Yeats and digital technology, I got to thinking about a moment from the late 1990s when I was part of a seminar at the Yeats International Summer School taught by the great Yeats editor, Richard Finneran. We were discussing the kinds of tough decisions that editors make when confronting the many different texts, published versions, and competing arrangements of his poetry that Yeats left behind, what George Bornstein has called the radical instability of Yeats's entire canon. I can't remember the issue at hand. My tattered notes suggest it was about punctuation differences in published versions of the lady's second song. But I do clearly remember Finneran saying that he was working on a hypermedia edition of Yeats's poetry that would allow readers to compare both versions on one screen. That memory led to an instant of panic had I somehow missed the publication of this hypermedia edition. A few hours of searching turned up several references, including a 1994 conference where Finneran and Bornstein gave a talk called Towards a Hypermedia Edition of the Poems of W.B. Yeats, 1995 essay by John Lavkinano, which mentioned that a hypertext edition of Yeats was already in progress, a 1996 essay where Bornstein sketched out a prototype for the Hypermedia Yeats project and noted that he was part of a core planning team consisting of Finneran, Mary Fitzgerald, and William O'Donnell, and a 1998 essay by David Clark on the latest developments in Yeats studies, in which he stated that we could soon look forward to the publication of an electronic hypermedia edition of The Tower, edited by Richard Finneran and others. Today, of course, we can find Yeats's poetry all over the web, including digitized versions, some legal, some probably not, of various editions of the collected poems. And yes, if one is a masochist or doesn't care all that much about formatting, a Kindle edition will do. But despite all the enthusiastic talk in the 1990s, there isn't anything now or in the Internet archives approaching the kind of sophisticated digital edition of Yeats's poetry that was promised. What happened? In the first two parts of my talk, I'd like to answer that question by focusing initially on the pursuit of a hypermedia edition throughout the 1990s, and then on the release in 1998 of the rather uninspiring W.B. Yeats collection, a database of Yeats and Yeats-related texts from the electronic book publishing firm Chadwick Healy. My aim in taking us through this history is partly to home in on how and why these efforts to digitize Yeats's poetry fell so short of what had been envisioned. But the main goal is to identify a few guiding principles that we can draw upon as we begin to envision what I'll describe in the third and final part of my talk as a Yeats poetry digital archive. So part one, I see Phantoms of Love, or Pursuing a Digital Poetry Superbook. As far as I can tell, the first person to write about the possibility of a digital edition of Yeats's poetry was, fittingly enough, Jerome McGann. It was in a 1990 TLS essay review of 4 recently published works, Yeats's poems, edited by A. Norman Jeffers and featuring an important appendix essay by Warwick Gould, editing Yeats's poems by Finneran, the poems edited by Daniel Albright, and collected poems edited by Augustine Martin. McGann devotes the bulk of his essay to recounting what is now a familiar story. In 1932, Yeats completed the page proofs for a planned multi-volume edition deluxe of his collected works that would be published by Macmillan. 1 year later, as the prospects for this ambitious project began to dim during the Great Depression, Yeats, or possibly Macmillan, suggested that a single volume edition would, in the meantime, likely be popular. Macmillan quickly put out its 1933 collected poems, which included a division between lyrical and narrative and dramatic works that it was assumed would be more attractive to the potential purchaser who glances through it in a bookshop if what first caught his eye were the shorter lyric poems rather than a lengthy work like The Wanderings of Oisin. A decade after Yeats's death, Macmillan published an edition titled Poems that followed the earlier quasi-chronological order of the 1932 proofs, which opens with The Wanderings of Oisin, and then incorporated editorial changes by George Yeats and Thomas Mark. Broadly speaking, the various iterations of Finneran's editions, the first published in 1983, descend from the 1933 text, while Jeffords and Gould's edition from 1989 descends from the 1932 proofs by way of the 1949 edition. For McGann, the dispute over these competing textual genealogies, in which each camp claims to have represented the idea of Yeats, the unity of his textual being, reveals what he calls the profound undecidability of any attempt to answer the question, what is the text of Yeats's poetry? Although we can make and justify our decisions, every editor, he argues, is necessarily an imaginative construct. Every edition, he argues, is necessarily an imaginative construct, one that gives the lie to the, quote, concept of an intended complete canon, which these editors associate with Yeats's own ideas about unity of being. After declaring the whole definitive edition issue moot, McGann concludes by sketching out, in his words, another way of editing Yeats's poetry, and one that I would personally prefer. It would be an edition that tries to coordinate and therefore go beyond all the scattered texts that have descended to us, or that might be, but are not yet constructed. The edition would appear as a complete set of book and accompanying computer disks. The book would contain a reading text, either the Finneran or the Jeffers Gould constructions would do. Keyed to this bibliographical text would be the electronic hypertext. The disk would contain an archive of all forms of the Yeatsian text, including all states of manuscript text and intervening or variant printed text. This database would enable the reader to reconstruct any state of any particular text and to organize those particular texts in any form or order within themselves or in relation to each other. In this edition, the bibliographical text would appear as one imagination of one of Yeats's imaginations of his own work. It would be one image of Yeats's desire for what Gould names the definitive edition. In this edition, it would stand more as an arbitrary point of departure than as a fixed point of reference, a certain place from which the reading and study of Yeatsian text might but need not begin. There's quite a bit to unpack here, so let me start by noting that although I have no doubt that McGann sincerely believed in the value of actually producing this type of Yeats edition, witness his longstanding involvement in several in similar digital humanities projects, McGann's closing remarks need to be understood as part of a more broad-based argument concerning what he calls in that essay the theory of text, and in his 1991 book, The Textual Condition, famously, The Social Theory of Editing. Whereas modern editorial theory stresses a text's linguistic codes, i.e. the words, social theory editing, which McGann champions, stresses a text's bibliographic codes, physical format, layout, design, revisions, publication history, etc. The former approach tends to fetishize authorial intentions and what Foucault famously termed the author function, while the latter approach reveals the degree to which literary texts and their meanings are collaborative exchanges, and thus puts paid to any concept of final intentions. McGann's TLS conclusion is rhetorically quite effective. For what better way to support his argument than to envision a digital edition of Yeats in which readers can enact one such form of collaborative exchange as they reconstruct any state of any particular text. For our purposes, though, I want to suggest that McGann's closing reference to this imagined digital edition is important, not because it cinches a theoretical debate, but because it helps us to recognize that digital technology can serve a valuable pedagogical function, a function that, despite their differences, all the editorial players in what were called the Yeatsian wars, all these phantoms of love, as I call them in my corny titular misquotation, have implicitly embraced. The lesson is that how we encounter the poetry matters, that we need to be aware and need to help readers become aware that our interpretations of Yeats's poetry are always conditioned by a text's bibliographic codes. These two competing camps, Finneran on one side and Jeffers Gould on the other, made editorial decisions which shaped that encounter. And both groups welcomed readers into the conversation by writing separate works meant to justify their decisions, always careful to note that, to quote Finneran, the process of editing Yeats's poems is not one of sudden shifts from corrupt to perfect text. And that, to quote Gould, publication was for Yeats a moment in the history of composition. As Yeats continued to rewrite, he wrote afresh and vice versa. For me, successfully digitizing Yeats would mean welcoming readers into this conversation by helping them to see that every text is a product of collaborative exchange, and that every reading is an act of collaborative exchange. In fact, let's make that our first and second principles when designing a Yeats poetry digital archive. The core aim is pedagogical, and its core lesson is that a sensitive reading of Yeats's poetry means attending to the text's bibliographic codes. If McGann's remarks help us to begin to imagine this new Yeats poetry project, they also pretend some of the problems that would come to light during the pursuit of a hypermedia edition over the ensuing decade. The key word is edition. As McGann envisioned it, this new edition would have one foot in the print realm, the book, bibliographical text, and one foot in the digital realm, the accompanying computer disks or electronic hypertext. Although I agree with the basic notion, let's add it to our list of principles, that this type of digital resource works best as a complement rather than as a replacement of book technology. And then one can easily get past the now dated reference to CDs by pointing to, for example, the Norton model, where the purchase of a textbook includes access to their internet archive. Began speculation about a possible digital edition, which is completely understandable in an essay on rival editions of the collected poems, underscores the degree to which early discussions of a hypermedia Yeats were bound up with the logic of traditional book publishing, a world in which books are commodities and the value of any one edition is measured in relation to other editions. We see this in the ways that early proponents of a hypermedia edition consistently evoked a future where technological publishing would overcome the supposed problems and limitations of current print editions. If the 1957 Variorum edition of the poems of W. Yeats relies on a system for tracking changes to the published versions of individual poems that, according to George Landau, is difficult to use, a hypertext format, he argues, will provide a remedy. If one wishes to compare two versions of, say, Reeve denounces Patrick, Finneran tells us that a new electronic edition of Yeats's poetry will doubtless offer both readings. If, in Bornstein's view, print codex annotations have limitations with respect to display and reader choice, in a computer edition, by contrast, annotation can appear on demand at the reader's initiative as they shift from clear text to a display of hot links. If in a printed book, as William O'Donnell and Emily Thrush explain, the notes must meet the publisher's economic limits on length, in a hypertext edition, the editor can have much more space for notes and can be much more flexible in meeting the needs of a range of readers. Now, to be clear, I believe that all these technological features are valuable and can be incorporated into a new Yeats Poetry Digital Archive. What gives me pause is that this type of problem solution framing subtly, or perhaps not so subtly, created the expectation that successfully digitizing Yeats meant producing a new, superior edition of the poetry. And that was and still is a tall order. Editions are obviously expensive commodities to produce and market. And part of what determines their market value is textual authority, which returns us to that messy realm of final intentions and to the need, as Bornstein lamented almost 2 decades after McGann's essay, for a single unitary text for production and dissemination. Although McGann was not concerned with privileging one reading text over another, either the Finneran or the Jeffers Gould constructions would do, the publishing houses and editors interested in producing such an edition certainly were. Witness Finneran's comments from 1991. In a future electronic edition of Yeats's poetry, such as Jerome McGann has called for, no doubt either the F1 key or Alt+0 will enable the reader to toggle between the competing formats. But even then, one version will probably have to be the default arrangement, or if one opts for Windows, that on the top or right. The other important point is that editions are necessarily designed and marketed for a well-defined target audience of likely consumers. For Yeats scholars in the 1990s, a hypermedia edition must have sounded promising on that front. Who wouldn't want to arrange Yeats's poems into an order of their choosing, or toggle among different versions, or pull up a clean reading text that, with a couple of keystrokes, would suddenly appear with hot links to annotations? In hindsight, though, much of this sounds like the early enthusiasm that greeted hypertext fiction from the early 1990s, which enabled readers to choose how they want to navigate through multiple possible plots. Their emergence was, according to the New York Times, proof that the print medium is doomed technology and that the novel as we know it has come to its end. Such pronouncements were, of course, a bit premature, as Laura Miller wrote in her 1998 New York Times postmortem of the whole genre. What's most remarkable about hyperfiction is that no one really wants to read it, not even out of idle curiosity. 1 year earlier, perhaps sensing that a hypermedia edition of Yeats's poetry, conceived again as a rival to print editions, might not be as popular or as marketable as some Yeats scholars had initially imagined, George Bornstein, though still committed to digitizing Yeats's works, offered what is, I think, a telling comment on the state of publishing in the digital age. Just as the first printed books tended to resemble manuscripts in appearance, so as much thought and effort so far tended to think of an electronic edition as a sort of superbook, using the medium principally to overcome limits of codex display and storage. That's it in a nutshell. The first decade in the history of digital Yeats was really about the pursuit of a superbook, an edition that would compete with and surpass all previous editions, a technological escape from the limits of print media. So based on what we have covered thus far, our next core principle is obvious. As we consider possibilities for digitizing Yeats's texts, especially in our current moment when Yeats's poetry is so widely available online, we must not operate within the logic of the edition, the logic of book publishing, where the site is intended as a reader's primary encounter with Yeats's verse. Instead, we should conceptualize this project as a digital complement to print media, one that, to add another principle, targets a specific audience, people who regularly read Yeats, but whose understanding of the poetry was deepened and productively complicated through an open access resource that foregrounds the work's bibliographic codes. The kind of reader who might contemplate the Song of the Happy Shepherd in a different way when they see that it is not the only possible opening to the collected poems, or the Sorrow of Love when it's presented in a digital format that allows them to compare line changes in different published versions, or to A Wealthy Man when they see it as the gift in the pages of the Irish Times, or Under Ben Bulben when they are made aware that most early critics assumed that it was intended as the final poem in Yeats's oeuvre, or, well, you can think of so much more. The point is that whereas a superbook edition is doomed to failure because it tries to be all things to all people, a digital project can succeed if it aims to teach one transformative lesson to a smaller but still substantial group of readers. Part 2, the heart's emptiness or the triumph of a database. 1998 was a watershed year in our story. Right around the time I was taking Finneran's seminar at the Yeats Summer School, enthusiastic public remarks about a forthcoming hypermedia edition of Yeats's poetry gave way to scattered references to a hypermedia edition of Just the Tower, which gave way to silence, as this project ultimately seems to have lost steam in favor of the publication of a decidedly print media work in 2004, Finneran's facsimile edition of the 1928 Tower. Meanwhile, and probably not coincidentally, the publishing group Chadwick Healy, which had been producing electronic editions of various authors since the early 1990s, debuted the W.B. Yeats collection, a CD-ROM and restricted internet access site selling for £750 per person and £1,500 for 10 or more users, that contained, as their webpage announced, the major works of W.B. Yeats in all genres, including poetry, plays, criticism, and fiction, collected in 22 volumes, by which they meant mostly the full text of the Scribner-Macmillan collected edition of the works of W.B. Yeats that were produced under the general editing of Finneran and George Mills Harper. The details of precisely how and why the roughly 8-year pursuit of a hypermedia Yeats poetry edition resulted in what was essentially a digital database of Yeats's works are a little hazy, though given some of what I've suggested about the pitfalls of a superbook edition, it is perhaps not surprising that Chadwick Healy didn't take up the cause, nor did Bell and Howell Information and Learning, which bought out Chadwick Healy in 1998 and was renamed ProQuest Information and Learning in 2001. In any case, the best authority on record concerning this project is Gould, who ends his meticulously researched 2002 article on Yeats and copyright by stating that the Yeats estate, stampeded by the threat of inaccurate, pirated text on the internet and World Wide Web, had bowed to the inevitable and asked for appropriate rights and textual control. An editor responded with alacrity, and the product appeared speedily. But, Gould adds, I'm sorry to report that once again, a quick fix solution to piracy has offered its own unexpected limitations. We'll get to those unexpected limitations in a moment. But first, I'll just note that after a bit of my own pseudo-journalistic snooping, much of which was unsuccessful, as one potential source told me, whenever Richard and George started talking about hypermedia Yeats, I went to the bar. I got the sense that fears about piracy were indeed an issue, as were concerns about the posting of digital versions of unpublished materials. There might also have been a competing proposal for a digital edition that would have relied on British Library archives. But the upshot is that the Yeats estate gave blanket approval to Finneran, seems to have reached an agreement with Chadwick Healy, perhaps with the understanding, though this is complete speculation on my part, that they would work towards the kind of hypermedia edition that Finner and Bornstein et al. Had imagined. Today, the W.B. Yeats collection is no longer sold as a standalone database, but is bundled with the much larger literature online database, Lion, a product that, as the head librarian at my college put it, it's the kind of thing that only wealthy private colleges and research universities can afford. Curiously enough, some colleges seem to have the old interface, which is close to, though not identical with, the one that Gould reviewed in 2001. That review is, in a word, scathing. Although he sees the project as worthy in principle, the product itself is functionally ill-attuned to its content, ill-conceived in canon and text, and inaccurate. Some of the problems that Gould reports have been addressed in the current version, which I was able to access through a trial subscription. Printing errors, everything from typos to failure to italicize properly to font mistakes, have mostly been fixed, as have problems with layout, pagination, and lineation, though readers will still find that poem titles are centered on the screen while poems are left justified, and some may agree with Gould that this looks ridiculous if one uses a full screen. Attempts to create hot links connecting works, which Gould reports have been clumsily thought through and remain wholly inadequate, have been pretty much abandoned, and the search function where readers can type in keywords and phrases seems to have been improved, though some of the primary source print materials that Gould claims should have been included are still absent. Yet despite many of these improvements, my experience with the database was equally frustrating. To be sure, it is useful for those who want to search for phrases in Yeats's collected works, and there is some value for teachers who would like their students to have ready access to clean copies of individual poems or to passages from, say, prefaces and introductions, later essays, uncollected prose, and the like. But overall, entering the W.B. Yeats collection feels like wandering through a library that was designed by the fairies in the hills above Glencar, and that is staffed by uninterested or downright malevolent robots. I began by searching for primary text authored by Yeats, which I assume would provide access to a catalog of the collected works and other primary sources. But this consistently yielded randomly ordered list of individual poems. I then started from the W.B. Yeats author page, which told me that the most viewed primary text include 2 poems by Kim Ok, a handful of critical essays that don't mention Yeats, and a few other contemporary poems. I then tried searching for criticism authored by Yeats, expecting that this would take me to, say, volume 1 or volume 2 of the uncollected prose. Instead, it provided an article about Tennessee Williams, an essay by the Shakespeare scholar George Yeats, W.B. Yeats's Nobel Prize acceptance speech as reprinted in the 2001 Kenyon Review, as well as some volumes of the poetry, such as Michael Robarts and the Dancer, though in this case it was the 1920 Quala Press edition, which I had to order through interlibrary loan if I wanted to see the actual text. Searching for criticism on individual poems, which I thought would be useful for students, proved equally surreal. When I typed in "To a Wealthy Man," the criticism box displayed an article that I myself had written on the poem. Hooray, they must be doing something right. But it was sandwiched between 2 books that were selected, I can't even say at random, but almost as if the database architects were bent on sowing confusion, class matters in the Discalus of Meander, and the evolution of Esphora in classical Athens. Clicking on the primary text button provided the poem and a list of selected sources, which included, in order, John Taylor's 1644 Ad Populum, Horace's To the People of Rome, a short review of John Wilkinson's Lyric in Its Times, a book on existential loneliness in Kazakh literature, essays on Louise Gluck and Emily Dickinson, Charlie Armstrong's essay on cultural memory in Seamus Heaney's works, several other book reviews, including one on E.R. Dobbs, and much more, though none of these sources, aside from maybe at a real stretch the first 2, would provide a student grappling with To a Wealthy Man much help. Thinking of that forlorn student, I decided to look at a handful of Yeats' poems that are linked to the ProQuest study guide. Each commentary follows a structure that was obviously designed for narrative fiction, which means that we start with an overview of characters, plot, style, themes, and motifs. In the section on sailing to Byzantium, students are told that the poem is composed of 4 stanzas, that Yeats is considered by many to be one of the quintessential modernist poets, and that the poem's characters include the speaker, the inhabitants of Byzantium, sages, lords, ladies, young and old people, and in what I can only hope is a misguided gesture toward animism, flora and fauna of the earth. The theme section, a list that includes things like magic, art, and alienation, mixes generalities with banalities and inaccuracies, which I found even more depressing when I realized that the same exact thematic summaries are included with every poem that features a study guide. The only difference is in the final analytics section, where we are provided with take-home points, exploration points, theme alerts, and quotable lines. I think that if someone had set out to design the precisely worst version of what the early digital Yeats enthusiast had imagined, this would have been the result. Back in 2005, Gould insightfully argued that the real trouble with the W.B. Yeats collection is that it chooses that we think of it as a database and not as a meta book, by which he meant that this type of project, rather than simply including connective links among primary text, source materials, and secondary criticism, needed to come equipped with a descriptive bibliography that would help readers through the site the way that a catalog guides readers in a library. That makes quite a bit of sense to me, and I'll add it to our list of guiding principles. Welcoming readers into the conversation about Yeats's text means providing them with guidance as to how they might move thoughtfully among variant primary texts, source materials, and secondary criticism. At the same time, if we keep in mind the myriad problems that we have seen in the current version of the W.B. Yeats collection, we need to add the caveat that what Gould terms a bibliographic shell can easily degenerate into the database from hell. One obvious principle here is that so long as any digital Yeats project is designed for sale to libraries, it will operate within the database logic of libraries, which means that it will privilege ease of searching over contextual guidance for searching. The other less obvious principle is that any bibliographical feature, and really all features, should be designed as manageable parts that can be scaled up in the future. I'm thinking here of a comment made recently by another great Yeats editor, Peter MacDonald. In the case of Yeats, not all readers will be critics, let alone academics. And this particular editor finds it useful to be reminded of that fact as regularly as possible. We need to be reminded of that fact as well. Thoughtfully conceived bibliographies become mindless databases when they try to be all things to all people. If we begin by conceptualizing a more narrowly defined audience, people who regularly read Yeats, but whose understanding of the poetry would be deepened and productively complicated through an open access resource that foregrounds the work's bibliographic codes, our bibliography can start by guiding readers of poems, volumes, and collections to relevant criticism in Yeats' textual studies. Last part 3, of the coming fullness, or a Yeats poetry digital archive. In this final section, I'd like to briefly sketch out some basic features of a new Yeats poetry digital archive. I say briefly because I see what I'm doing here as the start of a planning discussion, one that I hope the International Yeats Society will take up as we work together to design and build the first part of what will, hopefully in time, become the kind of extensive Yeats digital archive that will stand alongside the digital archives of Rossetti, Whitman, Chaucer, and others. Based on our historical overview, I believe that our core mission should be to create an open access site that, by serving as a complement rather than as a replacement of print book and database technologies, welcomes readers of Yeats's poetry into our ongoing conversations about how and why sensitivity to a text's bibliographic codes deepens and productively complicates any interpretation of a text, linguistic codes. Or, to put it differently, our aim should be to teach those people who love Yeats poetry, especially those who are not critics or academics, something that we have known for quite some time: how we encounter the poetry matters. To do that, I suggest that we include a feature modeled on the Rossetti site, which of course was partly designed by McGann, in which users can interact with an archive of published versions of the poems. This poems archive would allow them to see versions arranged in alphabetical or chronological order, which means that they can easily spot changes, identify context, and develop interpretations based on how a poem appeared at specific moments in its publication history. Ideally, each version of a given poem would include some critical commentary designed to help readers gain a better sense of the publication context and of other bibliographic codes that they might want to consider, perhaps by directing them to print versions. I would also suggest that the site included drafts archive, which would follow a similar organizational pattern so that readers can see how specific works changed as we move from Yeats's initial thoughts, which often took the form of prose sketches, to first publication. Ideally, users would be able to see digital images of the drafts, but if this is not possible due to copyright, we could draw upon collation software such as Versioning Machine or Juxta to allow for easy comparison, as is shown in a mock-up that two of my students put together for Byzantium. This technology could also be used, of course, for the poems archive. A third feature would be a volumes and collected poems archive designed to help users track where a particular poem was located, if it was included at all, in the different volumes of Yeats's works, such as Poems 1895, and in the various collected editions, starting with the 1908 collected poems. The Whitman site provides an excellent model. Each volume or collection would be accompanied by critical commentary on the work's textual editorial history, a table of contents, which would be linked to the poems archive, and the full edition if it's within copyright, ideally as image and text. A fourth feature would include an annotations archive, which would accompany individual poems, and would be designed to welcome users into ongoing conversations about how particular words, phrases, and poems as a whole have been annotated. The goal here wouldn't be to replace print editions. Rather, it would be to give users a sense of points of agreement and difference among editors. Finally, the site would include a bibliographic search feature, ideally like the Rossetti site, but that, at least at first, would confine itself with respect to secondary criticism to works dealing with textual history and bibliographic codes. In 2018, Warwick Gould, looking back on McGann's TLS essay from 1990, stated that 25 and more years on, it's no longer possible to kick an editorial problem into the digital future. He's right. In a world where, for many readers, their first encounter with Yeats's poetry is online, and where more serious readers might look to ebooks and Kindle editions, or alas, through some expensive database, there is a greater need than ever before to teach readers that how we encounter the poetry matters. The website I've sketched out would do that. I hope the International Yeats Society will take up the challenge of envisioning it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. That was absolutely fantastic. I have so many questions.
Okay.
And yeah, that was brilliant. I haven't used the Chadwick Healy in that kind of platform you've just used. I only ever used it in the Peachy version. And it seems to have gotten worse, which is a shame. I mean, mostly we used it as sort of a concordance. That was the main use that I made of it, because it included a nonfiction as well. We had the concordance in print for the poetry and for the plays, but not for the prose. So that's mainly how I used it. But now it seems even that's been rendered kind of useless. So that's heartbreaking, actually. So I'm I'm still processing this, what you've said, but I have lots of questions. But before I go on to my own questions, I'd like to hear from people who I'm sure have other questions as well. And I do hope, I really like how you set up the principles, but I'm opening up for questions from everyone. Charlie?
Thanks so much, Rob. That was excellent. Yeah, as Rita says, there's so many questions one could ask here. If you like, an initial one would be, you talked about the poetry. Working with Yeats, I more feel the need in prose, really. You know, I'm really wondering about, with the Cornell versions of the poems, I'm wondering about the drafts of the prose stuff and the different versions. And you didn't mention the letters, and of course we do have the letters in the intellects, which is really handy. You know, if you have access, it's a wonderful resource. So I just wondered if you could, before I'm sure you'll get lots of other interesting questions about the poetry, just talk about the different genres and how you see their, if you like, electronic fate, and whether or not really we shouldn't have an ideal database which had all of these things together. Really, I know it's a pipe dream, but still.
Yeah, no, and I think that's right, Charlie. I mean, I think I was mindful of the letters. I was mindful of, I mean, Neil Mann has that fantastic site on a vision. And what I wanted to stress is really building in parts, like, starting at different steps and setting more discrete goals, because my sense in the history is that trying to do too much quickly becomes overwhelming, and then nothing happens. And it's a long time that we haven't really seen this brought to fruition, anything close to it. So I thought poetry, just as a sort of one way of setting a limit in the scope. But that wouldn't preclude doing other things like and ideally, I mean, it's possible we could have different groups working on different components. And my sense is that if you can produce something, you'll be able to apply for more grant money. And the NEH has a lot of grant money for this sort of stuff. So getting one piece done then would allow us to move on to others. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, Charlie. And it was, just thinking in manageable terms with the poetry. And in part because the history of this was such that people were so focused on the poetry in those early days.
And of course, despite what Yeats said, most people do go for the poetry. We have a question from Julian.
Yeah, with apologies to repetition, because my question was very similar to Charlie's, but I can envision how helpful this would be for the drama as well, because you could have a list of all productions too, right? That could be updated all the time. Anytime somebody revives a Yeats play, you could put that on there, and that would be a really helpful archive to show the sort of transnational influence of Yeats's drama. So without forcing you to sort of repeat your answer to Charlie there, I'm also curious, what are the stumbling blocks to getting this off the ground? Is this a financial question? Is this an institutional problem? It's just a question of labor and resources? What is needed to get this going?
I think it's all of the above. I mean, I did a lot of just talking with people who worked on these kinds of projects. And if you go to any publisher at all, they have money, but they want to charge for it. I mean, it immediately becomes a mess. It becomes something that they're going to try to market like Lion does, I think, to libraries. So I think that's one barrier, that the groups that have probably the readiest access to cash and can do it most quickly are also the ones that are going to make a mess of things. And then there's competition among libraries, like some research libraries want to be able to showcase their own materials and are reluctant to kind of collaborate. And but there are my friend did one, he was involved with one that connects with the Huntington Library, and they were actually happy to collaborate because he was able to get funds to digitize some of it's Henry David Thoreau, so to digitize some of Thoreau's materials. And so there was a good partnership. And he was saying to me that he thinks that libraries are starting to become more interested in collaboration because Any publicity for their collections is good, and they're less fearful of these taking over from the print stuff, that people still want to go to the print archives. So that's a barrier. I think another barrier when I was talking to people was that people in the humanities, and I mean, that's, McGann was, talking a bit about this, but people in the humanities tend to have this kind of vision, but no technical expertise. And so there's often a wide gap between the technical support. And then I think another one is, we're all, I mean, we could talk forever about this, but I think that the university system is such that it disincentivizes this kind of collaboration. Because imagine reviewing someone for tenure and they're like, well, I worked on a website, for a nonprofit website for the good of humanity, right? Like, they're going to be like, well, that's not going to work. I think the people who are in positions of, at that stage in their career should actually be speaking with their administrations about how important this kind of public-facing humanities work is, and that we need to value this kind of work when people devote their time to it, because I think it's important. But I'd say those are the four big barriers. And again, I'm not an expert on this. I just started doing the history, and then I started asking around, like, what are the big barriers today? And those seem to be them. And I thought, well, maybe the International Yeats Society, because there's so many people from around the world, maybe we could put together a group that would start thinking this through and planning it, and maybe collaborate among organized collaboration among university libraries and across university faculty.
We have a question from Youngman.
Yeah. Thank you so much for this initiating the project. So many previously huge database around the poetry as well, like here, maybe Dante Gabriel Rossetti and also Emily Dickinson. And I've been researching about digital humanities and world literature, and combining all the convergence of the DH and the world literature in terms of platform. And then I've collected all the model websites for the collect. And then nowadays they have very nice open link data, and so that we can get access to free open access. So, but so far I understand that the Yeats studies is not so much open to all the collaboration or what the people have been talking about. So maybe future orientation, like the Republic of Letters, which is a very exemplar of all different kind of the platform connecting all together. I'll show some kind of Kindred Britain or Nines, Pelagios, and Republic of Letters, and Ubu Web and Walt Whitman and things like this. But Yeats is very much like a deeper, because the critical edition has a longer history than other fields. Maybe we can't compete with other romantic area, but I mean, actually the Yeats studies is a very much profound knowledge and base knowledge side, and maybe what we call the kind of knowledge side, maybe we can transform all this idea into that open link data that will be great for the future. I'm not sure, but I mean, what do you think about the future orientation of the digital humanity project of the Yeats studies?
I think the copyright is really the beast here, and that is I tried to get this sorted out, and I'm not a lawyer, but I felt like I needed one by the end of researching that stuff. And I suspect there are people on this Zoom talk and probably people in the International Yeats Society who know a heck of a lot more about copyright issues than I do. I guess my thought about this was, it's like crap. Like if we don't start on this, this will just never happen. I mean, it's amazing doing this history, just seeing that enthusiasm and just how long it takes. And then looking at things like the Rossetti site and seeing like, my God, that took decades. I mean, that was a lot of work over time. And I just feel like there has to be at least a starting point and a plan, and maybe pooling some of our resources, we can figure out what are the options with respect to copyright. I mean, I was told that a lot of the early, the stuff before the 20s is in the public domain, but then it gets complicated with things like collected editions. which is why I think, but I don't feel like we have to reproduce everything. I mean, I think we're even reproducing the ordering of the collected editions, which I'm assuming is not in copyright, that we could do. I was also wondering about the Cornell series with the drafts. I wonder if, and I couldn't get an answer on this, though admittedly I didn't press too hard. Can you do the text version of the drafts? Like, are those under copyright? Because if those are not, then versioning technology that I showed is really great for that. But if you wanted to show the actual manuscripts, I know that would be under copyright. So you're raising, what are complicated questions. And again, I think this is something I'd like to see the International Yeats Society maybe like set up a separate group of interested people and start talking through these things and figuring out, steps going forward.
And the issue of copyright gets worse because you're dealing with countries that are signatories of the Berne Convention mixed up with the ones that are not, like the US. Right. So where you host the website might make a difference as well. I wouldn't do it in the US because the US is the worst. So that is one thing as far as copyright goes.
I think you might be onto something there. I think the US might be the worst.
Yeah, just sign the Berne Convention already. So yeah, but I don't think the transcription would be intellectual property as well. So I think both would fall under the same pattern. But we have a question from Matt. So I'm moving on to Matt.
I think Dana was first actually before me.
Hi, Dana, if you want to go.
I don't think so, but that's fine. Go. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is that okay? It's just a comment as much as anything else, if that's okay, Dana. Yeah. It's just that, and what we're talking about here is kind of the literary text in the age of Spotify, isn't that right? And the thing about Spotify is that, it's loads of free stuff, which is great, but somebody's not getting paid, who's the artist, and somebody is getting paid, which is Spotify. And there's something stuck in between. But then the thing about the access to these kinds of things, again, is it's so unequal, as everybody was saying, across the whole world. It's just so unequal. It depends on whether you're at a university that's wealthy enough to pay the subscriptions. Then the students like lots of free. They then become to expect free stuff because they expect free stuff from Apple and Spotify, and then we're kind of feeding this. And as you say, Rob, it doesn't look as if it accrues to the advantage of the researcher, because it doesn't look like research. It looks like pedagogy, doesn't it? And the thing about pedagogy, as you said about Jerome McGann and to do with the Rossetti materials, the first thing is we've got to pass this on. That's why we do the editing. But then we have to tell people that this is actually a research project as well too. So, I mean, I'm sorry, this sounds a bit moody, a bunch of us all sitting in the middle, but there's an awful lot of labor that goes into this. And there's still that model at a certain point in time that, filling up the content into all of this digital or online fora is somehow free and easy, and it's not, either putting it in or coming out again. Somebody's making money out of it, but it's not us.
Yeah, and in some ways, that's why I've been thinking about this in terms of these kind of manageable parts and its audience and its function, and really thinking like, all right, this is going to be like a resource that is going to help people deepen their understanding of Yeats's poetry by helping them to see what editors have been doing and talking about. And that's kind of the basic idea here, which I was originally calling it like humble and modest, and then one of the people reading it said, "Don't say that." But it is starting a little, because he said it's, even if you call it humble, it's still a ton of work, which obviously it is. But yeah. But I think that this, thinking about it for me, the way I could kind of wrap my head around it was like, okay, this is a kind of resource for people. Like, we don't have to include every single thing, at least right away. But just helping someone who's interested in the poem, the way I was when I first started reading Yeats. I got the Finneran edition. That's what my professor ordered. I had no idea that there were different arrangements, and I spent my college time reading and loving Yeats in a particular form. That it was only later I realized, oh, this is very different. If I'd been in the UK and gotten the Albright edition, And I think that in itself is valuable. But I mean, Matt, these are big, complicated set of questions. And it might be the case that we talk about it and then say, we can't do this. And I can understand that too. But I think we should try. And I think we should try.
I think the one volume approach would be also something that could be done. But
Rita, someone a friend of mine who does a lot of work in digital said that. He said, what if you took one volume and just did that, see what you could do with one volume and an early volume, and then maybe use that as the foundation for applying for money.
Which was the plan with the Tower volume. So
right.
That would have.
That seems to have been the idea.
We'd even have that precedent. But Dana has a question.
Yeah, it's also part of a comment. So for my doctoral thesis work, I did do part of this by taking the automatic script and kind of constructing a database of my own and whatever images I had and all of these things. And it's actually searchable. It's clumsy. It doesn't look as pretty as it could with some financing. But I think one of the bigger obstacles that I ran into was, in fact, permissions and just in communication with the Yeats estate. I don't know how to do that part of it, and that seemed to be the bigger obstacle. It's not, can we do it? Of course we can do it. And I don't even think it's going to be that expensive. I think with the technology being where it is now, I mean, it's accessible, it's affordable. It's just a matter of time and commitment, I think, to these projects, but it is totally doable. And the importance of getting, for me, maybe the automatic script open and available to everybody is huge to me. There's so much visual material that if you don't see it, just reading a description of an image doesn't do the job. And it needs to be out there for everybody. And that's kind of a larger goal of mine. But how do we move past like those minor obstacles like copyright and permissions? And I think the money will show up if we can prove that this is useful and viable and it will be what it needs to, or what it's going to take to keep this stuff alive. I don't know. So how do we move past the copyright and the permissions?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that, I mean, Meg and I think Neil, I see on this call too, have some experience with this, at least with the vision, with a vision. I think that, I mean, for me, one of the basic ideas here was like, this is not going to replace, I really think it's important to like, this is something that would push people back to books. Like that, book technology is the best technology, I think, that we've developed. And I want people to go back to books. And I spoke at the Yeats Summer School a couple of years ago about Yeats and digital pedagogy and how dismayed I was with students encountering Yeats's poetry online, the ways that they encounter the poetry. So that might be an argument, though, to sort of say, like, this isn't a competition here. We wouldn't be competing with print. We would be trying to actually move more people back to print as a kind of resource. But there's probably other arguments to be made on copyright, and I don't know. Like I said, the law on it was just really, really difficult to even figure out. So I was having trouble figuring out even where to start to address that. And as soon as I started to get into it with the talk, I was like, oh my God, I'll talk I'd be talking for 24 hours if we started down the copyright road. So that's something I'm hoping, we could have conversations as a group, because I know there are people who've got a bit more expertise on this than I do, and sort of figure things out a little bit as best we can. So I'm sorry, that's not a great answer, but again, I was thinking this is the start of a conversation, not like here's exactly what we can do.
I'm mindful of the time. Young men, do we have time for one more question? Because we're already late for John.
Yeah, already. Yeah, 11:05 is starting, but it's all 11:15, 16. So what would you like to do? One last question from Matthew, and then we go. I have to ask a special permission from the McCourt, John McCourt. John McCourt is here.
Yes,
will that be okay? One last question, and then go.
Then
Your special
straight
permission.
into John's.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
Matthew? Yeah.
I'll try to make it as quick as possible then. Perhaps one way we could think about this differently is to develop a framework rather than an actual edition. So one of the things I did when I was doing my research as a baby scholar was I took 2 copies of a vision, cut it up, glued pages on each side, and then started copying notes everywhere I could and pasting them next to the parts of the text. Meg's got unbelievably fantastic notes already existing. Neil's got fantastic work already existing. If we built, just to use a vision as an example, you buy the 1 copy of a vision, then you go off and buy Meg's notes that you can pull into it. You buy access to Neil's site that you can pull into it. That solves the copyright problem and the funding problem to a degree by having an incentive for these companies to want to have people collect all of these notes and put them in as their own interest and their own development increases.
Yeah, I mean, these are the kinds of things that I would like to see us talk about and think through. So that, yeah, that's another way of thinking about it. But I'm mindful of time, so maybe we should. I don't want to take up. I know John's itching to go.
Yes, I think so, Adrian, if you don't mind. So we could just thank Rob one last time for this. I think this is a great start of the conversation. Absolutely. And I'll hand over to Matthew. I don't think we'll do a break at all. So
thanks, everybody.
Okay. Where's John? Can we see? I'm looking for. Oh, there you are. Sorry. I'm aware that this takes a lot of stamina for everybody, and I'm really, really impressed with how fit everybody is, but particularly with young Mill and the Seoul committee. What time is it? 11:15? It's 18 minutes past 11, is it?
11:20. 11:20.
11:20. Okay. Well, I've been going since 7 o'clock this morning, but you're probably going to be going till 7 o'clock tomorrow. We don't get a move on anyway. It's lovely to see everybody from all across the world. So anyway, I'm delighted to introduce to you the rector-elect of the University of Macerata, Professor John McCord. John, you may have been following this on various times of social media. He was elected in a very close race, I think, to be the rector of his university. So he must be just unbelievably busy, and we're exceedingly lucky for him to come along and talk today. The other thing that we're exceedingly lucky to have if John's coming along here is that somebody's coming in from the other side, as we should say, the great sectarian divide in Irish studies between Yeats and Joyce. And the Joyceans are coming in here. But John has been a fantastic bridge between the two parts of the great modernist Irish writers, because he's long been involved in the Yeats Summer School, and also a member and he's on the board of the Yeats International Summer School. And a number of us here, I'm sure, have also been invited out to Trieste, where John for many years ran the Joyce Summer School. And just briefly to say that John just published a book which is kind of the history of Ulysses in the Irish 20th century, and the fates of that book, from banned dirty book to one of the national treasures. And it's a wonderful read, and it's an extraordinary story of the reputation of a book in a place where it's now, it's impossible to be in Dublin on the 16th of June. It's like getting caught up in the London Marathon or something like that. The numbers of thousands of people who get dragged in there. I once, a few months ago, I saw in the lockdown, where they were trying to, keep cultural building, pick people up going during the lockdown, and there was the Conservative Culture Minister was standing on the stage of the Globe Theatre in London and saying, "These are the national treasures." But John is one of the national treasures, and one of the people who is upholding Joyce for us, both in those of us who come from Ireland and across the world. Anyway, John has crossed the divide now, and he's going to talk to us about Yeats as critic.
Thank you very much, Matt. Is the sound okay? You can hear me okay? Excellent.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
well, I'll get straight into it. Firstly, I just want to thank the International Yeats Society. I want to thank the Seoul organizers, Yeats Society of Korea, and Young Min in particular, and Matt for that overly generous introduction. Yes, I am primarily Joycean, but I come in peace to address this gathering. And I'm pretty aware that I stand between you and your AGM and then your beds. So I will try and be fairly quick about what I have to say and to provide a little light entertainment at the end of what has been a long day. My title is Yeats, the Poet as Critic. And of course, the talk on Yeats as a critic could go on for several days and could go in several directions. Various of his titles are indicative of roads I will not take, but which are hugely important interventions by the poet as a critic. Titles like Nationality and Literature, The Symbolism of Poetry, The Philosophy of Shelley's Poetry, J.M. Singh and the Errand of His Time, certain noble plays of Japan. All of these would, of course, be worthy of much comment. I'll just try and make a few comments in general on Yeats as a critic before turning my attention to Yeats as a critic of Joyce. And some of what I say will be tentative, and a lot of it will be well known to an audience of Yeatsians. In 1897, Yeats wrote to Robert Bridges, "One has to give something of oneself to the devil that one may live. I have given my criticism." And it gives a sense of the price paid by Yeats as a young man in having to write criticism in order to make ends meet. And he's dismissive of his early criticism. And I suppose this early dismissal of this work shows that Yeats was never much of a fan of what we might call popular or journalistic criticism. In general, he seems to have seen this kind of criticism as a step down from, or at best a step towards, creative writing. Here, following along the lines of T.S. Eliot's view of what he called the capital importance of criticism in the work of creation itself. So criticism as an important step towards creation. 4/5 of our energy, Yeats once remarked, is spent in the quarrel with bad taste, whether in our own minds or in the minds of others. Now, while sophisticated critical discernment was an important objective for Yeats, as a young man, he had little choice but to engage in a more run-of-the-mill form of critical journalism. And he made little secret of his dislike for what he called, and I quote, "the insincerity of all writing, insincerity of writing on all kinds of subjects, of writing on other men's truths." Much criticism, he lamented, was the work of literary men over here, and he meant London, with the usual bon mot and absence of convictions that characterize their types. So this absence of convictions, of course, is something that Yeats could never tolerate. The Irish Revival could arguably be said to have produced a great poet in Yeats, a great playwright in Synge, and a great novelist in Joyce. Synge, of course, was nurtured and encouraged by Yeats, who I suppose had a critical role in his development. Although he would feed off Yeats, Joyce himself went to considerable trouble to distance himself from the older writer. Though Yeats did, as we will see, try on occasion to bring Joyce back into the fold. But the Irish Revival, arguably, and here I'm asking a question rather than providing an answer, we could suggest that the Irish Revival did not produce a great critic or a writer who is primarily considered a great critic, unless that figure was Yeats himself, and perhaps it was. Who else could we put forward from the time? Ernest Boyd, hardly mentioned today. Mary Colum, both were significant in their time, but were also from early on in their careers expatriates. George Russell, of course, played a huge role, most notably in the Irish Homestead and the Irish Statesman, and provided a critical place for an appreciation of Irish writing in the 20s. Mary Colum recalled how Yeats had advised her to pursue a career in literary criticism, to specialize, and indeed to assume a man's name, given that, and I quote her, "men still regarded criticism and philosophy as their own province and would be sure to resent a woman's pushing in," end quote. It would be difficult enough to emerge as a critic, but far more so for a woman in the time as a woman critic in the Ireland of the time. and that would be a lecture in itself. Yeats, if not a great critic, was the chief architect of the Irish revival and the country's chief, in a sense, its chief arbiter in terms of what was or was not of literary value. He believed in the importance of criticism or of critical reading, the acquisition of a critical self-awareness as key in the formation, as a key part of the formation of the artist. In 1900, he wrote, "All writers, all artists of any kind, insofar as they have had any philosophical or critical power, perhaps just insofar as they have been deliberate artists at all, have had some philosophy, some criticism of their art." He also, as a young man, identified the role of criticism in creating a literature and in creating the context in which a national literature might be formed. Thus, in his very early 1886 review of the poetry of Sir Samuel Ferguson in the Dublin University Review, he wrote, "If Ireland has produced no great poet, it is not that her poetic impulse has run dry, but because her critics have failed her." This was, of course, an attack on Professor Ernest Dowden of Trinity College, who had done far too little, in Yeats's view, to encourage the career of and the appreciation of Samuel Ferguson. And Dowden was therefore responsible for Ferguson's failure to live up to his promise as an Irish poet. Dowden is attacked as a fairly spineless figure with few convictions, one who keeps his ears to the ground. Who keeps his ears to the ground, listening, Yeats says, to the faintest echo of English thought. Dowden, whom Yeats calls the most distinguished of our critics, would have done his country and himself a service, and I quote again from Yeats, if he had devoted some of those elaborate pages which he has spent on the much bewritten George Eliot to a man like the subject of this article. In other words, Dowden should have been writing about Irish literature and Irish poets instead of writing second-hand material about their English counterparts. Yeats, however, was not always as constructive about his fellow Irish writers as he wished Dowden to be. Indeed, he is often trenchant in his criticism, even or perhaps most especially in his criticism of his very own followers. So often he is high and solitary and most stern. And in this, he is a world apart from the position taken, the far more nurturing positions assumed by George Russell. We need but read his infamous poem to a poet who would have me praise certain bad poets, imitators of his and mine. You say, as I have often given tongue in praise of what another said or sung, 'twere politic to do the like by these, but have you known a dog to praise his fleas? Yeats here was rejecting those who sought to follow him most closely, in a sense, while he would hold often more respect for others like Joyce, who ploughed a more openly autonomous and even antagonistic path. Yet 2 years later, after this poem, he wrote to Edmund Goss, saying, "When I was 30 and less, I wrote articles. I sometimes remember now with a start. I was so clumsy that I could not say what I really thought, and through fear of insincerity was sometimes particularly harsh to those for whom I had much respect. If I disliked anything they did, I felt bound to set it down without disguise or qualification." Now, he was also capable of doing that not only many years earlier, but even contemporary with that very comment that he made. Now, was Yeats clumsy with Joyce? Did he treat him fairly or unfairly? Certainly, as we all know, Yeats had done little to endear himself to the older writer. Many versions of their early meeting exist in which Joyce is said to have said to Yeats, "I have met you too late, you are too old." Another version would be Joyce saying to Yeats, "You're past developing. It is a pity we didn't meet early enough for me to be of help to you." Now, we have lots of versions of this, and Yeats later commented, "Such a colossal self-conceit with such a Lilliputian literary genius I never saw combined in one person." Now, these words, the "I have met you too late" words, or a version of have often been allowed to frame studies of the Yeats-Joyce relationship, which is inevitably construed as antagonistic and oppositional. I think it's also hard, however, not to imagine that Yeats didn't, I think it's hard to imagine, I think it's easy to imagine that Yeats relished being challenged by Joyce, who clearly wished to announce his presence in a way that his older writer would not forget. And the Joyce of this exchange sounds not unlike the young Yeats among the men of letters in London that I quoted earlier. And I think the words of George Russell might also be of help here. He is quoted as saying, "No young man should really respect his elders. In other countries, people respect a name. In Ireland, if you stick your head up, someone will throw a stone at you, and it stops you from getting a swelled head." And the suggestion is that this was healthy for Yeats to have to deal with someone like Joyce, who was coming up very fast behind him. Despite this difficult start to their relationship, Yeats made an important contribution to shaping Joyce's reputation in Ireland, even if he never endorsed him as fulsomely as he did, for example, Lady Gregory. And Joyce, too, despite some claims to the contrary, his work shows that he knew well of Yeats's enormous value to him. In The Day of the Rabblement, he had claimed that in aim and form, the wind among the reeds is poetry of the highest order. And from such poetry, Joyce learned his own quasi-poetic novelistic craft, valuing formal expertise, careful modulation of rhythms, intense concentration on word choices and word placement, and obsessive attention to craft and form. These are all qualities that both writers share. And with good reason, Edna Longley has referred to the aesthetic intercourse and mutual admiration between Yeats and Joyce, exploring common ground initiated in 1941 by Louis MacNeice when he highlighted the importance for both of the 1890s and pointed to their role as what he called spoiled priests with a fanatical devotion to style, both men indebted to Walter Pater. For all of his throwing shapes as a young writer in the making, Joyce was far less assured than he would have led Yeats to believe when they met, and in the decade that followed. That chamber music so singularly failed to satisfy him was perhaps because of his awareness of Yeats's own huge achievement, and he voiced all of his doubt to his brother Stanislaus. And I quote, "The reason that I dislike chamber music as a title is that it is too complacent. I should prefer a title which to a certain extent repudiated the book without altogether disparaging it. I went through the entire book of verses mentally on receipt of Symonds's letter, and they nearly all seemed to me poor and trivial. Some phrases and lines pleased me, and no more." Yeats, whose words, phrases, rhythms, lines, or spectral presence in Joyce's verse, perhaps inadvertently contributed to Joyce's lack of confidence in his collection. As early as 1902, Yeats had encouraged Joyce, telling him in a letter, which I quote, "The work which you have actually done is very remarkable for a man of your age, who has lived away from vital intellectual centers. Your technique in verse is very much better than the technique of any young Dublin man I have met during my time." End of quote. Yeats also, however, signaled what he evidently considered the derivative nature of Joyce's early work. It might have been the work of a young man who had lived in an Oxford literary set. Now, this letter from Yeats has been read by many critics in a positive key. Roy Foster, for example, sees it as one of a series of what he calls thoughtful letters of advice that Yeats sent to younger Irish writers. Thus, Yeats is cast as the wise and generous father figure who is spurned and deprecated by the young ungrateful Joyce who bites the hand that feeds him. I think it will be useful to read Yeats's praise a little more critically. He talks about Joyce's technique being remarkable for someone, however, who has lived away from vital intellectual centers. He says it's better than the technique of any other young Dublin man I have met. Of course, Joyce didn't have a huge amount of regard for his contemporary poets in Dublin. Elsewhere in the letter, Yeats advises Joyce against publishing one of his lyrics in the Academy. He says, if I had all your manuscripts, I might have picked a little bundle of lyrics, but I think you had really better keep such things for the speaker, which makes rather a practice of publishing quite short scraps of verse. I think that the poem you have sent me has a charming rhythm in the second stanza, but I think it is not one of your best lyrics as a whole. I think the thought is a little thin. A lesser writer and a smaller ego than Joyce might well have been challenged, if not broken, by such ambivalent praise. Given his own view of what he called Yeats's clack, Joyce would have felt that the best technique in Dublin, scraps, thin, were not entirely positive endorsements. And yet they were more than Yeats sometimes gave other writers. Later in a 1915 letter, Yeats would find it in himself to praise I Hear an Army Charging from chamber music as a technical and emotional masterpiece, but this was a good deal later. Now, even if Yeats's early, rather lukewarm praise might have made Joyce smart, the reality is that Joyce's attention had already begun to be monopolized by prose, by the early drafts of Stephen Hero and the short stories of Dubliners. While always appreciating how Yeats wrote such very good verse because of his relentless dedication to his craft, Joyce refused to inherit the other side of the Yeats persona as he perceived it, his public, often political role. And he had already, before Yeats's letter, chosen the most public means possible to express his distance from Yeats and his group in his 1901 broadside, The Day of the Rabblement. This may help explain how Yeats, having underlined the generational gap with Joyce in his 1902 letter, then somewhat patronizingly told him, and again I quote from Yeats, "However, men have started with as good promise as yours and have failed, and men have started with less and have succeeded. The qualities that make a man succeed do not show in his work, often for quite a long time. They are much less qualities of talent than qualities of character. Faith, of this you have probably enough. Patience, adaptability, without this one learns nothing, and a gift for growing by experience. This is perhaps rarest of all." Now, these are interesting qualities that Yeats chooses to focus on, and I think most of them are qualities that Joyce certainly had in full. The quality of faith in his own work, strength of character, patience, growing by experience. However, the one key word that jumps out is adaptability. The statement assumes more significance if we remember that Yeats's letter itself may have been a partial response to Joyce's Rabblement essay, in which Joyce had attacked what he called, and I quote, Mr. Yeats's treacherous instinct of adaptability. And of course, Joyce was notoriously not adaptable in any way, and many of his publication problems and difficulties arose from his refusal to make any changes at all. In his 1950 Kenyan Review piece entitled Yeats and Joyce, Richard Ellman speculated that Joyce's pamphlet probably never reached Yeats's eyes, but he would later reverse this opinion. Well, even if Yeats never did see Joyce's pamphlet, with his accusation of Yeats of having the treacherous instinct of adaptability, given the tightness of the Dublin literary scene, it seems inconceivable that Yeats would not have been fed snippets of it by his friends and followers. And this may, perhaps, be what lies behind the sometimes sharp, always cautious and reserved tone of his letter, which concludes on a rather lukewarm note, as if signaling a distance. And I quote again from Yeats, "I will do anything for you I can, but I'm afraid that it will not be a great deal. The chief use I can be, though perhaps you will not believe this, will be by introducing you to some other writers who are starting like yourself. One always learns one's business from one's fellow workers, especially from those who are near enough one's own age to understand one's own difficulties." I love all of the use of the 1, 1, 1, and just imagine which figures Yeats would have had in mind when he considered learning from his own fellow writers of his own generation. During the First World War, Joyce did receive Yeats's support in a letter to the Secretary of the Royal Literary Fund when Yeats wrote in praise of Joyce's most beautiful gift, as he called it, and described him as the most remarkable new talent in Ireland today. However, his admiration of Joyce, and particularly of later Joyce and of Ulysses, was largely based on Joyce's reputation rather than any actual reading of his works. It was somewhat secondhand. We know that his copy of Ulysses remained largely unread, And in 1923, Yeats told Olivia Shakespeare, quote, "I have asked Joyce to come and stay for a few days. If he comes, I shall have to use the utmost ingenuity to hide the fact that I have never finished Ulysses." Not, of course, that this particularly signaled Yeats out or made him an exception. Most people would not have finished Ulysses at this point. However, Yeats felt that he would have to tread carefully. Joyce therefore had a real basis for believing that Yeats's praise for him was not based on any serious understanding of his work, and he was somewhat disappointed that such praise was often issued privately rather than proclaimed publicly, and that this rankled can be seen in Finnegan's Wake, which among other things includes much embedded information about the vexed reception and Yeats's part of it of Ulysses, especially in Ireland. Joyce probably sensed that in the wake of Ulysses, Yeats was more interested in co-opting him and his huge acclaimed novel for his own agenda than he actually was in reading his book. In late July 1922, Hound forwarded 2 letters to Joyce, one from Lady Gregory asking if she could include previous correspondence between Yeats and Joyce in a book, another from Yeats to Pound. Joyce's replies are revealing. He instructs Lady Gregory to omit, and I quote, "all letters of mine and all mention of me. In doing so, you will be acting strictly in accordance with the spirit of that movement. In as much as the date of my letter, 20 years ago, no mention of me or of my struggles or of my writings have been made publicly by any person connected with it." This again is Joyce at his melodramatic and not always entirely truthful best. Having furnished this rather ungenerous response, Joyce then asks Lady Gregory to thank Yeats, whose opinion he says he values highly, for, quote, "several kind expressions concerning my book Ulysses." The contradiction here is immediately evident. The Irish literary movement has, quote, "ignored Joyce," so he will boycott Lady Gregory, but Yeats, who is, of course, its leading proponent and chief architect, is singled out for second-hand thanks. Joyce here seems to be a little duplicitous, to be distancing Yeats from the very revival over which he presided. He is driving a gap between Yeats and his, as Joyce saw it, his claque. There's also implicit complaint that Yeats's kind expressions were not public enough and were voiced in private, while his praise of Lady Gregory was proclaimed far more loudly and more convincingly. Now, it's worth quoting Yeats's letter to Pound, in which Yeats praises Lady Gregory's volume as the most important history there has been of the movement in Ireland, which we all here belong to. The "we all here" would have hit a sore point with Joyce because it would have chimed uncomfortably with the views being expressed by some mainstream reviewers of Ulysses in Ireland, who often dismissed Joyce on the grounds that he was an ex-patriot. To be fair to Yeats, he made it clear to Pound that he did wish to include Joyce for his own ends. And he says, "For our own sake, mainly, I am very anxious to get Joyce well into that record." Yeats says how he admires immensely Ulysses as a work of immense importance. He uses immense twice in the sentence, although he admits only to having read, quote, "a few pages at a time as if it were a poem. Some passages have great beauty, lyric beauty, even in the fashion of my generation." Now, the appropriation of Joyce is important to Yeats, and I'm not going to speak for too much longer. And Yeats was very keen to bring Joyce into the Irish Academy, which of course was set up partly to be a bulwark against the growing conservatism and the censorship that was taking place in the Irish state. In the letter to Pound, Yeats both praises Joyce and at the same time tempers his praise. And of course, Joyce would never have wanted anything other than fulsome praise. But Yeats always does this. Anyone who's read his elegies knows that praise is always tempered with a summation of checks and balances. Now, Joyce was publicly endorsed by Yeats on many occasions in the 20s in Dublin, Trinity College, for example, often getting himself into trouble in the papers because he had so warmly endorsed him. Joyce came up again in a debate over copyright in the Senate in 1927. And again, Yeats was accused of defending basically the pornographer Joyce, and also for signing the petition that had gone out in for the protection of Joyce's work, Ulysses. And Yeats, to be fair, always stood his ground and quoted people around Europe who insisted on the importance of Joyce's work. At the same time, Yeats would say in the Senate, I do not know whether Joyce's Ulysses is a great work of literature. I have puzzled a great deal over the question. But what was important in that debate for Yeats was freedom of expression, and Joyce's work was a very important vehicle for him in that argument. Both knew that to be an artist, and I'm coming to my conclusion, both Yeats and Joyce knew to be an artist was to stand apart. I think both feared what Yeats called in his 1934 Parnell's Funeral, popular rage, the contagion of the throng. A phrase this that recalls Joyce's own phrase in The Day of the Rabblement, where Joyce accused Yeats of betraying the avant-garde by seeking popularity. And I quote Joyce, "If an artist courts the favor of the multitude, he cannot escape the contagion of its fetishism and deliberate self-deception. And if he joins in a popular movement, he does so at his own risk." Joyce avoided those risks by dealing with Ireland from the safe side of distance, as he called it in Finnegan's Wake. I think Joyce's distance must have infuriated at times Yeats. For example, in 1932, when Joyce turned down the invitation to be part of the Irish Academy of Letters, Yeats and Shaw then were determined to bring the most prominent writers in some way together. And the Academy had been attacked, of course, by the Catholic Bulletin, not only who associated it with George Russell, whom they called the Mahatma. And Joyce's very public refusal, of course, ended up doing nothing except making Joyce notorious for this refusal. And that's what got the headlines, not the Academy itself. A bit unfair, perhaps, on Joyce's side, a bit unfair that he didn't row in and try to help more directly at home, but that was never Joyce's way. Let me just say two words and then I will finish. Joyce, in the end, would not be enrolled in any of Yeats's bigger schemes. He stood out through his life as he said he would in the Holy Office. I stand, the self-doomed, unafraid, unfellowed, friendless, and alone, indifferent as the herringbone. Perhaps it was the safest place for Joyce to stand in defense of the autonomy of the art, but it was an incredibly different stance to the one that Yeats took, who through his constant engagement with matters that were going on directly in the Ireland of his time. So it's a complicated relationship, and I've just touched on it from various different angles. And I think I'm going to stop because I've spoken for almost a half an hour and give you time for a few questions. Thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you very much, John. That's a terrific history of the conversations and non-conversations between these two great writers. Now, are those are hands that are up for applause or hands that are up for questions? We've got two screens here. I just want to check to see where we are with the two screens. Do we have a question to kick off for John? Anybody? Adrian, yeah.
I keep asking the first question. I'm so sorry for everyone, but if no one else is going to, I will. Thanks, John. That was really, really interesting and exciting. And I'm glad you got the kind of slight, both the praise and acknowledgement of Ulysses in the Senate, but also the kind of the weirdly honest moments where he says, "I'm not sure whether it's a great work of literature." I think it's kind of interesting. I mean, certainly early on, it always seemed to me, the story that you mentioned about Joyce saying, "I've met you, you're too old." I mean, the interesting thing about that is that that's told by Yeats. It seems to me that that's partly interesting, that he's one of the ones that tells that story. And I think it was going to be a preface to Ideas of Good and Evil. He's going to almost publish it around then. He doesn't use that preface in the end. It's too autobiographical. But that seems to me kind of striking in lots of ways, that clearly probably this, whatever version of the story that happened of their first meeting is not completely wrong, that Joyce must have said something like that if Yeats said that he said that and was prepared to say so. And what's striking has always been striking to me that after that, then he said to Joyce, like Yeats was living in London mostly, like he looked after Joyce coming off the train from Dublin and introduced him to editors and tried to get him published in various places. And his advice about not publishing poetry in the Academy, but publishing in the Speaker is partly because he's trying to get Joyce work as a reviewer and all those kind of things. So it's a very interesting, some of the things you're talking about quite rightly, I think, with the kind of the criticism, but I wonder about those kind of practical help things that seemed to me that were consistent from Yeats's parts, that he, in a sense, is there at some of the great moments of trying to get Joyce published in various ways. And that would be in 1902. He introduces him to Arthur Symonds, who introduces him to, the possibility of getting chamber music published. He tries to get Joyce reviewing at that time. And of course, as we know, Joyce, I think, wrote bad things about Lady Gregory and kind of bit the hand that fed him at that point. He introduces the idea of publishing Joyce to Pound and gets in the correspondence with Pound, which then leads, of course, to the publishing of his poem in the Ibidist anthology, but also then to kind of Dubliners and Portrait of the Artist being published and celebrated by Pound. So it's a kind of, I think there's a moment in 1904 when you quoted, I think, that Yeats was saying, well, there's so many things I can do for you, but I can't do many things for you. That's when Joyce is writing, asking him for money. Like what he doesn't do is give Joyce money directly, but what he says is, I can help you with publication to help you do things, which I think is kind of, is honorable, as you say, when his criticism is, I think he's mostly praising of Joyce, but has, I think, understandably doubts Yeats had a kind of sense of integrity that was, I hope anyway, was like, criticism for him was about being not just, I love that, that's great. It's about, yeah, I like that, but the second stanza I like, but not the first stanza. That's an interesting way of going about something anyway. But I'd be interested to your thoughts on his kind of practical help, which may not be as extensive as I pictured it. There's other things I'm sure I don't know.
No, absolutely, Adrian. The practical help is considerable. And of course, you could never do enough to help Joyce. And, the danger of, never do anyone a favor because they'll hold it against you forever. And that's very much, I think, the dynamic that's going on there. And there was a period where you could never do enough for Joyce. It lasted about 59 years. That's just the way he was. And Yeats should have done even more as far as Joyce was concerned. I think Yeats genuinely believed in Joyce. Joyce felt that, of course, early on Yeats had favoured Horace Colum. That didn't last very long, as we know. I think Joyce's, demands were unrealistic. So, Yeats had a lot going on himself, and I think Joyce was very ungenerous. Like it really, what would it have cost him to join the Academy in 1932? It would have been, a very useful presence. It may have done the Academy no good, but it certainly would have at least been showing fellowship with his and support to his fellow writers who were, living in a fairly dark time in Ireland. So I would criticize Joyce over that. I might share some of his views about Lady Gregory and the critical response of Yeats to that, which nowadays I think it's harder for us to understand. I mean, it just seems so over the top. I realize how much Lady Gregory did, of course, for Yeats, but sometimes I wonder, about his judgment there. But that's a very personal opinion.
Yeah, Charlie.
Thanks very much, John. That was fascinating, and it's a fascinating relationship between the two. I do wonder, with Yeats reading Ulysses, I've written this somewhere that I wonder among school children, if he did read the opening chapters, whether the Nestor chapter might have had an impact on among school children. He doesn't quote it, but there are some interesting analogies.
Make positive comments, but just so we
in addition, I think it's interesting to think you started off talking about Yeats the critic, And I'm a bit a fan of the German idealist version that criticism is also part of literature in a way. And of course, that was an idea Yeats struggled a bit with in terms of Matthew Arnold. He said in the beginning, literature is life. It's not criticism of life. Mm-hmm. But I think maybe after he stops writing his criticism, when we look at him going from, about 1910 and onwards, the poetry itself does have a stronger critical dimension. And I think particularly the poems of discouragement around 1912, there's a kind of Arnoldian strain there, kind of basing the Philistines, which continues in a more devout way later on. But you didn't talk about Yeats in Joyce himself, much. Joyce knew Yeats, and you got these Lake Isle-of-Innish free allusions and things. And I wonder, we don't have a lot of time, but I wonder if you could say a couple of words about how things work that way in terms of if you like, Joyce as an implicit critic of Yeats in its own fiction, as it were.
Yeah, again, thanks, Charlie. There's a lot in there. I do think Yeats tried to read Ulysses, and I do think he read the early chapters for sure, and I think he may have read stuff towards the end. It's the middle bits that some of the pages are not cut. But as I say, he would have been in the majority at that point of people who tried and failed to get through it. So I wouldn't necessarily hold that against him at all, given the enterprise that it was to read it at the time. I think we have to distinguish between the kind of jobbing criticism as a journalist that Yeats had to do, where he had to just toss off these articles, which Joyce himself did for a short period as well, and then stopped because it was just consuming of so much energy and of no lasting value. With some of those essays that I mentioned at the beginning, which are serious works of criticism and major interventions. So, I mean, there's no question that Yeats as a critic is a major critic and one deserving of all sorts of attention. As to Yeats in Joyce's work, again, it's a huge question. He's all over Ulysses, quite simply. He's I think his writings are revered by Joyce. We can see that in both in Ulysses and Finnegan's Wake. I don't think Ulysses would be possible without Yeats. It's one of those he's one of those major intertextual figures that Joyce draws on all the way. So I don't think we can overstate that. I don't mind Joyce's public, statements saying that Yeats was no use to him, just as he said the English novel was no use to him, just as he said Freud and Jung were no use to him. I mean, the more he flags those things, the more I'm inclined to go and look and see where the influences are. So, I think there's been a lot of good work done in the last few years on the intertextuality, the amount of Yeats that's in there in Joyce's work, and there's no question that it's an important spectral presence, the sounds of Yeats as well, the rhythms, as I said, are really important, and there's the very obvious quotes that jump out, but he's all over it. It's late at night. I'm not going to give too many more details, but there's a lot there.
If I can just one more quick question about that is about related to that, is that we kind of know what we're talking about is how Yeats read Joyce, but did Joyce continue to follow Yeats's career through the 1920s and 1930s? Was he still reading Yeats? The reason, I mean, obviously between the two of them is Ezra Pound, who kind of transferred his allegiances from one to the other in the 1920s. But I wonder whether Pound, for instance, was giving Joyce Yeats's material, or there were any other sources. I mean, we kind of do know that Beckett was greatly influenced by the later Yeats, and The Tower appears as the title as one of Beckett's shorter plays. And there's an argument that Waiting for Godot is based on Purgatory. So I was just wondering whether, John, whether there's any kind of sense that if there's any later Yeats quoted throughout Ulysses or indeed Finnegan's Wake.
Well, it would be Finnegan's Wake at that point. We're talking anything in the 20s. Yeah, I think he was still reading them. I'm not saying he was necessarily going out and buying the volumes, but I'd say were certainly circulating in the group in Paris, and he might have been reading them secondhand through Beckett, but I think he was certainly keeping an eye on them. He did tend to keep an eye on these figures and see what they were up to. So yeah, certainly in Finnegan's Wake there is evidence that Joyce continued to read Yeats. I don't think he read, you know, a vision or anything like that, but I do think he was reading the poetry.
Yeah. Okay, because it's my prejudice, I suppose, as much as anything else, because I don't know the answer to this, is that he was a voracious, Joyce this is, was a voracious reader as a young man, and less so later in life, because he, you know, there's a great bank of reading and of memory, which is continuously exploited then whenever he worked on the big novels.
I'm not sure that he didn't keep reading. I think he read differently though. He just read for quotes mostly, as far as I could see.
Okay, do we have any more questions? Okay, Julian, hi.
Hi, John. Thanks so much for that. There's one aspect of Yeats the Critic that I'm curious to hear your thoughts on. You talked about, you know, how he could appreciate chamber music, how he perhaps could not appreciate the novel. But what about Exiles? So Joyce sends that in. Yeats reads it, rejects it. Does this have the sort of same effect with Yeats Joyce as it does with Yeats Shaw when Yeats rejects play I'm forgetting now for the early Abbey stage? Is this a point of tension between them, or does Joyce not take drama seriously enough to be offended by this?
Well, everybody rejected Exiles, so I think Joyce was fairly used to the play not getting the kind of praise that he would wanted to have got. I mean, the earlier problem was over the Gerard Hauptmann translation. What was it called? After Sunrise, when Joyce was still in Dublin and felt that the Abbey, as it was to become, should be producing European drama, and you know, felt that that's where the break came in terms of drama. They had very different ideas as to what, you know, would become the National Theatre should be putting on. I don't think the Exiles was an issue particularly. That I think that would have been just more of the same. I mean, the whole reception of Exiles was so troubled in any case that I mean, I don't think Joyce could for a moment have thought that was going to be the kind of drama that a Yeats-inspired theatre would want to put on. Yeah. But there's people who probably know more of that about me than me about that in listening here, to be honest.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, Youngmin?
I'm just curious to know what you think about this idea. Like recently, I'm very much thinking about the Marcel Proust consciousness, also maybe stream of consciousness in terms of the automated writing. Yeatsian automated writing is very particularly interesting in terms of the stream of consciousness, because I'm talking about the artificial intelligence, the new dimension of the consciousness. Maybe human consciousness is kind of embedded in the kind of artificial intelligence. So maybe we can compare human intelligence and artificial intelligence in between the Marcel Proust and also maybe James Joyce, also Yeatsian kind of automated writing is very much like there's something with the critical side of it. But I'm actually underneath of this kind of George Hyde Lee's kind of unconsciousness, or maybe consciousness or subconsciousness. I think, how do you think about this idea of consciousness in terms of not only simply the stream of consciousness, maybe there might be the parallel between the Yeatsian automated writing and then Joycean stream of unconsciousness. Maybe you can let me have some ideas about this.
That's quite a question. I think Joyce's stream of consciousness is the most carefully constructed, among the most carefully constructed things that he put together, to be honest. It couldn't be further from automatic writing. I mean, I think he rejected the kind of, I mean, also in Europe, things like futurism, which just seem to be this barrage of almost automatic writing. His what passes as a stream of consciousness in Joyce is just the most carefully constructed thing he ever wrote, in a sense. So yes, it creates that idea of something automatic and something spontaneous and flowing through character's head. But God, did he work and rework those texts before they achieved that sense of automatism, let's say.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you, John. I think I'll just hand back to Young Min as the chair of the conference. And thank you very much for lovely talk, John, and thank you very much for answering all patiently answering all our questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Young Min, over to you.
Yeah, I think thank you so much for this wonderful talk, like John Nicole. I think that now it's time for AGM, so I must give it to the Charles. You hand over. Yeah, I'll give it to you. So you are the master of ceremony.
Thanks, Yumin. Shall we take 5 minutes? 5-minute break before we kick off the AGM? So toilet break if you want, or fresh air, or smoke, or whatever.
Yes.
Whatever's your preference. Name your
That
poison.
sounds great. Yeah.
5 minutes from now. See you soon.
Okay. See you soon.
All right, that's about 5 minutes, isn't it? I think so. So this is the annual general meeting, the AGM of the International Yeats Society. This is the agenda as we've set it up. First, I'd just like to welcome you all. Thanks for sticking it out till the end of another long day, but also a very exciting day. Lots of great talks. So after this initial welcome, we're going to have a quick presentation of the current status of the board, the membership of the board, if you will. Then there's a treasurer's report with Barry. Then Rob is in charge of the presentation of items 4 and 5, the journal first, and then website, mailing list, and social media. Then we'll talk about upcoming conferences, and finally we'll have to give a homage to the wonderful conference we've had this year. But let's start with item 2 here, the current state of the board. So the board currently has the following officers. I'm the president, Rita's the vice president, Vit Peterson is the secretary, Barry Shields is the treasurer, and Rob is the editor of the journal. And in addition, we have a executive board, or the other members of the executive board, 13 of them: Lauren Arrington, Matt Campbell, Ashim Dutta, Meg Harper, Geraldine Higgins, Marjorie Howes, Youngmin Kim, Akiko Manaba, James Pethica, Alexander Pula, Yoko Sato, Joseph Valenti, and Tom Walker. Now, I think Tom Walker and Ashim Dutta were the new members last year, and every 2 years there are 2 new members due to come in and to basically go out. So next year in Stockholm, there will be a rotation. We haven't thought of come so far as who's going to rotate and make room for the new members, or who those new members will be. We haven't started thinking about that, but we will be starting to think about that close to the next conference in 2 years' time. I don't think any of the officers are due rotation for a while. Is that right, Rob? Yeah, I don't think so. I can see on my screen. Not that I know of anyway. I know certainly Rita and I haven't been long in our offices, and I don't think anyone else. But again, it's something we'll check before the next conference, whether rotation is due. Does anybody have a question about that or comments? No? Then we can move on to the treasurer's report. Barry, will you take over?
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. So has the document been circulated, Charlie, or shall I try to share it, or should?
No, it hasn't. Yeah, it hasn't been circulated.
Okay, it hasn't been circulated. Okay.
It has not. Can you share?
I'm trying now. Yeah, hold on a sec. Can you see that? I don't know.
I'll stop sharing first. Yeah.
That's not it. Excuse me.
It looked like it, Barry. It looked like the same document that the board.
Is that it? Yeah. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
Great. Okay. So I suppose the good news is that we're pretty much breaking even. This year, we made a loss of around €340. I'll say that our major expense remains the journal. This year, the journal was €2,794. That expense will vary year on year. This year, it's probably quite high. We also had to pay tax this year. and that was due to last year's transfer of money from Buffalo University. So once we moved our account to Ireland, we had to move all of our finances, and the Irish Tax Authority necessarily take a cut of that. So we had a tax bill of €583 to pay, and then we have our standard internet hosting of around €120. So overall, our expenses were €3,496, and from subscriptions, €3,155. I will say that our subscriptions increased significantly over the last few weeks, and that was once the conference was announced and people were thinking about the conference. I think that's important for future years that we try to link subscriptions to the conferences. So overall, then, the difference, as I say, is around €300. We are in there's a small deficit there, and our overall account balance is €5,100 right now. What can I say beyond that? We do have an accountant. This is now a legal requisite. Our accountant completed a tax return last year and will do so again this year. We pay the accountant about €495 each year. And that's another expense that we just have to factor in going forward. Any questions? I'm sorry, I can't make it. I can make it big. You can't see the whole thing. But...
No, but that's fine, Barry. I guess the journal is the major expense. There is another expense we didn't have this year, which would be a grant, wouldn't it, for young researchers, since there was no traveling to the conference.
Yeah.
So hopefully we will have a grant next year, right?
Yeah. I mean, obviously we have enough buoyancy that we can afford that at the minute. And I think as long as our subscriptions stay up around €3,000 per year, I think we're going to be okay, and we can afford a bursary for a student, or something like that.
Yeah. But obviously the fact that people are required to be members to be in the conference, it's not for the heck of it we do it, but to finance primarily these things, the journal, and then when we get back to face-to-face conferences, stipends for travel too.
Yeah.
Any questions about that? Yeah. If anybody has questions, they just put up that, raise their hand. Presumably they'll zoom to the top of the screen. No? Okay. Thanks very much, Barry. We can move on then to Rob. Again, Rob, I haven't circulated the documents beforehand. I hope that's okay. But if we start with the journal, isn't it?
Yeah, that's fine. So I'm going to read from my. I don't think we need to post the document. We can send that, Charlie, if you want. But I'm reading from my screen, so I can't see the Zoom thing. So if there's a question that comes up, Charlie, just interrupt me. So our upcoming issue 7.1 will be coming out in 2023, hopefully in the early in the new year. It's a special issue on Yeats and materiality in honor of George Bornstein. It's really shaping up, I think, terrifically, and that's in large measure because of David Holdeman, who's the guest editor, and his vision for this and his ability to connect with some really top flight Yeatsians is going to make this just a fantastic issue. I mentioned in the documents I sent around some of the authors. So we're still we have readers' reports out and stuff like that, so I didn't want to give the full list just yet. I'll say that Beth Lauzot is writing the introductory essay in honor of George, and it's I've read it already, and it's just great. It's really heartfelt and smart, as always with Beth, and I think it's a fantastic intro essay for the journal. We're also continuing with the Rapallo Notebooks series. Wayne Chapman has his piece on the Rapallo Notebooks coming out in that issue. Beyond that, I've got the issue after that